Chapter 631, Desolate God Giant. Chapter 631, Desolate God Giant. Translator, Zayamoj. The Empyrean origin blood essence fruit is mine. The fastest Bright World Warlock grabbed the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit, and a flash of delight streaked past his eyes. Magic light shone, and dozens of powerful spells hit the Bright World Warlock at once. The Bright World Warlock was petrified first, then black gas covered his body, and lastly wind blades chopped him into pieces. A Bright World Warlock core flew out of the remains of the Bright World Warlock and turned into a meteor fleeing outside. The other Bright World Warlocks didn't bother about the Bright World Warlock who was disposed of, and instead started fighting over the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit. These Bright World Warlocks are geniuses among geniuses of the major forces. After experiencing numerous fortuitous encounters, working hard on their practice cultivation, they finally became Bright World Warlocks. But most of them will be stuck in the Bright World Warlock realm for the rest of their life. However, the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit can greatly improve their soul aptitude and let them progress further and promote to the Infinity Warlock rank. This is why they are so hell-bent on getting the fruit. In the Zhangji plane, Infinity Warlocks are already the most powerful existences. Even if they go to any one of the 36 primary material planes, they still will be considered pinnacle existences. Infinity Warlocks are the masters of the Zhangji plane. Although both Infinity Warlocks and Bright World Warlocks are regarded as great elders of major forces, but the weight their words carry is completely different. And the most importantly, once promoted to the Infinity Warlock realm, the lifespan of human warlocks will increase by thousands of years up to 10,000 years. The Glorious Sun Warlocks and Moonlight Warlock glanced at the Bright World Warlock core, and then gave up on the idea to capture it. They are not strong enough to make a Bright World core stay. A lily-white hand grabbed the Bright World core, and countless black runes extended from the lily-white hand and sealed the Bright World core completely. When the warlocks who still entertained some thoughts about the Bright World core saw the master of the lily-white hand, their faces changed greatly, and all their apprehension disappeared. The owner of the hand is Alexia, Yang Feng's strongest subordinate. freewebnovel.com. Precious as the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit is, it naturally attracted Yang Feng's attention. However, if came here to fight over the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit, that would be tantamount to seeking death. That is why he sent Alexia. Yang Feng is guarded by Xuanhuan Tao, the #1 expert of the 5 heavenly lords. Among Yang Feng's subordinates, the strongest is Alexia, followed by the great elder of the cool breeze abode Zhao Qing. However, Zhao Qing is an elemental warlock. He is at his weakest in a magic ban array. Thus, Yang Feng chose to have Zhan Hongtao act as his guard. There seems to be something wrong. Alexia, come out immediately. This is an order. Watching the chaotic scene inside the hall through a holographic projection, Yang Feng's face flickered suddenly. A dignified gleam flashed in his eyes, and he ordered. Most of the Bright World Warlocks are powerhouses who have experienced countless battles, stood out from among countless geniuses, and finally reached the summit. Many of them are sly old foxes. Now, however, they are obviously caught in an abnormal frenzy. They are conjuring various powerful spells, as if they are facing a mortal enemy that murdered their parents. At the same time, through his soul, Yang Feng can clearly perceive an abnormal killing intent coming from Alexia's soul. She has been clearly affected by some spell. A fierce gleam streaked past Alexia's eyes, and she finally sighed lightly and suppressed her desire to fight. The black wings on her back flapped, and she turned into a black stream of light and flew out of the hall. Just before Alexia left the hall, the 10,000-meter-tall mountain suddenly shook wildly, and a giant hand 100 meters wide extended towards Alexia from the mountain. Berserk golem force spread from the hand, locked the space, and rolled out towards Alexia. Alexia's always calm face finally registered a change. She spread the 3 pairs of wings on her back, frantically extracted power from the ruler magic cube, and slashed towards the giant hand. A dark sword ray containing dark force struck the giant hand and cut it in two. Alexia's figure flickered, and she shot out from between the 2 halves. Suddenly, a finger of the giant hand cut in half broke away and touched Alexia's back. Alexia spewed out a mouthful of blood. Countless wisps of golem force interwove atop her and eroded her frantically, and she fell from the sky like a goose hit by an arrow. Yang Feng ordered decisively, "Attack!" Star Destroyer battlestars lit up, and Star Destroyer artillery beams blasted into the huge hand 100 meters wide. Under the bombardment of the beams, the giant hand collapsed inch by inch along with the golem force. An undying picked up Alexia from the ground, and then flew to Yang Feng's flagship in an instant at a fearsome Mach 25 speed. Wisps of golem force eroded Alexia. Even her dark force cannot suppress the fearsome golem force. Yang Feng frowned and spread the fingers of a hand, and a swarm of devourers flew out and pounced on Alexia at once. As if whales swallowing water, the black devourers sucked out all the golem force from Alexia. The source of this content is frioebnovel.com. Thank you. Alexia suddenly felt at ease. She got up at once and took a deep look at the black devourers, and her pretty eyes flickered with an enigmatic light. The golem force released by the golem mountain was terrifying. Even though Alexia strengthened by the ruler armor possesses Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess, but she still could not resist the erosion of the golem force. Without Yang Feng's help, it would take Alexia at least 1,000 years to fully remove the golem force. Besides, her strength would be greatly reduced. Yet the black devourers easily devoured the golem force inside her, making Alexia pay them more attention. As if a peerless beast had awakened from a deep sleep, a huge maw appeared inside the hall and engulfed the warlocks fighting inside. Yang Feng's face fell, and he mused, "Fuck! This is a trap. There's a monster sealed in this relic site. Do I flee or fight?" That golem mountain was apparently sealing some powerful existence, and that powerful existence has now awakened from the seal. Yang Feng's face changed several times, and then he finally gritted his teeth and ordered, "Damn it! Now we can only go all out to destroy it." The Ligui province is the largest territory Yang Feng has captured to date. At the same time, it is the richest territory in terms of resources under his control, exceeding the Andrak plain by far. If he lets this powerful existence come to the Ligui province, it will unleash a massacre. Yang Feng isn't its opponent at all. Only by quelling it now when it is at its weakest can Yang Feng keep control of the Ligui province. Star Destroyer artillery beams slammed into the golem mountain. Under the bombardment of the beams, the golem mountain crumbled bit by bit, exposing a 5,000-meter-tall giant with a bare upper body, countless runes engraved on its shriveled body, and dull eyes. Where its heart is supposed to be, there is a twisting, wriggling black mass. The giant exudes an aura that surpasses the Infinity Warlock rank by far. So long as warlocks below the Moonlight Warlock realm look at it, they will be eroded by the aura of death on its body and become crazed. Bai Yuxian's complexion changed dramatically, and she shouted, "Desolate God Giant! This is a most powerful weapon from the archgod era, a Desolate God Giant. Besides, it's a Holy Spirit Warlock rank Desolate God Giant. Much like angels and martyrs made by gods, Desolate God Giants are a kind of powerful weapon archgods created in the archgod era. The most powerful Desolate God Giants possesses Holy Spirit Warlock rank strength. After the Time Lord proclaimed himself hegemon over the Zhangji Plain, the previous masters of the Zhangji Plain, archgods, were either slain or fled the plain. Desolate God Giants rarely appear nowadays. Only in some archgod relic sites will there appear 1 or 2 Desolate God Giants. Even then, Holy Spirit Warlock rank Desolate God Giants are extremely rare. Yang Feng's countenance changed greatly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Holy Spirit Warlock! What horrible luck! Holy Spirit Warlocks are terrifyingly strong. Even if a Holy Spirit Warlock is at their weakest, but as long as there is a drop of blood flowing in their body and a trace of strength to fight, then a spell is all it takes for them to kill an Infinity Warlock. A Moonlight Warlock like Yang Feng is literally an ant in front of this Holy Spirit Warlock." Yang Feng ordered, "Use all computing power to analyze its weaknesses at once. No matter how powerful it is, but after being sealed for tens of thousands of years, it will be at its weakest. This is my only chance." Chapter 632. The Golem Lord. Chapter 632. The Golem Lord? Translator, Xuanhuan. Within Yang Feng's territory, all Level 3 optical computers began to analyze furiously, using all computing power to investigate the weakness of the Desolate God Giant. Billions of calculations are performed with each passing second. From the analysis of the life fluctuations emanating from the Desolate God Giant, it is evident that its body has died. What keeps its existence is the mass of flesh at its heart. According to the analysis of data in the current database, the mass of flesh should have come from a Warlock Emperor rank existence. The mass of flesh parasitizes the body of the Desolate God Giant. By absorbing the power of its body, it maintains its existence by absorbing the power of the Desolate God Giant's body. It's now at its weakest. It is recommended to attack the position of the heart. According to the analysis of life fluctuations, the warlocks trapped in its mouth haven't died yet. It is recommended that they are rescued. Otherwise, once it devours enough power, our chances will drop sharply. Yang Feng ordered, "Attack! Kill it!" Swift Eagle fighters flew out from the interstellar carriers and fired countless annihilation beams at the Desolate God Giant's mouth. Each annihilation beam only blasted open a hole the size of a toothpick on the mouth of the Desolate God Giant. However, under the siege of hundreds of thousands of Swift Eagle fighters, hundreds of thousands of toothpick-sized holes were added to the mouth of the Desolate God Giant. Hundreds of thousands of starry sky rippers flew towards the Desolate God Giant's mouth like a swarm of crickets and slashed the mouth with their swords. Each slash can only slice off a thin layer of skin. Countless lightning snakes flashed, and lightning manipulators electrocuted the sliced-off thin pieces of skin of the Desolate God Giant and turned them into ashes. Many powerful beings have terrifying, undying properties. Even if the head is severed, even if only a drop of blood remains, they can still regenerate. Since he didn't master the law of karma, Yang Feng can only use the most stupid way to crush every cell of the Desolate God Giant's body. As a result, even if the Desolate Giant God regenerates quickly, it will consume a lot of power. Besides, it cannot absorb the fine skin cut off by the Starry Sky Rippers to regenerate itself. A Starry Sky Ripper can only harm a thin layer of skin. But hundreds of thousands of Starry Sky Rippers can open a huge hole in the Desolate God Giant's mouth. Magic light flashed, and the warlocks trapped inside the Desolate God Giant's mouth flew out. These warlocks are covered in strange, slimy mucus, and their aura is extremely weak. The aura of some Bright World Warlocks has also dropped to the Glorious Sun Warlock realm. As for the Moonlight Warlocks, most of them have died. Only Inlin and several other Moonlight Warlock rank outrageous geniuses are still alive. As soon as they flew out of the mouth of the Desolate God Giant, the warlocks fled towards outside of the relic site without turning back. They experienced the horror of the Holy Spirit Warlock rank Desolate God Giant firsthand. If Yang Feng hadn't saved them, then the 20-plus Bright World Warlocks would have been devoured by the Desolate God Giant. All of a sudden, the Desolate God Giant opened its eyes, which radiate dull radiance, and then it opened its mouth laboriously and breathed it. Black light enveloped Bartoloni and pulled him towards the mouth of the Desolate God Giant. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.com. Bartoloni's eyes shimmered with despair, and he screamed, "Save me! Save me! I will offer you all my assets if you save me." Bartoloni radiated magic light in an attempt to resist the terrifying attractive force. But no matter what secret methods he performed, he still can't resist the frightening black light. In an instant, Bartoloni was pulled into the Desolate God Giant's mouth. The Desolate God Giant chewed with great difficulty, and then Bartoloni's aura of life disappeared. Seeing this, the warlocks inhaled a breath of cold air, and then performed various secret methods and fled towards outside of the relic site with renewed urgency. Attack! A dense cloud of battle robots pounced on the Desolate God Giant, covered it completely, and peeled off its skin little by little. At the same time, lightning flashed and burned the peeled-off pieces of the Desolate God Giant's skin into cinders. The skin and flesh were disposed of immediately, revealing sparkling white bones exuding sacred might. The Undyings and Starry Sky Rippers chopped at the bones with their swords, but they only made ear-piercing noise and broke their swords. The bones are unharmed. When Yang Feng saw this, astonishment shimmered in his eyes. What a strong monster! So this is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank Desolate God Giant. The swords of the Undyings and Starry Sky Rippers are third-generation battle swords. They are almost indestructible. If they stayed still, then even Bright World Warlocks would be easily hacked to death by them. Although the Desolate God Giant is a Holy Spirit Warlock rank freak, but it has died hundreds of thousands of years ago after all, so there isn't much power in its bones by now. Yet its bones are still this strong, rendering Yang Feng's third-generation battle robot helpless. This is simply terrifying. Since they can't be destroyed, then devour them. With a thought, Yang Feng released a swarm of devourers rushing towards the bones of the Desolate God Giant. When the devourers landed on the bones, they immediately began to devour the remaining power inside the bones. Originally, these devourers could not devour the power in the bones of the Desolate God Giant. But after they devoured part of the golem force left by the golem lord, they evolved successively and became fiercer. Now they can devour the remaining power concealed in these bones. Devourers are one of the most formidable creations of the Shizu. Completely different from the standard combat units like Undyings and Starry Sky Rippers, Devourers are an ultimate weapon of Shizu that can evolve continuously. Devourers are also one of the most difficult weapons of the Shizu to refine. The reason behind this are the material necessary to forge them. Only Empyrean grade materials such as mysterious gold god iron can be used to forge Devourers. Other materials simply cannot bear the mutation power from the Devourer's constant evolution. Under the assault of the Devourers, the bones of the Desolate God Giant began to slowly wither and turn into dust. Strange runes suddenly appeared on the bones of the Desolate God Giant. Gray attractive force came from the place of the heart of the Desolate God Giant, and it instantly absorbed the remaining power in the bones. Gray light shone, and the Desolate God Giant's enormous body turned into dust. A giant gray egg appeared in the place of the heart of the Desolate God Giant. Devouring everything in the vicinity, the giant gray egg even devoured 20+ Undyings. Disperse! Yang Feng's face flickered, and he ordered. The countless battle robots dispersed. Engraved with countless runes, shrouded in a gray gas, the giant gray egg appears to grow stronger at every moment. Golem Lord! That's the great Golem Lord, the sole master of us living golems. Kong Ilua, Mei Ilua, come out to guard the mighty master at once. There was a flash of light, and Jia Ilua appeared in front of the big gray egg, his face full of excitement, awe, worship, respect, and other emotions. There was a spatial fluctuation, and a boy who looks to be 13 or 14 years old came out of the void and looked at the big gray egg with worship in his eyes. With a flash of gray light, the beautiful golem with a sword in hand appeared before the giant gray egg, her pretty eyes full of adoration. Yang Feng watched the three living golems appear with apprehension in his eyes. This is the Golem Lord's living golem art? Sure enough, it's queer and formidable to the extreme. The heart is capricious. Hundreds of thousands of years are enough to wipe out the loyalty of countless human warlocks. No matter how loyal a human warlock is to another warlock, but after staying in this still relic site of the Golem dynasty for ages, they will gradually change. The three living golems clearly have human-like wisdom, yet they are still loyal to the Golem Lord after tens of thousands of years. They will even die for the Golem Lord without hesitation. This is definitely the power of some spell cast on them. Bombardment! Yang Feng ordered immediately. A Star Destroyer artillery beam barreled towards the giant gray egg. Jia Ilua and the other two living golems revealed a mocking smile. Unexpectedly, they got out of the way and let the beam blast into the big gray egg. A gray diagram emerged from the giant gray egg, and traces of the law of karma spread from the gray diagram. When the Star Destroyer artillery beam blasted into the diagram, it decomposed into the purest of energy, and then was sucked into the giant gray egg. Chapter 633, Breaking the Giant Egg. Chapter 633, Breaking the Giant Egg. Translator, Xuanhuan. After the giant gray egg absorbed the Star Destroyer artillery beam, it became more powerful, and the aura it released became fiercer. I am the Golem Lord. You lowly ants dare attack me? Do you want to be annihilated? Wisps of terrifying aura seemingly capable of suppressing all creation in the world seeped out of the giant gray egg. An overbearing thought jolted the minds of every warlock. The Golem Lord. It turns out to be the Golem Lord. Has the Golem Lord resurrected? Feeling their blood run cold, the human warlocks hidden in the relic site cast spells and fled towards the distance. Although the Golem Lord was the warlock emperor of the 6th Warlock dynasty, a great hero of the Zhangji Plain who led human warlocks to defeat countless powerful enemies, occupy one plane after another, and create a prosperous warlock dynasty. But after all, he was a figure of hundreds of thousands of years ago. He has just awakened from the seal, and obviously needs a lot of energy to recover. The human warlocks here fear that the Golem Lord will use them to recover his strength after he's fully resurrected. Of the 8 warlock emperors, the Time Lord has the most upright reputation, as if he were a saint. Because he has experienced horrible things in his early days, the Taboo Lord was murderous and warlike. Apart from his loved ones and subordinates, he didn't regard other people as people. The Transcendent Lord was a temperamental, ruthless, and warlike character. The Star Lord was a peerless powerhouse who liked to guide the junior generation and yearned for light and justice. If the Warlock Emperors are divided into camps according to their alignment, then the Time Lord, the Star Lord, and the Dawn Lord belong to the good lawful camp. The Magic Note Lord and the Death Lord belong to the neutral lawful camp. The Taboo Lord, the Transcendent Lord, and the Golem Lord belong to the evil lawful camp. If the Golem Lord was in his heyday and in a good mood, then he may have left these human warlocks alone. But after being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, he is now at his weakest. At this time, he is quite likely to attack these human warlocks and turn them into nutrients for his recovery. This explains why the human warlocks fled in fear. If it was the Time Lord, the Star Lord, or the Dawn Lord instead, they would attract countless human warlocks to come serve them, as they wouldn't kill and devour human warlocks. The Golem Lord. Young Master Lei Ming, if it's him, then we stand no chance. Sorry. Bu, I can only escape. A look of fear in her eyes, Bai Yuxian silently recited an incantation, and a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings, inscribed with countless runes, appeared on her back. The wings flapped gently, and she fled at Mach 20 speed. The Golem Lord is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse. His fierce reputation forged from the blood of countless powerhouses. If there was an Infinity Warlock with an Empyrean grade secret treasure here, then it might be possible to quell the Golem Lord who has just awakened from the seal. But since there is no Empyrean grade secret treasure here that can deal with the Golem Lord, Bai Yuxian wisely chose to escape. The Golem Lord? If you were in your heyday, then I am indeed not your opponent. However, since you are my enemy, and have just awakened from a seal, then let me send you on your way to eternal sleep. Eyes flashing fiercely, Yang Feng flipped his hand, and the secret treasure chute, the heaven's bow he got from the relic site of the brilliant holy, appeared in his hand. Berserk world force poured into the chute, the heaven's bow from the world ring inside him, and a vast aura containing a trace of the law of karma emitted from the chute, the heaven's bow. The secret treasure chute, the heaven's bow, is a magical secret treasure containing the mysteries of the law of karma. To operate this secret treasure, you need to use world force. This is a peerless secret treasure that can only be used by human warlocks who formed a virtual world. Alexia and Zhan Hongtao are over 100 times stronger than Yang Feng, but they cannot use this peerless secret treasure. Mysterious spell runes lit up on the chute, the heaven's bow, and an arrow purely formed from countless runes appeared. Yang Feng frantically extracted world force from the small world inside him, and the small world shrank in diameter. A large part near the edges of the small world collapsed. All that world force poured into the chute, the heaven's bow, in a steady flow via the world ring. Serve me, and I will give you endless glory, wealth, and power. Be my enemy, and I will destroy you and your kin. From the giant egg came an overbearing voice, as if its owner has no equal in the world. The voice containing Empyrean might poured into Yang Feng's mind and rocked his sea of knowledge, as if wanting to shatter it. As if a giant hand, the tyrannical, overbearing might gripped his heart, and severe pain flooded his mind. It feels like he will be crushed to death if he doesn't comply with the tyrannical voice. Under the might from the domineering voice, every cell in Yang Feng's body wailed and cried for him to submit to the Golem Lord, to bend his knees and beg the Golem Lord forgiveness. Yang Feng gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes flashed coldly, and he barked, "What a dreadful monster! Fortunately, I have promoted to a Moonlight Warlock, or else I wouldn't be able to resist your coercion. Now go to hell." As a Moonlight Warlock, Yang Feng is already a transcendent rank powerhouse. Even when subjected to Warlock Emperor rank might, he can still resist. A dazzling arrow cut through the void and appeared before the giant gray egg in an instant. The giant gray egg released countless strange runes, and a gray diagram engraved with countless runes suddenly emerged and released wisps of the law of karma. The arrow hit the gray diagram at once, and the two opposing karma spells clashed. The gray diagram shuddered slightly, a huge hole appeared in it, and the arrow suddenly stabbed into the giant gray egg. A blood-curdling scream came from inside the big gray egg. A force of annihilation and chaos erupted from the big gray egg in an instant. The egg burst apart, and a copious amount of slime and shell fragments spattered in all directions. A strange monster with bones and internal organs exposed, exuding a trace of Empyrean might emerged. However, its life aura fluctuates between the Bright World Warlock realm and the Moonlight Warlock realm. Where its heart is supposed to be, there is a drop of scarlet blood emitting Empyrean might. After the arrow containing his vigor was shot, Yang Feng's hair became gray, and as he lost all strength and fell to the ground, a fallen angel quickly stepped forward, picked up Yang Feng, and placed him on the litter to preserve his dignity. Staring at the drop of blood located where the monster's heart should be, Yang Feng said slowly, "You aren't the Golem Lord, but a drop of blood from the Golem Lord. Warlock Emperor rank existences are truly fantastic. Just a drop of blood has such a dreadful power." New novel chapters are published on fruyobnl.com. No, I am the Golem Lord. I am the ruler of this world, the only Warlock Emperor in this world. Come merge with me. Eyes flashing fiercely, the monster roared madly. Its hands blurred, and runes appeared on its hands, containing all their power. The golem cores of the three living golems Jia Ilua, Kong Ilua, and Mei Ilua separated from their heart, pit of the stomach, and Dantian respectively and flew towards the monster. After they lost their golem cores, the three living golems disintegrated bit by bit. However, their faces still contain a hair-raising happy smile, as if they are bathing in supreme honor. Equipped with the ruler armor, Alexia spread her 3 pairs of wing. The dark force inside her erupted, and she appeared in front of the monster in a split second and slashed with her sword. A sword ray containing terrific dark force instantly split apart and stabbed towards the 3 golem cores. No matter what kind of existence the monster is, it must absorb the 3 golem cores to recover its power. Inversely, if the 3 golem cores are destroyed, it will prevent the monster from recovering its power. The monster showed a twisted, sinister grin and gave Yang Feng a deep look. "It's useless. To dare attack me, you're dead. No matter how powerful your subordinate is, you're dead." The 3 golem cores exploded in an instant, and 3 wisps of power erupted. The monster pointed at Yang Feng with a finger and silently recited an incantation, and gray gas instantly turned into a torrent and swept towards Yang Feng. Zhang Hongtao's face fell, and he stopped in front of Yang Feng, silently recited an incantation, took out a level 8 secret treasure dragon turtle shield to blocked in front of Yang Feng, and activated a large barrier. Chapter 634, Eternal Continent. Chapter 634, Eternal Continent. Translator, Xuanhuan. With a thought, a gold magic cube appeared in Yang Feng's hand. The gold magic cube quickly decomposed and turned into a set of gold armor protecting him. The gold magic cube is called Gold Rampart. After milking the Li Gui province dry, Yang Feng used an infinity core to refine a top magic cube armor. The Golden Rampart's ability lies in defense. If the boost provided by the ruler armor is likened to 100%, then the boost provided by the Gold Rampart is only at 1%. But in terms of defense alone, it's 10 times as strong as the ruler armor. Whether it is curses, elemental attacks, soul attacks, ghost attacks, or other attacks, it can reduce the power of various warlock attacks. Virtually at the same time, the relic site of the 6th Warlock dynasty erupted with radiant light, countless runes lit up, and a mysterious power entered the gray gas. The gray gas slammed into the Xuanhuan's barrier and easily passed through it, and then enveloped Yang Feng. A whirlpool appeared behind Yang Feng and engulfed him in an instant. Another whirlpool also appeared behind the monster and engulfed it. After the two whirlpools engulfed Yang Feng and the monster respectively, they twisted and disappeared instantly. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she appeared beside Xuanhuan. She creased her slim eyebrows and asked, "What spell was that?" There are various incredible spells in the world of warlocks. Alexia has lived for more than 100,000 years. Yet she can't claim that she can recognize all human warlock spells. Xuanhuan contemplated for a moment, and then shook his head. "I don't know. I have never seen this spell, nor have I heard of it. It's incredible. It should be a most mysterious karma spell. Karma spells are the most mysterious of spells, and only a small number of Infinity Warlock rank peerless geniuses can master them. Bright World Warlocks, no matter how strong they are, cannot comprehend karma spells. Infinity Warlocks who have mastered karma spells can contend against Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels and Infinity Warlocks, who have formed a virtual world even if they haven't formed a virtual world themselves." Xuanhuan smiled bitterly, saying, "The only thing that we can be sure of is that the Lord hasn't died yet. Otherwise, we would have both died already." Yang Feng doesn't trust Xuanhuan and the other Bright World Warlocks who were forced to submit to him. As such, he tempered with their souls. Once he dies, the souls of Xuanhuan and them will shatter, and they will die as well. For this reason, Xuanhuan and them will go all out to protect Yang Feng. Xuanhuan looked in the direction of the Sword Puppet Holy's Hall, which is the relic site of the suspected Golem Lord. His eyes burned with scorching light, and he spoke slowly. It wasn't for the Lord's spell. This would be the perfect opportunity. After the 3 living golems died, the remaining golems in this relic site stopped moving. The remaining tens of billions golems have now been reduced to Yang Feng's spoils. They can be used to study golem force of the 6th Warlock dynasty. Additionally, the celestial body itself contains countless secrets and resources of the 6th Warlock dynasty. It can easily make up for the losses Yang Feng suffered this time. Where is this? Feeling dizzy, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his temples, and looked around. Sitting on a throne, he saw a luxurious hall filled with demonic chi before him. Suddenly, Yang Feng's face changed dramatically, and he panicked. "What's going on? Why did my strength drop to this point? Level 3 Warlock rank, how come my strength dropped to the level 3 Warlock rank? What about the small world? I can't sense the small world inside me." The greatest advantage of the human warlock who formed a small world is that no matter where they are, they can rely on the small world inside them to display frightening combat power. Take the abyss full of abyssal force as example. When gods go there, they need special god armaments to resist the erosion of the abyssal force. They can only display 20% to 30% of their strength in the abyss. As such, few gods will ever go to the abyss. As for human warlocks who have formed a virtual world, they can freely walk the abyss and exert their peak strength. Claws, what's going on? I have an implanted claw-type extraordinary life form bloodline inside me. Yang Feng looked down and saw a pair of ferocious claws on his hands. Frowning, he silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and cast the level 0 spell mirror image. A huge mirror appeared in front of Yang Feng at once and reflected his figure. In the mirror appeared a burly demon powerhouse with 2 horns, a pair of claws, and a strange demonic tattoo engraved on the right side of his face. Yang Feng's eyes flashed gravely. "A demon? How come I have become a demon? I have never implanted demon bloodline. I must go out and take a look at this world." Yang Feng got up from the throne and strode outside. When he walked out of the hall, he saw 2 minotaurs standing on both sides of the hall. As soon as they saw Yang Feng, the 2 minotaurs knelt on one knee and spoke respectfully. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yang Feng said coldly, Call the manager to come see me. A minotaur left immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Yang Feng returned to the hall and sat back on the throne. Greetings, Your Majesty. Before long, a handsome demon male with a pair of horns on the head, a pair of wings on the back, and a scholarly temperament appeared before Yang Feng, knelt on one knee, and uttered deferentially. Sitting on the throne, propping his head up with the right hand, Yang Feng said coldly, "In 10 minutes' time, I want to see a remarkable beauty here. Up.dfrmfreewebnovel.com." Although Aucas can't figure out Yang Feng's intentions, but he still replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." 5 minutes later, a succubus with goat horns and a head full of purple hair and dressed in black leather clothes exposing most of her porcelain skin was led into the hall by Aucas. Yang Feng said, "You can leave now." Aucas took his leave respectfully. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, spread the fingers of a hand, and quickly set up a barrier that blocked sound, and then pointed at the succubus who isn't even a level 1 warlock and cast a level 3 spell to control low-level extraordinary life forms. Gray light shrouded the succubus. Her eyes unfocused and lost all spirit, and she fell under Yang Feng's control. Yang Feng asked flatly, "What is your name?" The succubus answered, "Janie." "Who am I?" There was a flash of fanaticism in Janie's eyes. "You are the king of the Anmo Kingdom, the ruler of demons." Yang Feng continued to inquire, and soon gained a lot of information from Janie. This world is called Eternal Continent. In the Eternal Continent, there are 6 major races: demons, dragons, humans, elves, dwarves, and beastman. The demons currently occupy the northern part of the Eternal Continent, occupying nearly 1/3 of the continent. There are 5 demon kingdoms, namely the Anmo Kingdom, the Juamo Kingdom, the Famo Kingdom, the Hamo Kingdom, and the Xuanhuan Kingdom. The Anmo Kingdom is the strongest demon kingdom, and its king is the demon lord. The other 4 demon kingdoms are the Anmo Kingdom's vassals, and their kings are demon archdukes. In the Eternal Continent, humans and demons are mortal enemies. Human forces are very weak. They are not the opponents of demon forces. However, from time to time, heroes, prophets, mages, priests, archers, knights, thieves, and people of other classes will appear among humans from time to time, form a small squad, and kill the demon lord. As if it's fate, no matter how powerful the demon lord is, nor how strong their demon army is, the demon lord is always slayed by the hero, the demon army is routed by the hero squad, and the demons are driven away to the north of the Eternal Continent. In the Anmo Kingdom's library, Yang Feng quietly read a book called History of Demon Development, frowning slightly. The first hero was the hero called Ark, and he slayed the first demon lord and led the rise of the humans. The second hero was the hero called Time, and he slayed the second demon lord. The third hero was called Taboo, and he slayed the third demon lord. The fourth hero was called Transcendent. The fifth hero was called Star. The sixth hero was called Death. The seventh hero was called Golem. The eighth hero was called Magic Note. The names and order in which these heroes appear are really interesting. Except for the Dawn Lord, the names of the other 7 Warlock Emperors have all appeared. And there is still a name that doesn't belong to a Warlock Emperor. The Demon Lord always dies at the hero's sword. Is this fate a karma spell or an illusion? Where is this? Is this really the Eternal Continent? While reading information on the Anmo Kingdom, an unclear premonition welled up inside him, and a gloom enveloped his heart that could not be dispelled for a long time. Chapter 635, Fate Algorithm. Chapter 635, Fate Algorithm. Translator, Xuanhuan. During the following days, Yang Feng cast various spells to conduct experiments and read a lot of books in order to understand his current situation. Yang Feng hasn't forgotten the spells he learned in the Zhangji Plane, so he easily constructed various level 1 to level 3 spell models with the help of his current body. Moreover, he can cast various demon spells without having to construct the respective spell models. In the Eternal Continent, there are no magic stones, and the cultivation of demons depends entirely on talent, similar to that of bloodline warlocks. Higher demons are very few in number, and every adult higher demon has the power of a level 1 warlock or above. Lesser demons are many in numbers, and most of them are apprentice warlock rank soldiers. Therefore, bloodline is very important for demons. The limit of power in the Eternal Continent is the legend rank. The strongest experts among demon lords and heroes were all legends. Among demons, only the successive king of the Anmo Kingdom have legend rank bloodline. In the library of the Anmo Kingdom, Yang Feng strolled around and looked at the various books, analyzed the strange things that happened to him in his mind. Yang Feng thought of the monster exuding Empyrean might that brought him here. If I am the demon lord, then is that guy the hero? Also, what spell is this, and why is it so strange? There's nothing recorded about such a situation in Lei Shi's plane study. According to Xuanhuan's 3 laws of planes, my soul should have transmigrated into this plane. My body and soul are clearly 100% compatible. Except for the fact that I am weakened by a mysterious power and cannot sense the virtual world, this body is my true body. Is this an illusion? But if it is an illusion, the world should have showed a flaw since I already noticed that it is an illusion. It shouldn't feel so real. No matter how he racked his brain, Yang Feng couldn't come up with a meaningful verdict. Fate algorithm. How bold. Yang Feng glanced at a bookshelf, took a black magic book, and scanned it with his gaze carelessly. Fate is a law superior to time. Legend has it that all creatures are manipulated by fate and struggle in the cage of fate. Even Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses struggle desperately in the cage of fate and die eventually. After a short glance, the look of disapproval on Yang Feng's face disappeared. His expression became dignified, and he began to study the magic book earnestly. Blue veins bulged on Yang Feng's head, and countless formulas, words, and runes flashed in his eyes, daubing him in an air of mystery. 7 days and nights. As if bewitched, Yang Feng was absorbed in the book for 7 days and nights. The handsome and extraordinary him has become haggard, and his eyes became listless, as if his spirit and vitality have been sucked out of him. On the 8th day, Yang Feng finally showed a smile, fell on the ground, and fell asleep. After sleeping a day and night, Yang Feng woke up, went to the palace to take a bath and eat, and then returned to the library. With the magic book in hand, Yang Feng's flashed with a scorching light. Fate algorithm. Who knew there's such a peerless secret method in this world? No wonder warlock emperors would enter this strange world. Just the value of one of the 6 remaining volumes of Fate algorithm is more precious than many Empyrean grade secret methods. Although this volume has no offensive secret methods recorded, but it's even more important to Yang Feng than the time text. It's as important as the secret method Primal Chaos Imperishable Body for Yang Feng. With the Fate algorithm mastered, Yang Feng can anticipate disasters and seek opportunities. Now let's calculate my fate as the Demon Lord. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and linked the fingers of a hand together, and a micro-universe shrouded in specks of starlight suddenly appeared. The specks of starlight trembled slightly and blurred, and the micro-universe began to collapse. Strange symbols appeared at the same time as the micro-universe collapsed. Finally, at the moment when the micro-universe collapsed completely, a picture of someone impaling Yang Feng through the heart with the holy sword appeared, and then disappeared. Yang Feng's eyebrows furrowed. 10 years from now, a hero will pierce me in the heart with the holy sword. The holy sword is a karma weapon. Once it pierces my heart, I'm dead. In other words, my fate is already foreordained. This is the will of this world and the fate of this world's demon lord. It cannot be violated. What a vicious spell. Via the fate algorithm, Yang Feng has already determined that this world is real. It isn't an illusion, a curse, nor a soul transmigration. His true body was sucked into the world. Under the interference of the monster calling itself the Golem Lord, he became the demon lord of this world destined to die. No matter how Yang Feng struggles, it is impossible to escape the fate of being pierced in the heart by the holy sword. The holy sword is the embodiment of supreme laws wielded by successive heroes, contains the mysteries of the law of karma. Once the holy sword pierces a legend rank powerhouse in the heart, they will die without the shadow of a doubt. There is a knock on the door of the library. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Come in." The sexy and beautiful succubus Janie walked in and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the 4 demon archdukes have arrived." Yang Feng said indifferently, "Take them to the Demon Lord Palace to wait for me." Janie replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Yang Feng went to the Demon Lord Palace, sat on the throne, and looked at the 4 people with a dignified look in his eyes. Of the 4 people, 1 is a demon with a single long horn, 1 is a demon with a pair of wings on their back, 1 is a demon with gills on the face, and the last one is a demon with a king character rune on their head. The 4 demon powerhouses are male and exude pinnacle level 3 warlock rank fluctuations of power. They are called Benigio, Villa, Corona, and Gummin. When the 4 saw Yang Feng, they knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Well met, Your Majesty." Although Yang Feng's cultivation base is only at pinnacle level 3 warlock rank, but he is recognized by the demons as the Demon Lord, and the 4 demon archdukes are loyal to him. Benigio procure a lot of different metals and forge them into these parts. With a flick of Yang Feng's finger, a piece of paper flew to Benigio, and numerous words flew out of the paper and appeared in the midair. Benigio complied respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Villa, I need information on the other 5 races, mainly on the humans, and especially on the hero and the holy sword." Villa responded deferentially, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Corona, Gummin, you 2 go command an army to surround the elves." The 2 demon archdukes replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Seeing the 4 obey his orders, Yang Feng revealed a trace of satisfaction. He isn't a demon lord in name, but a demon lord who can mobilize the power of the entire demon race. This is his only advantage in this world. Whether it's life or death, it all hinges on my next move. I must break the cage of fate and become the master of my fate. Otherwise, only death awaits me. Eyes flashing with scorching fighting spirit, Yang Feng pressed the throne and rose to his feet, and a huge amount of life magic energy poured out and filled the hall like an ocean. The Anmo Kingdom is built on a magic vein, which is filled with powerful life magic energy. Although there are no magic stones in the Anmo Kingdom, but you can rely on the magic vein to become a legend rank powerhouse. Yang Feng took a deep breath. His whole body turned into a huge black hole that swallowed the life magic energy in the hall, and his aura climbed gradually. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the boundary of the level 3 warlock rank and advanced to a great warlock. New novel chapters are published on freewebnovel.com. A fanatic look emerged in Benigio's eyes. Legend! To promote so easily to a legend, as expected of His Majesty the Demon Lord. Villa's eyes flickered with shock. The Demon Lord bloodline is really powerful. Corona sighed slightly, a complicated look in his eyes. Sure enough, only His Majesty the Demon Lord can easily smash the boundary and advance to a legend. Gammon stared at Yang Feng with awe and envy in his eyes. Legend! If I could become a legend, that would be great. The 4 demon archdukes have level 3 warlock rank bloodline, which allows them to reach the level 3 warlock rank. But due to the bloodline shackles, even though the hall is now full of life magic energy, they can't break through at all. They can't even absorb a trace of the life magic energy here. After his aura reached the pinnacle legend rank, Yang Feng could no longer absorb a trace of life magic energy. Regret flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. The limit of this world is the pinnacle legend rank. Once you break through the pinnacle legend rank, you will be rejected by this world and expelled. Unfortunately, if nothing unexpected takes place, the life forms in this world are forever unable to break through the pinnacle legend rank and leave this world. This is a shackle of this world's will. 1. Xuanhuan, Tiger, King Character Rune. This is the character of King Wang. Chapter 636, Star of Fate. Chapter 636, Star of Fate. Translator, Xuanhuan. The Flame Dragon Mountain Range, it is a mountain range inhabited by various powerful monsters, and the master of the mountain range is said to be an adult flame dragon. Only the top adventurers dare to venture into the Flame Dragon Mountain Range. Dressed in an outfit specific to adventurers, carrying a unique greatsword on his back. Yang Feng is walking in the Flame Dragon Mountain range. An arrow formed by starlight is guiding him. The arrow formed by starlight is the manifestation of Yang Feng's fate algorithm. Suddenly, furious roars of a demonic beast, violent fluctuations of demonic force, and sounds of fighting came from afar. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he smiled. His figure fluttered, and he shot towards the source of the commotion. I found a star of fate. In a few breaths of time, Yang Feng appeared on a large tree and looked out from behind the dense foliage. He saw a female adventurer with a spear in hand, blonde hair combed into a ponytail, a sexy figure, glossy skin, a beautiful face, and a valiant temperament fighting a berserk demonic bear. The female adventurer is approximately in the level 3 apprentice warlock rank in terms of strength, while the berserk demonic bear possesses level 1 extraordinary life form rank power. Despite being 3 meters tall, the berserk demonic bear is very agile. It's launching violent attacks against the female adventurer. With a bronze spear in hand, the female adventurer is doing her best to resist while retreating. After only 2 rounds, the berserk demonic bear's claw brushed against her body and tore off a large piece of flesh. Absolutely piercing. After the female adventurer tried her best to evade the berserk demonic bear, sharp light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She bellowed, and the bronze spear radiated resplendent light. With person and spear as one, she turned into a stream of green light and stabbed the berserk demonic bear in the heart. A violent green vortex erupted instantly and shredded the beast's heart. Yang Feng watched the spear in the hands of the female adventurer with scorching light in his eyes. Absolute Piercing Dragon Spear, one of the 36 legendary secret treasures. Once launched, so long as the spear hits, it can pierce anything. Unexpectedly, it turns out it is a karma secret treasure. In the Eternal Continent, there are 36 legendary secret treasures, each with incredible powers. As the limit of the Eternal Continent is the legend rank, Yang Feng didn't care about the legendary secret treasures. But after seeing Absolute Piercing Dragon Spear in person, he realized that the 36 legendary secret treasures should all be karma secret treasures. When hit by the Absolute Piercing Dragon Spear, even a glorious Sun Warlock's life force field will be easily pierced through, and they will be stabbed. This is the terror of these karma secret treasures. Yang Feng looked at the female adventurer with a look of envy in his eyes and sighed in his heart. Worthy of a star of fate. After killing the berserk demonic bear, her life origin has reached the level 1 warlock rank. The female adventurer holding the absolutely piercing dragon spear is wounded all over. Gasping for breath, she sat on the ground carelessly, out of strength. However, by virtue of his extraordinary perception, Yang Feng easily sensed that the female adventurer is undergoing a transformation, becoming stronger and stronger. Clearly, the female adventurer has a heaven-defying ability. That is, to become stronger with each monster she kills. It is extremely difficult for a warlock of the Zhangji plane to advance in rank. Some warlocks even spend a century to barely advance to an official level 1 warlock. The female adventurer just slayed a level 1 warlock rank berserk demonic bear, yet she is actually undergoing a transformation to become a level 1 warlock rank expert. This is simply heaven-defying. Unfortunately, you can't promote to a level 1 warlock yet. Cold light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he silently chanted an incantation, cast fate algorithm, and pointed at the female adventurer. The female adventurer shook slightly. The injuries that she was suppressing erupted, and she spat out a big mouthful of blood containing fragments of viscera. Her evolution towards the level 1 warlock rank was forcibly interrupted. Suddenly, Yang Feng felt a sharp pain in his viscera. He covered his mouth with a hand and spat out blood into his hand. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. The female adventurer is a star of fate. By interfering with her fate, you will trigger a backlash from this world's fate force. Despite his pinnacle great warlock rank cultivation base, Yang Feng was still injured severely by the backlash. There was an unruly gleam in Yang Feng's. Fate is indeed a most powerful force. It's very difficult, almost impossible to go against it. This world wants to tell me that fate can't be reversed? Even so, I will reverse the fate of certain death. Just you watch. At this moment, there was some movement in the underbrush, and a dozen-plus orcs with the head of a pig and the body of a human and a spear in hand walked out. When the female adventurer saw the orcs, her face paled and her pretty eyes shimmered with despair. Shit! Orcs! It's the worst possible situation. Orcs are humanoid demonic creatures with a trace of human bloodline. When they copulate within the race, their offsprings are fairly weak and few in numbers. What they like most is to catch humans and turn them into breeding tools for future generations. The female adventurer shuddered at the thought of becoming a breeding tool for the orcs. A human woman. Wonderful. Catch her. When the orcs saw the female adventurer, saliva dripped down from their pig mouths and greed and excitement surged in their eyes. They quickly ran her way. The female adventurer grabbed the absolute piercing dragon spear and tried to commit suicide, but then severe pain assaulted her body, causing her to lose control of her body. She can only watch the orcs dart towards her with despair in her eyes. Stop! With a roar of anger, a great sword descended from the sky and cut an orc in half. With an elite enchanted great sword in hand, Yang Feng's face is pale, his body is covered in dust, and blood is trickling from the corners of his mouth. Looking like an adventurer who went through countless hardships, he stood in front of the female adventurer. Yang Feng glared at the orcs and shouted loudly, "Woman, run away! Quickly! I can only deal with 8 orcs at a time, they are too many." Although the orcs only possess level 2 apprentice warlock rank strength, but against a dozen-plus orcs acting together, the female adventurer may not be their opponent before her evolution. The eyes of the female adventurer flickered with emotion, and then were shrouded with despair. She gritted her teeth and said, "I just killed a berserk demonic bear, and broke some bones in the process. I can't run. Kill me. Take this legendary weapon, absolute piercing dragon lance, and escape alone." Yang Feng coughed repeatedly, and blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. He squeezed out a warm smile. "Don't give up. A pretty woman like you, I don't have the heart to let you die in here." Under misattribution of arousal, the female adventurer's heart fluttered a little. "Pretty woman?" Yang Feng grabbed the female adventurer with one hand. With a loud roar, he sliced an orc rushing his way in two, kicked off the ground with all his strength and fled towards the depths of the forest. "Chase them. These 2 humans are the best breeding tools. We can't let them run away." A strange gleam streaked past the eyes of the dozen-plus orcs, and they released killing intent and ran after Yang Feng and the female adventurer. With the female adventurer in his arm, Yang Feng ran for his life in the forest. Before long, he was sweating all over and gasping for breath, while coughing up blood. The female adventurer sighed faintly, "Kill me, otherwise, neither of us can escape. I don't want to be a breeding tool for those ugly and disgusting monsters." Yang Feng showed a wild and dashing smile. "Shut up, woman. I won't let you die. The name is Rant. I am the man who will become the hero in the future, so how can I die in this place?" The female adventurer said, "My name is Brigitte. Call me by my name. You want to be the hero? That's impossible, you are too weak. The hero is as powerful as the demon lord. They would never be chased by mere dozen-plus orcs." Yang Feng's eyes filled with desire. "Even if it is the hero, they have to start from the bottom. I will definitely become the hero." The underbrush rustled, and the dozen-plus orcs rushed out and darted towards Yang Feng and Brigitte. Exhibiting exquisite swordsmanship, Yang Feng took the initiative to welcome the enemy. He easily killed 3 orcs. The orc leader with wisdom said coldly, "Attack the woman. It's okay if you kill her." The orcs threw their spears shooting towards Brigitte. Yang Feng warded off the spears frantically, but his posture was disturbed. After dozens of moves, a spear stabbed him in the right foot. The orcs flocked over, took out vines, and bound Yang Feng and Brigitte. An enigmatic look in his eyes, the orc leader laughed loudly. 2 strong humans. Ha! This time our tribe can give birth to stronger children." With tears in her eyes, Brigitte gritted her teeth and scolded, "You fool! Why didn't you escape alone? Chapter 637, Getting a Star of Fate. Chapter 637, Getting a Star of Fate. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng exposed his pearl-white teeth, and then coughed up a few big mouthfuls of blood and closed his eyes. The fate algorithm is infinitely powerful. But to use this incomplete version of the fate algorithm to suppress the fate of the Star of Fate that is Brigitte, that's very difficult. The most up-to-date novels are published on freewebnovel.com. The fate of Brigitte is the fate of the hero. According to her original fate, after killing the berserk demonic bear, she should have evolved into a level 1 warlock rank existence, and then killed all the orcs passing by and stabilize her strength. Using the fate algorithm to suppress Brigitte's fate, Yang Feng is hit by a backlash. He's suffering fate force backlash at any given moment. He's really seriously injured. The dozen-plus orcs dragged Yang Feng and Brigitte to the lair, a huge cave. As soon as they entered the huge cave, a nauseating and putrid stench assaulted their nostrils. Humans. Fresh humans have been caught. More than 30 orcs poured out of the cave and stared at Yang Feng and Brigitte with greed in their eyes. Yang Feng and Brigitte were taken directly to the deepest part of the cave. There, they saw more than a dozen naked men and women paralyzed on the ground, their eyes dim. They have lost all hope. Eat. The orc leader took out a bunch of gray powder with a pungent smell, pulled Brigitte's mouth open, and stuffed it in her mouth. After doing this, as if following a recipe, the orc leader stuffed a bunch of red pungent powder into Yang Feng's mouth. Brigitte was forced to swallow the gray pungent powder, and a stream of heat erupted inside her, making her face flush. Ha! It's going to be fun tonight. Are these two humans a couple? When the time comes, it'll be surely fun. The last time, the male human cried and pleaded, how wonderful that was. The ugly orcs smiled excitedly and revealed sinister looks in their eyes. The eyes of the orc leader flickered with an enigmatic gleam, and he roared, Scram, go hunting. We will enjoy these two humans at night. Saliva running down his face, an orc made horny pig sounds and uttered, Big orc, that woman, I want to mount that woman, give her to me. The male orcs who stayed in the cave sank into a commotion and stared at Brigitte, disgusting saliva flowing out of their mouths. Seeing this scene, Brigitte trembled and shrank back into Yang Feng's arms, her eyes flashing with fear. You dare to violate my orders, then die. The eyes of the orc leader flashed fiercely, and he pulled out a huge battle axe and bisected orc. Seeing this scene, the rest of the orcs felt their blood run cold, and they took a few steps back and looked at the orc leader fearfully. The orc leader ordered coldly, Take the body away. A few orcs stepped forward and dragged the orc body out of the cave. The orc leader waved the battle axe and roared wildly, Get the fuck out of here. Go hunt. The rest of the orcs took their bamboo spears and left the cave. I don't want those wretched orcs to touch me even if I have to die. Rant. I want you to be my first. Eyes shot with blood, Brigitte exuding a flirtatious air threw herself onto Yang Feng and kissed him. Yang Feng embraced Brigitte. This fascinating star of fate is mine. After the passion, Yang Feng embracing the coquettish and heroic Brigitte smiled and stopped the interference of the fate algorithm. After losing the interference of the fate algorithm, formidable power surged inside Brigitte and began to heal her body, and allowed her to evolve towards a level 1 warlock rank existence. There was a flash of joy in Brigitte's beautiful eyes, and she whispered happily, Power. A flow of power is welling up inside me. I can feel that I am getting stronger. Yang Feng kissed Brigitte's earlobe lightly, blew air into her ear, and chuckled. Me too, dear Gina. I also feel a flow of power welling up inside me. This should be the power of love. Our fate is to be together. Feeling embarrassed, Brigitte blushed and pushed Yang Feng away like a spoiled child. Fool! Let go of me. Yang Feng kissed Brigitte, and then placed her carefully on the ground and stood up. Brigitte looked at Yang Feng's fit and flawless body with intoxication in her eyes, and then stood up quickly. Two orcs suddenly appeared deep in the cave. Stunned, they growled. How did you stand up? Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the two orcs. He sent 2 lightning-fast punches and hit the 2 orcs in the abdomen, and 2 huge bloody holes popped out. There was a brilliant flash in Brigina's beautiful eyes. Awesome. But aren't you a swordsman? Although Brigina has now promoted to a level 1 warlock rank existence, but she doesn't have the absolute piercing dragon spear in hand. She can display less than 30% of her strength. Although she can also defeat the 2 orcs, but definitely not as effortlessly as Yang Feng did. Yang Feng smiled and said, "If I want to be the hero, I naturally have to be proficient in hand-to-hand combat. Besides, I'm also somewhat proficient in magic. Previously, I exhausted my magic power by fighting a demonic beast. Otherwise, a mere dozen-plus orcs are not my match. Let's wipe out all the orcs in this cave." Brigina looked at the more than a dozen mentally broken humans. The flames of fury ignited in her eyes, and she followed Yang Feng on a killing spree. With the fake hero Yang Feng proficient in hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, and magic taking the lead, the orcs inside the cave were easily killed. Brigina won back the absolute piercing dragon spear, and then killed the orc leader with 1 shot. She pointed at the humans lying in the cave and frowned, saying, "What about them?" Judging from the vacant look in their eyes, the overwhelming stench coming from their bodies, and the saliva running down their faces, these humans have already been broken mentally by the orcs. Watching these humans lying on the ground, Brigina felt a bigger headache than when fighting demonic beasts. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered dimly, and he uttered slowly, "They cannot be saved." Brigina's pretty eyes dimmed. After suffering a nervous breakdown, these humans kidnapped by the orcs have become imbeciles. Additionally, as they have been violated and broken by the orcs, no village will take them in. Brigina is just a fledgling female adventurer. She doesn't have the money to raise the dozen-plus humans. "Sorry," Brigina said softly, raised the absolute piercing dragon spear, and stabbed these humans lightning fast. Killing humans who have been broken by monsters is an unwritten rule that adventurers follow. After all, except of a small minority, adventurers are poor, and they don't have the spare time to take care of the broken humans. Besides, the surrounding villages won't take these broken humans in. After searching the orc lair, Brigina and Yang Feng obtained about 10 gold coins, 50-plus silver coins, and 200-plus copper coins. These coins are the spoils the orcs got by hunting humans, and they were randomly discarded in a corner. In addition to the rewards issued by the guild, the main revenue of adventurers like Brigina who wipe out monsters are the things they seize from monsters' dens. Yang Feng stared at Brigina with a burning gaze and uttered, "What do you plan to do next?" The habitat of the elves, the Green Forest, is besieged by demons. Reportedly, the new demon lord intends to marry the elven lord's daughter in order to form an alliance with the elves. I plan to go there and give the elves a helping hand. Brigina, come with me. Brigina creased her slender eyebrows. Elves? They're not very friendly towards us humans. No, in fact, they are even more hostile to us humans than to demons. In the Eternal Continent, elves are synonymous of beauty, and they are the favorite slaves of human aristocrats. Under the temptation of high profits, there is an almost endless stream of slave traders going into the Green Forest to catch elves. The fighting between humans and elves has never stopped. Yang Feng revealed his pearl-white teeth and said with a straightforward smile, "Although the elves have malice towards us humans, but even so, I want to prevent the elves from joining forces with the demons. After all, I am the future hero." Brigina thought for a while and then smiled, saying, "I still have a companion in the Bunga town. After we rendezvous, I will go to the guild to take this mission. I have seen this mission in the Adventurers Guild. My companion should not be able to decline this mission that bestows a generous reward." "Great! I will go with you." The Bunga town is an adventurer town near the Flame Dragon mountain range. In this town, the favorite inn for adventurers is the Cat and Mermaid Inn. Chapter 638, Deterrence. Chapter 638, Deterrence. Translator, Xuanhuan. As soon as Yang Feng and Brigina entered the Cat and Mermaid Inn, they saw human adventurers and some beast men coming from all over in the bar. Although it is daytime, but the human adventurers still get together to eat meat, drink large cups of ale, and flirt with female companions and some cheap whores. Brigina, you're back. It's Brigina. Our goddess Brigina is back. In the humble bar, as soon as the male adventurers saw Brigina, their eyes lit up and hormones kicked it, and they approached her. Most of the female adventurers are tall and burly, not losing out to men. Although Brigina cannot be said to be mesmerizing, but she is certainly quite beautiful, giving off a feeling of warmth and heroism. She stands out among adventurers. In the Cat and Mermaid Inn, Brigina is the goddess of the male adventurers. More than 80% of the male adventurers are interested in her. A 2-meter-tall, bald man with a claw mark on his face and exuding a fierce aura came forward, stared at Yang Feng fiercely, and shouted like a furious giant bear. "Smelly boy, who are you? Why are you so intimate with our Brigina?" The male adventurers stared at Yang Feng with murderous eyes. Stared at by adventurers who are at least 1.8 meters tall and have fierce expressions, and whose eyes are filled with tyrannical killing intent, an ordinary man might have their knees buckle, unable to utter a complete sentence. Yang Feng smiled, drew Brigina into his embrace confidently, and declared his sovereignty. "I am Brigina's man, the man who will become the hero in the future." Brigina's pretty face flushed and her heart jumped madly, and she struggled weakly, but then gave up, let herself being drawn into Yang Feng's arms, and lowered her head, shy. Before meeting Yang Feng, Brigina exhibited traits of a masculine woman. But now she revealed a delicate expression, which broke the hearts of many male adventurers. Anyone who looks at her now can tell that she has fallen in love. Triumphant, Yang Feng showed a provocative smile. "Here you go." The eyes of the bald, bear-like adventurer spat figurative fire, and he roared and sent a punch flying towards Yang Feng. "You bastard!" The bald, bear-like adventurer is called Xander, and he is a level 3 apprentice warlock rank existence. In the Cat and Mermaid Inn, he is the #1 expert in terms of empty-handed combat. Before she advanced, Brigina was not his opponent without using absolute piercing dragon spear. "Kill him!" FRioEbnovel.com. "Xander, give that scoundrel a lesson." Their eyes red from jealousy, the male adventurers roared. Yang Feng smiled slightly and grabbed Xander's right fist with his left hand, his body still as a statue. He blocked it. He actually blocked Xander's fist. In the Bunga town, Xander is the strongest in terms of physical strength. What's going on? When they saw this, the adventurers at the scene breather in a mouthful of cold air. Even a level 1 warlock may not be able to block Xander's strike with their body alone. Yet, to the disbelief of these adventurers, Yang Feng easily achieved this feat. "Okay, let's stop here." Yang Feng smiled faintly and pushed casually, and a terrifying force compelled the bald adventurer to retreat by a few steps. Eyes shot with blood and filled with anger, Xander wanted to rush towards Yang Feng like a violent barbarian. "I am also a mage." Yang Feng pointed with his left index finger, and a flame suddenly rose from his finger and burned fiercely, making the temperature in the inn increase by 3 or 4 degrees. "Mage!" He turned out to be a mage as well. He deserves to be the hero. Only such a monster can be the hero. When they saw the flame rise from Yang Feng's left index finger, the adventurers breather in a mouthful of cold air. Xander, who resembled an angry bull, calmed down. In the Eternal Continent, there are very few mages. Every official mage is extremely precious. People who are both proficient in martial arts and magic are as rare as phoenix feathers. According to legend, only heroes can use powerful martial arts and terrific magic freely. Adventurers respect the strong. Seeing how tyrannical Yang Feng is, they dispersed at once and made way for him to pass through. Brigina took Yang Feng directly to a corner of the bar, where a rather beautiful, tall female thief with short brown hair and wheat-colored skin, dressed in thin leather armor, sits at a table. The female thief glanced at Yang Feng and smiled mischievously. "Brigina, didn't you say that you don't need a man? Who is this?" Brigina's face flushed, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Mana, this is Rant, and he is my man." Yang Feng uttered with a straightforward smile, "Hello, Mana. I am Rant, Brigina's man. I am the future hero. Mana's eyes lit up, and she revealed a smile of excitement. Brigina, this man is remarkable. I like him very much. Can you give him to me? Worried, Brigina grabbed Yang Feng's arm and responded decisively, No, Rant is mine. Mana looked at Yang Feng carefully, and her pretty eyes flashed with greed. Haha, I'm just kidding. We are good friends, right? So why don't we share him? After all, good things are meant to be shared. Yang Feng changed his appearance from that of the demon lord into that of a tall and handsome human with perfectly sculpted muscles, exuding a manly charm. Mana finds him very attractive. While men like beautiful women, women also like handsome men. Brigina hesitated before shaking her head. No. Mana glanced at Brigina, a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. She drained her cup of ale in one go, and then spoke enviously. Forget it. Brigina, you seem stronger again? After a while, you'll be stronger than me. Watching the goings-on with a smile, Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm and looked at Mana. He saw a dim ray of starlight hovering above Mana's head. The dim ray of starlight indicates that Mana's fate is better than that of ordinary people, but it cannot compare to Brigina's star of fate. Mana is a level 7 thief, which is to a level 1 warlock. But with her fate, without the help of the aristocracy, she'll be a level 7 thief for the rest of her life, and her strength will only decrease with age. The source of this content is froueol.com. No matter what life form it is, the progression of their strength can be represented by a curve, from low to high, and then from high to low. Even Warlock Emperor rank experts cannot escape this trend. But Brigina is different. She is a star of fate, and before her fate is accomplished, her strength will continue to advance by leaps and bounds in battle. She might even evolve to the limit of this plane and become a legend rank powerhouse. Brigina said, Mana, we plan to go to the Green Forest to thwart the plan of the demons to ally with the elves by marriage. Are you in? Mana asked, shocked. Brigina, are you crazy? Those demons are despairingly strong. Surrounded by them, even a level 9 spear knight might not escape with their life. As just a level 7 spear knight, you'll be going to your death. Brigina said, Rant intends to go over and destroy the marriage alliance between the demons and elves. I also think it's better to go thwart their marriage alliance now. Mana hesitated, and gritted her teeth, saying, Fine, I will go with you. This mission has a fairly good reward, and there are many other missions we can complete near the Green Forest. The next morning, Yang Feng, Brigina, and Mana formed a team and headed in the direction of the Green Forest. The Green Forest is the habitat of the elves. At the same time, there are many dangerous demonic beasts, beastmen, and dwarfs in the Green Forest. In the Eternal Continent, most of the territory is divided between the demons and humans, while the Green Forest has become a habitat of the elves, beastmen, and dwarfs. Only when the elves, beastmen, and dwarfs join forces in the Green Forest can they compete against the demons and humans. The humans have attacked the Green Forest repeatedly in order to capture the elves inside for trading, but they were defeated by the three races' joint resistance every time. Green Cliff City is a large human city at the entrance of the Green Forest. In the Green Cliff City, there are many adventurers of different races. Ever since the demon army was dispatched to surround the elven habitat and force the elves to marry off their most precious elven princess to the demon lord, adventurers from the three human kingdoms have been sent here in a steady flow. This is the Green Cliff City? Sure enough, in this plane, all the major events related to the fate of the races will prompt stars of fate to converge. Standing before the Green Cliff City, Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm and looked at the city. At a glance, he saw brilliant stars of fate converge in the Green Cliff City. Chapter 639, Defeating Three Legends. Chapter 639, Defeating Three Legends. Looking towards the Green Cliff City, a dignified gleam streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. 3 stars of fate have gathered, and one of them is far more brilliant than the other 2. Is he the hero? In the west of the Green Cliff City, there are 3 stars of fate, one of which is most dazzling and exudes purple light. Yang Feng took a deep look at the 3 stars of fate and then led Brigina and Mana into a luxury inn in the Green Cliff City. After a night of passion, Brigina fell into a deep sleep. With a toss from Yang Feng, a liquid metal robot wriggled towards the outside like a stream of water. Ever since he consumed the Feisua Plains Wisdom Apple, Yang Feng has been able to remember all kinds of design drawings at a glance. The level of liquid metal robots in Shizu technology isn't high. Yang Feng has long since engraved the designs for this kind of highly practical robot in his mind. After coming to the Eternal Continent, Yang Feng refined several liquid metal robots. As if a stream of water, the wriggling liquid metal robot quickly flowed outside, and then noiselessly flowed to another inn, turned into a big black spider, crawled on a beam, and looked at a table of adventurers with its many eyes. There are more than a dozen tables in the bar of this inn. A somewhat handsome bartender is mixing drinks, while a dozen-plus beastman waitresses shuttle between the adventurers. 5 adventurers sit at the table the big black spider is observing. Among the 5 adventurers, there is a tall and burly man in his 30s reliable as a mountain, with a beard across his face. A cold and elegant female mage with a mage hat on her head. A handsome priest dressed in priest robes. A tall and ordinary-looking female archer, and a very handsome young man wearing a silver armor. Yang Feng's eyes flickered. All of them are about at the level 2 warlock rank. In terms of this world's ranking, they should be level 8 existences. The handsome young man is a level 9 existence, which means that he should be the legendary hero. A level 9 existence is equivalent to a level 3 warlock. In the Eternal Continent, he is already a top powerhouse. Only legends are stronger. Let's try get rid of him. With a thought, Yang Feng silently left a liquid metal robot avatar in the room, and his true body dove into the shadow. Yang Feng's favorite thing is to kill his opponent before they become strong. Although he vaguely guessed that trying to kill a hero who hasn't yet matured won't be that simple, but he still wants to give it a try. Be careful, enemy attack. Moving stealthily, when Yang Feng reached a certain distance from the handsome young man in silver armor, the face of the young man suspected of being the hero suddenly changed dramatically, and he pulled out a greatsword with his right hand and slashed directly in Yang Feng's direction. Fluctuations of the law of karma. Is this the holy sword? Yang Feng emerged from the shadows and cast blink, and then appeared behind the female archer. He flicked his finger, and a wind blade slayed the female archer. You scoundrel! The mountain-like warrior roared, took out one of the 36 legendary secret treasures, Medusa's shield, and aimed at Yang Feng. Rays of petrification shot out from Medusa's shield. Illuminated by the rays of petrification, even a glorious sun warlock will be petrified directly. Yang Feng tossed a demonic beast corpse, which blocked in front of the rays of petrification. The demonic beast corpse suddenly turned into a huge stone. Die! With a blink, Yang Feng appeared behind the warrior holding Medusa's shield and pointed with a finger. An array formed from black demonic light shot at the warrior. At the moment when the warrior was about to be killed by Yang Feng, a great sword bathed in scarlet flames slashed out from the side, and sword ray engulfed the black ray, and then continued towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng retreated briskly, and then spread the fingers of a hand, and a black hexagram shield suddenly emerged. The crimson fire sword ray clashed with the hexagram shield, and violent dark force spewed out from the hexagram shield and shattered the crimson sword ray. A burly man with short red hair, an aged face, and huge hands full of calluses appeared in the inn, a scarlet sword in hand. Fire Sword Saint. It's the Fire Sword Saint. With the Fire Sword Saint here, victory is ours. That demon is dead. Bursts of excitement rose in the inn. The Fire Sword Saint is one of the most powerful sword saints of the 3 human kingdoms. Countless monsters have died at his hands. Unless he gets too old, he can become a member of the heroes team. The bartender pulled a rather pretty waitress behind the counter and shouted in excitement. The Fire Sword Saint pointed his sword at Yang Feng and said with a solemn expression, "Demon Lord, give us face and leave." Dressed in mage robes, a female mage with grizzled hair and dry skin walked out with a magic staff in hand. An old warrior with white hair, yet still as burly as a lion, walked out with shield and sword. Read 8 chapters at fguyuyobinovel.com only. That's Great Mage Merlin. That's the Lionheart Sword Saint. This is one of the 3 legend rank teams and the strongest adventurer team of us humans. When they join forces, even the Demon Lord may not be their opponent. The adventurers in the inn got excited and quickly hid behind the 3 legend rank powerhouses. Is this fate that cannot be broken? It's really difficult to strangle a star of fate in its cradle. However, this is fun. 3 legends. Today is the day you die. Yang Feng revealed his Demon Lord form, and pinnacle legend rank demonic chi seeped out from him. When adventurers below the level 6, level 3 apprentice warlock saw Yang Feng, their eyes revealed fear, and they lost all fighting spirit. With a blink, Yang Feng appeared before the mage Merlin and flicked a finger, and a black ray shot towards Merlin's heart. Swap! With a bellow, the Lionheart Sword Saint traded placed with Merlin in an instant. One of the 36 legendary secret treasures' reflection shield released radiant light and reflected the black ray back to Yang Feng. Merlin pointed at Yang Feng with the staff in her hand and cast the level 4 spell Space Disruption. Eyes shot with blood, the Fire Sword Saint roared and slashed at Yang Feng with one of the 36 legendary secret treasures' fire sword enveloped by blazing flames. When hit by the fire sword, even a glorious sun warlock will be burned by the flame attached to the sword and experience unbearable pain. The 3 legend powerhouses work together seamlessly. It is a tacit understanding that had been developed after decades of going on adventures together. When the 3 legend powerhouses join forces, even a pinnacle legend powerhouse may die at their hands if careless. Interesting. Your teamwork is seamless. Unfortunately, you're way past your prime. This is your sole weakness. Yang Feng showed a malevolent smile. 30-centimeter long nails ejected from his right hand and demonic chi covered his hand, and he grabbed the fire sword. The fire sword burst out with terrific flames that shrouded Yang Feng's right hand and burned wildly. With his left hand, he slapped the fire sword saint on the head lightning fast, and the latter's head was directly blown away. Yang Feng's body fluttered, and he shot a black ray that blasted apart his right hand along with the flames stemming from the fire sword. The Lionheart Sword Saint's countenance changed greatly, and he roared, "What a fearsome guy! Everyone, run away. I will stop him. Merlin, you run away as well. I will try to win you some time. Run away with the little ones. They are our future." With that, the Lionheart Sword Saint threw a silver box, and the box expanded and turned into a cage that sealed the Lionheart Sword Saint together with Yang Feng. A great sword and the reflecting shield in hand, the eyes of the Lionheart Sword Saint flashed with a scorching ray, and he sneered at Yang Feng. "This is the silver battle cage. Before killing me, you won't be able to attack them. Come on, you damn demon lord. Let us have a good fight." Merlin took a deep look at the Lionheart Sword Saint, and 2 lines of tears flowed down her face. She recited an incantation, and light covered the handsome man suspected of being the hero and his 3 companions, and they disappeared. Damn it! Is this the protagonist's plot armor? How frustrating. After more than a dozen breaths of time, the silver battle cage collapsed, and Yang Feng emerged. He looked in the direction that Merlin and company fled, and sighed. In the silver battle cage, there's a headless body lying on the ground. Suddenly, dazzling light shone from behind the counter, and the aura of the somewhat handsome bartender climbed to the junior legend rank in a flash, and he stabbed at Yang Feng with a sword containing the law of karma. Chapter 640 Secret. Chapter 640 Secret. Teach most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng is a bit shocked, but his body still twisted at an incredible angle, and he sent a claw stabbing at the assassin bartender. The sword ray also twisted strangely in an instant, as if it is fated to slice Yang Feng's abdomen. With a loud bang, Yang Feng's abdomen was instantly blasted open. At the same time, Yang Feng's claw ripped off the bartender's left arm. The bartender's figure fluttered, and he retreated briskly. After just one exchange, Yang Feng and the assassin both suffered injuries. Staring at the assassin, Yang Feng creased his eyebrows slightly, and then used a language that does not belong to the Eternal Continent. He spoke in the Zhangji Plains archgod language. This secret method. You are a warlock of the Zhangji Plain, and you're this world's hero to boot. Did the Golem Lord select you? Powerful archgods are the origin of human warlocks in the Zhangji Plain, and many powerful secret methods require archgod language to be operated. Archgod language is a compulsory subject for all powerful warlocks. The assassin showed a confident smile and replied in archgod language. You are a warlock of the Zhangji Plain? Did you come to this world without knowing anything? That's your misfortune. I am the hero Jiang Shi, the man destined to run the holy sword through your heart. Just like you couldn't kill a star of fate today, you are destined to die at my hands. Yang Feng sneered. Destined? That's laughable. We warlocks practice cultivation to change fate and gain eternity. As warlocks, we don't believe in such thing. Even if fate is set in stone, we will use our own power to open up a whole new path. This is what makes up a warlock. As he practices the fate algorithm, Yang Feng knows how powerful fate force is, but he still won't yield, won't give up. Because you're finished once you give up. There was a flash of fanaticism in his eyes, and Jiang Shi smiled excitedly and said, Fate is set in stone. At least warlocks below the Warlock Emperor rank don't have the power to defy fate. In the Eternal Continent, you as the Demon Lord will surely die under my sword. This is the power of fate. This fate will never change. And after I kill you, I will become the new Warlock Emperor, the ruler of all warlocks, no, the pinnacle of all intelligent life forms. I will. Jiang Shi suddenly calmed down, smiled, and disintegrated. It seems that I have talked a little too much. Now isn't the time to fight you, bye. With his currently junior legend rank cultivation base, Jiang Shi isn't the opponent of Yang Feng, who possesses pinnacle legend rank strength. Yang Feng frowned slightly, and an unclear premonition surged in his heart. Jiang Shi? This guy may be the toughest enemy I have encountered yet. In the Eternal Continent, except for the first hero, the other heroes are all suspected of being warlock emperors of the Zhangji Plain. With the support of this world's fate force, Jiang Shi, who is probably a peerless genius with the potential to become a warlock emperor, is the toughest enemy Yang Feng has ever run into. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with resolve, and he mused, Destined? Even if it is set in stone, I will use my own strength to open up a new path. Besides, if fate really can't be changed, then why would he speak so much nonsense to weaken my fighting spirit? Yang Feng took a deep look at the place where Jiang Shi disappeared, and then disappeared as well with a flash of light. There are still many human adventurers in this inn, but most of them are level 3 or level 4 existences. There isn't even a star of fate among them. Yang Feng isn't in the mood to unleash a massacre. The Green Forest, in a hidden valley shrouded in an illusion, Merlin appeared in a magic array together with 4 young adventurers. Merlin said solemnly, Okay, it's safe here. The eyes of the handsome man shimmered with indignation, and he released a cry like a wounded young wolf. Damn it, wretched demon lord! I, Ren, swear that I shall take revenge for the Fire Sword Saint and the Lionheart Sword Saint. The other 3 adventurers wept. Today's fight let them feel the huge gap between them and the Demon Lord. If the 3 old legend rank powerhouses hadn't appeared at the critical time, they would have been dead already. Merlin said slowly, As you are now, you aren't a match for the Demon Lord. I will try my best to train you. Before then, Ren, you must get the Holy Sword. Only by obtaining the Holy Sword will you have the qualifications to fight and slay the Demon Lord. Only the Holy Sword can truly wipe out the Demon Lord from this world. The remaining weapons, even the 36 legendary weapons, can only hurt him but not actually kill him. A flash of joy appeared in the abyss of Ren's eyes, yet he gritted his teeth and said, Holy Sword! Teacher Merlin, I want to obtain the Holy Sword, slay the Demon Lord, and avenge the Flame Sword Saint and the Lionheart Sword Saint. Please tell me how to get the Holy Sword. Merlin spoke in a grave voice. The Angelo's Kingdom, the Fengi Kingdom, and the Garimo Kingdom, each of the 3 human kingdoms will select a hero candidate to send to the Holy Sword Land. There, the one who can come out alive and manifest the Holy Sword will become the true hero. Ren, you are one of the hero candidates of the Angelos kingdom. In addition to you, there are two other hero candidates in our kingdom. You must thwart the marriage alliance between the demons and elves. Only if you perform well, may you become our kingdom's sole hero candidate. Ren replied decisively, Yes, I will work hard. While Ren and Merlin were talking, they didn't realize that there is a speck of dust sticking to a shoe of the handsome priest. In the middle of the woods, Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly. It turns out that there are currently 9 hero candidates. Unless I kill them all, I won't change my fate even if I kill one of them. With his current pinnacle legend rank strength, plus the demon lord power, and the suppression of the fate algorithm, Yang Feng can kill a hero candidate. Do I kill them now? No, I have more pressing things to do. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then finally turned into a black stream of light and disappeared. Deep in the green forest, there is a huge gold tree 30 kilometers tall and 1,000 meters in diameter with countless gold leaves. The huge gold tree is the Elven Royal Palace. A stream of light flew out and landed in front of the huge gold tree, and Yang Feng in his demon lord form emerged. He exudes pinnacle legend rank might. Yang Feng said lightly, I, the demon lord, request an audience with the Elven Lord. The Demo Lord. The Demon Lord is here. It's the Demon Lord. Humanoid figures flashed between the foliage of the gold tree and quickly took positions. Watching Yang Feng with vigilance, elves locked their arrows on Yang Feng. The situation is very tense. Faced with the killing intent of the elves, Yang Feng looks tranquil. Compared to demons, elves are weaker and fewer in number. As such, before Yang Feng revealed hostility, they won't act rashly. A forthright voice came from the gold tree. Your Majesty, please come in. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he appeared on the gold tree and strode inside. So that's the Demon Lord. He's so strong. Hiding in the tree, the elves carefully looked at Yang Feng with fear in their eyes. The Demon Lord is the strongest powerhouse in the Eternal Continent, and even the Elven Lord is not his match. Wars between the demons and elves have also erupted, and many elven elites have died at the hands of the previous demon lords, and there have even been instances of elven lords dying as well. I am Angela, commander of the guards directly under the Elven Lord. Your Majesty, please come with me. A tall, beautiful elf with fair skin, a voluptuous figure, long silver hair, and level 9, level 3 warlock rank, cultivation base came to Yang Feng. A look of apprehension in her pretty eyes, she uttered coldly. All right. Yang Feng smiled lightly and followed Angela. It didn't take long for a hall radiating soft light to appear in front of Yang Feng's eyes. He saw a handsome elf with dazzling blonde hair and pointed ears, wearing a gorgeous green robe sitting on the throne. This handsome elf is the Elven Lord. Yang Feng made tempting proposal. Your Majesty, I wish to marry your daughter, and then form a pact with your race to deal with the humans. In the war with the humans, we demons are willing to bear all the pressure. You elves don't need to fight. What say you? When she heard this, Angela's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light. According to this proposal, the elves wouldn't have any losses. The sole drawback is that the princess must marry Yang Feng. The Elven Lord smiled softly, yet replied firmly, My daughter is my treasure. Your Majesty, I won't let her marry a man she doesn't like, nor will I use her as a pawn to make political transactions. Therefore, I must refuse. Chapter 641, Fate Tablet. Chapter 641, Fate Tablet. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Appearing distressed, he hesitated, and then spoke slowly. Okay, since you're unwilling, then let's drop the idea of the princess marrying me. We demons still hope to be able to form an alliance with you elves to deal with those greedy and petty humans. In order to satisfy their desires, the greedy and petty human aristocrats send countless slave traders into the green forest to capture your lovely kinsmen and sell them as slaves. For hundreds and even 1,000 years, your kinsmen are reduced to the lowest of slaves, and are humiliated and ridiculed by those human aristocrats. Don't you feel even a little indignant? Was the bravery of you elves fed to the pigs? Yang Feng snapped his fingers, and images suddenly appeared in the air. Those images depict beautiful elves suffer humiliation and bullying of human aristocrats, leading a life worse than a dog's. FRUUEOL.com. Seeing these scenes, the eyes of Angela and the elven powerhouses in the hall spurted flames of anger. These are the images that my people collected from the human kingdoms. These beasts are the greater aristocrats in power of the 3 human kingdoms. I can swear that I didn't tamper with these images. Yang Feng cast a spell to detect lies on himself, which shoved unequivocally that he is telling the truth. This has further stimulated the elven experts, making them feel even more disgust, hatred, and anger towards the humans. Different camps make different choices. If Yang Feng was in the human camp, he would naturally show the good side of humans and the bad side of demons. But he is now in the demon camp. As such, it's only natural for him to show the dark side of the humans and sow discord between the humans and the elves. The elves, who are filled with anger towards the endless stream of those murderous slave traders coming into the green forest to begin with, started hating the humans even more due to Yang Feng's instigation. Unmoved, the elven lord said indifferently, "Your Majesty, there are good and bad people in every race. Whether it is humans, elves, or demons, there are good and bad people. There are indeed many scumbags among human greater aristocrats, but there are also good people among the humans. We elves won't ally with you. Please leave." Yang Feng smiled slightly and changed his request. "It's really regrettable. Since this is the case, then please agree to my last request. Please show me the gray tablet. If you do that, then I will leave. At the same time, my demon army will withdraw completely. Moreover, no war between us demons and you elves will break out during my lifetime." All of a sudden, the eyes of the until now indifferent elven lord brightened, as if the person has come alive. For the first time, a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand. "Leave us alone." "Yes, Your Majesty." The guards next to the elven lord responded respectfully and took their leave. "Gray tablet? That is your ultimate goal, right, Your Majesty? I did wonder why you would focus on my daughter. Although she is the most adorable girl in the world, but there are many succubi among your race who don't lose out to my daughter. With your insight, Your Majesty, you would never place my daughter in your eyes. You purposely propose 2 conditions that I cannot accept so that I refuse them, and then feel guilty and have no choice but to agree to your 3rd condition. That's a great negotiation skill." The elven lord suddenly smiled strangely and said, "However, the gray tablet is possibly a legendary fate tablet. You don't think that I'll let you see it just like that?" Yang Feng's gaze gradually became cold and surged with killing intent. "That's indeed what I think. For you elves, it's just an ordinary gray tablet, just a relic of the first elven lord. I just want to take a look, not take it away. Of course, if you don't show it to me, Your Majesty, then even if I have to destroy your entire race, I will get it." The elven lord stared at Yang Feng carefully for a while, and then smiled and said, "Compared to my entire race, the gray tablet is indeed lackluster. However, I have a condition. I want to be present when you take a look at it." Yang Feng's eyes are filled with firmness. As a knowledgeable and experienced individual, the elven lord knows that Yang Feng isn't kidding. Once the elven lord refuses Yang Feng, the latter will spare no cost to uproot the elven race and seize the fate tablet. Only fate force can contend with fate force. In addition, only absolute power can break all boundaries and counter fate force. Since Yang Feng doesn't has the absolute power of a warlock emperor to break fate force, he can only use fate force to counter fate force. If he does nothing, he will be slayed by the hero in the future. This is his fate, an inevitable fate. The elven lord spread the fingers of his hand. Gray light shone from his hands, and a palm-sized, dull gray tablet without anything standing out appeared in his hands. The elven lord spoke meaningfully. "This is the tablet the first even lord left. It is most likely a fate tablet of legend. It doesn't appear anything special when in my hands. However, all the heroes have come to borrow this tablet." Yang Feng grabbed the gray tablet. No matter how he looks at it, it is an ordinary tablet without any special power. Fate algorithm. Yang Feng operated the secret method. There was an enigmatic flash in his eyes, and he looked towards the ordinary tablet. Countless weird and mysterious fate algorithm components containing fate force slowly emerged from the ordinary tablet. Yang Feng took a closer look, memorized this part of the fate algorithm recorded on that fate tablet. He secretly made a fake fate tablet and replaced the real one with it. The Elven Lord observed Yang Feng carefully, but he didn't see anything strange. The fate force emanating from the fate tablet cannot be perceived by legend powerhouses. Yang Feng is only able to see through the fate tablet because he practices the fate algorithm. Yang Feng smiled slightly and handed the fate tablet to the Elven Lord. "Your Majesty, thank you for your help. I will have my people retreat immediately." "Your Majesty, it seems that you gained a lot from the fate tablet." The Elven Lord took the fate tablet. After a moment of silence, he said unhurriedly, "In fact, it's not that I have no hatred towards humans. Unfortunately, the power of fate cannot be violated. Fate cares for humans. In every era, the humans give birth to a hero who is despairingly powerful. If we elves join forces with you demons, then our future prospects will be far from good. Follow current novels on freewabove.com. Yang Feng smiled and said, "I understand. Be at ease, Your Majesty. The war between us demons and humans won't spill over to you elves." The Elven Lord asked, curious, "What do you plan to do with the beast men? They also are suspected to have a fate tablet. However, beast men hate demons to the bone. And unlike me, the Beastman Lord isn't easy to deal with. The Beastmen used to be vassals of the demons, living like slaves. The first-generation hero instigated the Beastmen to join forces with many races in the Eternal Continent and defeat the demons together and overturn the demons' rule over the Eternal Continent. After the first-generation hero disappeared, the humans betrayed and defeated the rest of the races one by one and occupied the most fertile land. Now the humans are the strongest race in the Eternal Continent. Their population is far greater than the sum of the other races, and their economy is extremely developed, far stronger than that of other races. Only demons can compete with humans. Demons have countless experts, and many advanced demons can command demonic beasts. Additionally, demons are far stronger than humans in terms of individual strength. Demons are far more united than humans, with every demon being loyal to the Demon Lord. Were it not for freaks like heroes, it stands to reason that it would be impossible for the human army to block the advance of the demon army, unless the Demon Lord is incompetent. In every war between the demons and humans, the demons dominate the early stage of the war, but then the Demon Lord is slayed by the hero. Next, the hero leads the humans to defeat the leaderless demons. There is a deep hatred between the demons and beastmen. Many beastman lords died in the hands demons, and many demonic creatures are demonified beastmen slaves. If the Demon Lord Yang Feng goes to the beastmen, he will surely be besieged by countless beastman powerhouses. Yang Feng uttered with a light smile, "Now that I have already seen the fate tablet of the elves, I have no interest in the fate tablets of the beastmen and dwarfs. Now I am most interested in the largest fate tablet, the fate tablet of the humans. Legend has it that after the first-generation hero acquired the fate tablet, he condensed the holy sword, which enables you to control fate and quell our demon lords. I will destroy that fate tablet." The Elven Lord smiled lightly and said, "Good luck." Yang Feng smiled slightly, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a black mist and disappeared. "Goodbye." After the Elven Lord saw Yang Feng disappear, the smile on his face faded, and he revealed a pensive look, the fate tablet in hand. Chapter 642, Slaughter. Chapter 642, Slaughter. Translator, Xuanhuan. The demon army has retreated. Please go back. The Green Forest is a forbidden place for humans. We do not welcome you anymore. When Yang Feng's team reached the entrance to the Elven Forest, they were surrounded by a dozen-plus elven soldiers. The leader figure of these elves, a level 8 fighter, level 2 warlock, spoke coldly. Mana fumed. "These sharp ears are a bunch of scoundrels. We came from so far away to help them, yet they treat us like this. What a disagreeable bunch." Brigina smiled and said, "Forget it. Let's go." Anyway, there are still many missions in the Green Forest area. And there are many demonic beasts we can hunt. Demonic beasts are everywhere in the Green Forest area. For a star of fate who likes to fight and can quickly increase their cultivation base in battle, this place is simply a paradise. Yang Feng smiled and said, "How about we go to the Beastman tribe? I heard that the Beastmen are short on salt, so I got 20 carts of salt from a friend. As long as we transport the 20 carts of salt to the Beastmen, and then bring back their specialty products, we'll be able to make a 20-fold profit in a round trip. We should be able to earn 40,000 gold coins." As the Demon Lord, Yang Feng has countless spies scattered in the various kingdoms and in the Green Forest, and so he can easily obtain information through the spies that ordinary people cannot. Salt is actually a strategic good that the 3 human kingdoms have banned from exporting to the Beastmen. The Beastmen living in the Green Forest need to import a lot of salt every year. Only the elves who live on fruit and have special physiques do not need salt. Mana's eyes lit up and appeared to turn into gold coins, and she pleaded with Brigina. 40,000 gold cons. Brigina, split him with me 50 to 50? No, 10 to 90 is okay. Split him with me 10 to 90. A gold coin can be exchanged for about 200 copper coins. For an ordinary adventurer, the 40,000 gold coins are a huge sum of money. In the Eternal Continent, a female tutor's annual income only amounts to 5 gold coins, which is enough for a person to lead a fairly good life. Holding Yang Feng's arm, Brigina refused firmly. "No!" Mana lamented. "Damn it!" Yang Feng's group of 3 hired 20-plus adventurers in the Green Cliff City to form an escort team, and then headed for the Beastman tribe. 6 days later, when the convoy was going through a tract of woods, a firework suddenly rose and a strange explosion sounded. When Brigina heard the sound, her face changed greatly, and she clasped the absolute piercing dragon spear and shouted loudly, "Enemy attack! Prepare to fight!" The 20-plus adventurers of the escort team drew their weapons, formed a circle, and watched the surroundings, alert. The underbrush rustled, and a figure flew out. "It is the female thief Mana." Looking pale, Mana shouted, "Enemies! There are more than 60 enemies moving this way." The countenances of the adventurers changed dramatically when they heard that there are more than 60 enemies approaching. A man of average build wearing a thin leather armor and carrying a dagger walked out from the woods and said with a cold smile, "No, we aren't merely 60, but 135 people." From various parts of the woods, adventurers holding different weapons appeared and surrounded Yang Feng and his party at once. "Sir, run away. We will try to buy you some time." The captain of the bull squad, a tall level 7 fighter that looks like a straightforward and simple chap, quickly approached Yang Feng and shouted loudly, "You worked hard. You can die now." Yang Feng smiled slightly, waved his sword, and cut the captain of the bull squad in half at the waist. After the captain was cut in half at the waist, he didn't die immediately, but instead issued miserable, hair-raising screams. Seeing Yang Feng murder the captain of the bull squad, the shocked Brigina asked, "Rant, what are you doing?" "Captain, you bastard, you killed the captain. I will kill you." Eyes shot with blood, the 5 adventurers of the bull squad rushed towards Yang Feng. The bull squad are an accomplices of the bandits. Coveting the 20 carts of salt along with the horses pulling them, they colluded with other adventurers to take everything in one go. Therefore, I killed him. Among the 24 adventurers we hired, apart from 6 adventurers, the rest were roped in by them and became traitors. Brigina, don't trust anyone but us. Use your power to kill all the scum that has tarnished the reputation of adventurers. Yang Feng smiled slightly, took a step forward, brandished his sword, and a resplendent sword ray cut the 5 bull squad members into pieces. The bandit leader's complexion changed greatly, and he roared, "Do it!" From the adventurer team hired by Yang Feng, a dozen-plus adventurers became turncoat and rushed towards the remaining 6 adventurers. 20 archers hiding in the woods fired at Brigina. Yang Feng silently chanted an incantation and pointed with a finger, and wind blades emerged instantaneously and slayed the dozen-plus turncoat adventurers easily. With absolute piercing dragon spear in hand, Brigitte rushed into the midst of bandits and unleashed a massacre. Following Yang Feng's order, Mana hid in the dark and waited for opportunities like a beautiful snake. "Stop her!" Seeing Brigitte rushing towards him, the face of the bandit leader fell, and he retreated briskly and shouted, exasperated. The eyes of the bandit leader's 8 confidants flashed fiercely, and they darted towards Brigitte. Following spear afterimages, the 8 level 6 fighter confidants were riddled full of bloody holes and fell into their own pools of blood. Full W current novels on fruobnov.com. Like an undefeated goddess of war, Brigitte rushed towards the bandit leader. "Enough! Stop!" Accompanied by a cold, proud voice, a beastman girl with a beast bone mask, a 2-meter-long sword in hand, a pair of lion ears, and a lion tail wrapped around the waist emerged from the woods. More than 200 beastman soldiers came out from all directions and stared at Yang Feng and company with killing intent. When Brigitte saw the beautiful beastman girl with a lion tail wrapped around her waist, her hair stood up, and she broke through the limit forcefully and reached the stage of level 8 fighter, level 2 warlock. The bandit leader knelt in front of the beastman girl and begged in a tearful voice, "Madam, save us. These people are demons. They snatched away our salt. Please do justice to us and kill those bandits. We are willing to offer you 10 carts of salt, madam." Yang Feng sliced a bandit into 2 pieces, and the bandit issued blood-curdling screams. There was a fierce flash in the beautiful eyes of the beastman girl, and she spoke coldly. "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Or do you want to be an enemy of us beastmen? Brigitte, kill all those small fries. Let me deal with the beastmen." Yang Feng smiled slightly and took a step forward, and the fearsome fluctuations of power of a level 9 fighter spread out in all directions from him. Level 9 fighter. He's a level 9 fighter. When the beastman soldiers sensed Yang Feng's aura, they revealed dignified looks in their eyes and gripped their weapons tightly. "I heard that some beastmen will collude human bandits and specially hunt the merchants going to the beastman tribe and plunder their riches. I didn't expect to meet the beastman bandits here. Let I, the future hero, Rant, bury you beastman bandits together with the human bandits here in these woods." Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and the light of physical enhancement, dragon force, cheetah speed, gale speed, and other boost spells lit up on him. The faces of the beastman soldiers became unsightly. A fighter who is proficient in both magic and martial arts? Is he the human hero? No, he doesn't have the holy sword, so he shouldn't be the hero yet. He should be of the strongest class among humans. A human brave, and a human brave who has mastered magic and martial arts at just level 9. Seeing Yang Feng glow with magic light, the faces of the beastman soldiers changed dramatically and their eyes flashed with alarm. On average, humans are very weak. Only fighters can contend with powerhouses of other races. Among those fighters, heroes and braves are the strongest. They can easily slay demons. Chapter 643 Brave. Chapter 643 Brave. Translator, Xuanhuan. The beastman girl spoke in a magnetic voice. "Human brave, this is the territory of us beastmen. We are not the scum that colludes with bandits. Please put down your weapons, and we will give you a fair trial. If they are bandits, then I will make them pay." Without giving in an inch, Yang Feng holding a sword pointed at the beastman girl and said sternly, "In my life, I only believe in my companions and the sword in my hand. If you aren't their partners, then give those bandits to us. Otherwise, I can only treat you as their partners and kill you. As a level 9 brave, I can wipe out more than half of your subordinates. A level 9 brave can kill hundreds of beastman soldiers. But this is a woodland environment. Besides, these beastman soldiers won't stay here and fight him to the death. After discovering that they can't beat him, they will naturally choose to escape." There is a look of hesitation in the eyes of the beastman girl. Yang Feng sneered, "For the sake of some human bandits, will you let your subordinates die? Is this how beastman aristocrats are? It looks like beastman aristocrats are a shameless bunch. The Beastman girl's eyes almost spurted fire, and she gritted her teeth. Human, what evidence do you have to prove that the goods are yours? Yang Feng flicked a finger, and a parcel flew towards the Beastman girl. These are the things I prepared beforehand. You can check them. In the parcel, there are various transaction receipts for the purchase of the 20 carts of salt, which are the best evidence. Catch them. The Beastman girl rummaged through the parcel, and then waved her sword, and the bandit leader's head flew into the air. She said coldly, "This is for trying to deceive me." The hundreds of Beastman soldiers flocked over. After a period of fighting, they captured all the human bandits, tied them up like Xuanhuan, and threw them before Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed at a cart of salt with his sword and uttered with a light smile, "Thank you for your help. As an expression of gratitude, I would like to gift you this cart of salt. Please accept it." The Beastman girl gave Yang Feng a deep look and said flatly, "Are you a hero candidate? Very well, we will meet again soon. We're leaving." The Beastman girl shouted loudly and quickly left with the hundreds of Beastman soldiers and the cart of salt. Stars flickered in Mana's eyes, and she uttered excitedly, "Amazing! Rant, you are really amazing. You even forced those Beastmen back. Level 9 Brave, it turns out that you're of the Brave class. No wonder your speed of advancement is much greater than Brigina's. In other words, I am in a party with a Brave. Who knows if my name won't appear in history books one day. In the Eternal Continent, in the 3 human kingdoms, the Brave class is a class that only rare talents will possess. At times, there won't appear a single powerhouse of the Brave class in decades. In other times, dozens of powerhouses of the Brave class will appear in a span of several years. However, no matter what era it is, experts of the Brave class are the influential figures of that era. The advanced class of the Brave class is the Hero class, but there can only be one powerhouse in the Hero class. In every era with a demon lord, many Braves will appear and fight over the title of Hero. TH's most up-to-date novels are published on fguyuyobinovel.com. Brigina pointed to the human bandits who were subdued by the Beastmen and asked, "What do we do with these guys?" "Let's kill them. They plundered the wealth of numerous innocent merchants and killed many innocent people. They have blood on their hands. Killing them is equivalent to eliminating harm for other people." With a flash of cold light, Yang Feng slashed out with his sword, and sword rays flickered and slayed all the human bandits. Brigina sighed slightly and looked away, although she can't bear to lay her hands on people who can't defend themselves. But she knows that those human bandits are all scum and scoundrels who have blood of who knows how many people on their hands, and so she didn't dissuade Yang Feng. Seeing Yang Feng slay the bandits mercilessly, the 6 adventurers had chills go down their spine. After killing all the human bandits, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and pieces of paper flew out and turned into coachmen with cold faces driving the 19 carts of salt. Yang Feng and company continued towards the Beastmen tribe. A few days later, a huge Beastman tribe made of stones and sharp wooden spears appeared in front of Yang Feng and entourage. In the huge Beastman tribe, there are small wooden huts without any sense of aesthetics scattered haphazardly all over the place. The place contains the smell of livestock feces. Many small beastmen with the characteristics of both beasts and humans are running around the huge Beastman tribe barefoot, adding a little vitality to the scene. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Such a primitive Beastman tribe, no wonder the elves look down on them this much. This is really not a place for people to stay. The Beastman tribe in the Eternal Continent is different from the Beastman Empire in the Feisua Plain. The Beastman Empire in the Feisua Plain has the guidance of the gods. Although there are many backward Beastman tribes in the Feisua Plain, but the Beastman Empire's capital is refined and luxurious city, full of a boorish sense of aesthetics. It is not the least bit inferior to the capitals of human empires. However, the Beastman tribe in the Eternal Continent is backward to the extreme, and is even far behind medieval cities. "Are you the leader of this caravan?" Guarded by a dozen-plus tigermen, a handsome, shrewd-looking foxman with a pair of huge fox ears and a fox tail wrapped around his waist walked their way. Yang Feng answered, "Hello. I am the leader of this caravan. The name is Rant." The foxman smiled and said, "Ferdinand, what goods do you transport?" Yang Feng responded, all 19 carts are filled with salt. Salt. That's all salt. The eyes of the surrounding beastmen lit up and flickered with excitement, and they gathered. Throwing apprehensive looks at the Tigerman guards, they stopped some distance away. Ferdinand's eyes lit up, and he uttered with a smile, salt! Let me check the goods. If it's really all salt, then I'll buy it all. I'll pay with magic rubies. Yang Feng spoke, go ahead. Magic ruby is a specialty product of the Beastman tribe. Magic rubies are necessary for mages to set up magic arrays and manufacture magic equipment and tools. No matter how many there are, the Mage Guild is willing by them all. Of course, magic ruby is also a strategic resource for the Beastman tribe to keep human society in check. It is difficult for ordinary people to get them. Ferdinand immediately sent someone to check the 19 carts of salt before he finally showed a satisfied smile, saying, it's fine salt without any sand in it. I want it all. Come with me. I'll get you your money. A trace of vigilance streaked through Yang Feng's eyes, but he smiled slightly and agreed with Ferdinand's request. Yang Feng can currently exert the power of a level 9 brave, which is currently the strongest class among humans. Even some weaker legend powerhouses are not necessarily the opponents of a human level 9 brave. Yang Feng and his party walked into the tribe. The further they entered into the tribe, the more planned the buildings are. With a rough sense of aesthetics, the buildings here don't have the messy feeling of the periphery of the tribe. Deep in the tribe, there are vast manors built everywhere, and each manor belongs to a greater aristocrat of the Beastman tribe. Ferdinand took Yang Feng and company to a large manor and had them wait outside, while he himself entered the manor. Before long, Ferdinand brought a bag of magic rubies worth 40,000 gold coins in the human kingdoms and gave it to Yang Feng. A 200-plus strong wolf cavalry galloped out of the palace, surrounded Yang Feng and his entourage, and the leader Wolfman, exuding level 8 fighter fluctuations of power, glanced coldly at Yang Feng and asked, are you the human brave Rant? fgwmvel.com. Yang Feng answered, yes, I am Rant. The Wolfman pointed at Brigina and Mana and said coldly, Her Highness the Grand Princess of our Beastman tribe is recruiting a groom. As a brave, you are eligible to participate in the groom contest. Come with us. Otherwise, even if you have the ability to leave by yourself, but the two of them will stay. Brigina's eyes flashed with rage, and she grasped the absolute piercing dragon spear and wanted to rush out to fight. 100 centaur archers emerged and pointed their arrows at Brigina and Mana. The centaur archers are veteran soldiers. After being locked on by them, Mana's body stiffened, and a premonition of death welled up inside her. Yang Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and the aura of a level 9 brave seeped out from him. Fine. I'll go with you. However, you must ensure their safety. Otherwise, even if the whole Beastman kingdom has to be dyed red, you will pay. The Wolfman powerhouse took a step back. His eyes shimmered with apprehension, and he uttered lightly, got it. Yang Feng's group of 3 left with the Wolfman powerhouse. It didn't take long before a coliseum occupying an area of tens of hectares, more than 10 times larger than the ancient Roman Colosseum, appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. Beastmen are warlike, and many Beastman powerhouses are powerful gladiators who have gone through the Colosseum. Even the current Beastman Lord is also a top expert who has gone through the Colosseum. One Zongzi. Chapter 644. Suppression in the Colosseum. Chapter 644. Suppression in the Colosseum. Translator, Xuanhuan. As soon as they entered the Colosseum, the overwhelming cheers and sounds of excitement assaulted them. There is a huge ring in the middle of the Colosseum. On the ring, a male human powerhouse is fighting with a Tigerman powerhouse. Evenly matched, both sides are riddled with wounds. Kill him. Tear him apart, Tyrell. Countless beastmen in the spectator seats roar wildly. For beastmen, the Colosseum is the most sacred place. Once you enter the ring of the Colosseum, you must try your best to tear your opponent apart. Here, the audience only praises the winners. No one will pay attention to the fate of the losers. Yang Feng looked at a dais specially prepared for the most distinguished figures in the Colosseum and saw a gorgeous girl with honey-colored skin, a pair of lion ears, and a tall and sexy figure, and a wild temperament dressed as a sexy leather armor that exposes a large patch of skin sitting on lofty throne and watching the fight in the ring with excitement in her pretty eyes. As if she sensed Yang Feng's gaze, the gorgeous girl with a wild temperament turned her head slightly, glanced in his direction, and then revealed a smile of provocation. A trace of enlightenment suddenly surged inside Yang Feng, and he revealed a smile. It turns out to be her. She is the Grand Princess of the Beastman tribe. The Beastman girl who led numerous Beastman elite soldiers to intercept Yang Feng in the woods is the Grand Princess of the Beastman tribe. Suddenly, bursts of cheers rang in the Colosseum. The Tigerman powerhouse has torn the human powerhouse to pieces. After tearing the human powerhouse apart, the Tigerman powerhouse issued a violent tiger roar, eyes shot with blood. At the same time, his strength gradually advanced from level 8 to level 9. Level 9 Beastman. Tyrell has advanced to a level 9 Beastman, how astonishing. He is indeed a most formidable Beastman prodigy. A level 9 Beastman. Astounding. Tyrell will definitely be promoted to a legend in the future, and may even become the next Beastman Lord. Tyrell. The spectators in the Colosseum showed looks of excitement and disgust spiritedly. The title of Beastman Lord isn't hereditary, but belongs to the strongest powerhouse. Once a Beastman is promoted to a legend, they are eligible to challenge the current Beastman Lord. If they can defeat the current Beastman Lord, then the Beastman legend will become the new Beastman Lord, and the old Beastman Lord will be executed. If the challenger fails, the challenger will become a servant of the current Beastman Lord, unable to betray them their entire life. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.com. Therefore, whenever a Beastman Lord grows old, they will use the method of recruitment to select the most powerful Beastman to be their son-in-law. When the time comes, they will abdicate the throne to their son-in-law, so as to ensure that the new Beastman Lord won't mess with their family. The new Beastman Lord who got the throne thanks to abdication cannot kill the old Beastman Lord. This is an ancient custom of the Beastmen, which serves to ensure that the struggle in the Beastman tribe isn't too fierce. The groom contest is in fact a competition that decides the next Beastman Lord. Therefore, it attracts countless Beastman talents to participate, and Tyrell is one of the most outstanding candidates. A Foxman referee came to the ring and pointed at Yang Feng. Tyrell's next opponent is the human level 9 Brave Rant. Let's give him a warm welcome. That's a human level 9 Brave? Go to hell. Tear him to pieces. Trash. You're dead. Go and die. Go to hell, motherfucker. A rain of abuse came from the spectator seats. The Beastmen are well aware of the strength that a human level 9 Brave wields. Now that a human level 9 Brave come to their Colosseum, it filled them with anger at once. Amid the flurry of abuses hurled his way, Yang Feng calmly walked onto the ring and unsheathed the sword on his back. A fierce gleam in his eyes, Tyler smiled coldly and ejected 30-centimeter-long, sharp claws from his hands. A human level 9 Brave, interesting. Apart from the hero, Brave is known as the strongest class. Let me see what you're really made of. Later everyone will see what difference there is between you entrals and those of an ordinary human. Then, as a show of respect, let me show you the power of the Brave class. Yang Feng smiled slightly, and the light of Dragon Force, Cheetah's Speed, and various other boost spells lit up on his body. The referee on the edge of the ring said, "Start the fight." Smiling fiercely, Tyrell tapped his foot lightly, and after images of him approaching Yang Feng from different directions appeared in the ring, making it impossible to distinguish which is the true him. So fast. Is this how fast Tyrell is? Incredible. As expected of a level 9 Beastman, the most outstanding Beastman genius. The eyes of the Beastman in the spectator seats flickered with excitement, and they commented, animated. Only level 8 beastmen can catch a trace of Tyrell's movement, while the rest can only see the afterimages of his movement. Contempt shimmered in the beautiful eyes of the beastman Grand Princess sitting on the throne, and a cold smile crept onto her pretty face. The most outstanding beastman genius? Faced with the approaching afterimages, Yang Feng only took a step forward and slashed out once. A sword ray flashed, and a copious amount of blood sputtered from the empty void. The corpse of the number 1 beastman genius Tyrell cut in half fell to the ground. As if time has suddenly stopped, the stunned beastmen in the spectator seats made no sound. Insta-kill. Insta-kill. Tyrell was insta-killed by him. What's going on? How could Tyrell be insta-killed by him? Are human braves this powerful? As if an explosion was set off in the Colosseum, bursts of noise reverberated in the air for a while. The beastmen cannot believe that the level 9 beastman Tyrell was insta-killed by Yang Feng. The referee stepped forward and dragged Tyrell's body away at once. Only a pool of blood remained in the ring. Although the ring is regularly cleaned by the staff, but there are countless dark red blood stains on the ring, and the air here reeks of blood. With a sword in hand, Yang Feng smiled straightforwardly and said loudly, "Who else wants to come up and fight me? I will fight you. The name is Gary." A 3-meter-tall wolfman covered in fur looking like a giant wolf standing upright and exuding a violent aura appeared on the ring. Gary, a wolfman genius who has become a level 9 beastman 3 years ago. Although he's far less talented than Tyler, but his current combat strength is absolutely above Tyler's. If it's Gary, then he should be able to defeat that human brave. After all, he has already fought a round against Tyler. Countless voices sounded in the Colosseum, and the beastman audience showed excitement in their eyes. Yang Feng smiled slightly and glanced at the referee. "Interesting. Let's get started," the referee announced aloud. "Start the fight." Yang Feng took a step forward, blurred into motion, and appeared behind Gary. There was a flash of incredulity in Gary's eyes, and then his body fell apart and scattered on the ground. Insta-kill. Gary was killed even faster. Are human braves really this powerful? What a monster! The beastman spectators took in a breath of cold air, and a look of awe flashed in their eyes. As a quasi-glorious Sun Warlock and veteran of countless fights, whether it is in terms of combat sense, combat experience, or even power, Yang Feng is far above those beastman geniuses, and can insta-kill them easily. The restless beastmen who originally itched to go challenge Yang Feng became well-behaved. If they were evenly matched, they would be willing to fight for the glory. But they are reluctant to just throw away their life. Yang Feng showed a smile of provocation to the beastman geniuses. "Is there anyone who dares to come and fight me?" The beastman geniuses near the ring almost spurted flames from their eyes, yet they all lowered their heads. Bravery and throwing away your life are two different concepts. These beastman geniuses are very brave, but they aren't willing to throw away their life. "I will fight you." A voice sounded from the human camp, and a handsome, tall, and burly human powerhouse with black hair leaped lightly and jumped onto the ring. Yang Feng swept the black-haired human powerhouse with a glance. Then his eyes narrowed slightly, his muscles stretched taut a little, and a dignified gleam flashed in his eyes. "Jiang Shi." Chapter 645. Defeating Jiang Shi. Chapter 645. Defeating Jiang Shi. Translator, Xuanhuan. Jiang Shi. He is one of the hero candidates of the Fengyi Kingdom, the brave Jiang Shi. He is the brave Jiang Shi? I heard that he once slayed a vicious poison dragon with his party. It's the Fengyi Kingdom's strongest brave Jiang Sh. Interesting. The duel between two human braves promises to be really interesting. Is it time for human braves to come forth in droves again? The beast men around the ring watched Yang Feng and Jiang Shi in the arena with complicated looks in their eyes and wagged their tongues. Most of the beast men in the Colosseum are of the upper echelon, and they all know that human braves appear in large numbers in the Eternal Continent periodically. At such times, the strongest powerhouses are human braves as well as the hero at the apex of braves. Each brave is very powerful, and can easily grow into a legend powerhouse. It is very difficult for other race powerhouses to kill a human brave, despite this being their territory, but the numerous beastmen don't dare enter the ring and confront the human brave, which fills them with shame. After Jiang Shi entered the ring, he smiled slightly, and his eyes flashed with suspicion. "Brave Rant, why haven't I heard of your name before?" Yang Feng showed an unruly smile and pointed at Jiang Shi with his sword, saying, "Brave Jiang Shi, as the Fengyi Kingdom's strongest human brave, you are said to be the brave who is most likely to become the hero. I am just a child of peasants who longs to be the hero. Naturally, I cannot be as famous as someone born into the aristocracy like you. Many human braves have different identities. Among them, braves who originate from the aristocracy are more likely to become famous worldwide. Because her background isn't impressive enough, Brigitte, who is born as a star of fate, needs to work 100 times harder than ordinary braves in order to become famous worldwide." An enigmatic gleam flickered in Jiang Shi's eyes, and he tried to recruit Yang Feng. "Rant, I think highly of you. Join my party and become my companion. Let's work together to defeat the Demon Lord. After defeating the Demon Lord, I will let you enjoy endless glory and wealth, and become a greater aristocrat with a vast territory. Most of the powerful stars of fate will become human braves when the Demon Lord goes rampant. The people will worship, and the kingdoms will try to rope them in. However, after defeating the Demon Lord, those Star of Fate will lose the support of Fate Force. Many braves of humble origins will lead miserable, poverty-stricken lives in their later years. To defeat the Demon Lord, and then get the merits to become a greater aristocrat of a human kingdom, that is the greatest dream of the commoner stars of fate. Without the rise of the Demon Lord, it is impossible for a poor person to quickly become a greater aristocrat in a society where the social class is rigid. Yang Feng responded with a bold smile. "Jiang Shi, I also think highly of you. Become my subordinate and fight alongside me. After we defeat the Demon Lord, I will make you prince of an empire. It's a pity, and I thought that we could be good friends." Jiang Shi sighed slightly, and then erupted with junior legend rank fluctuations of power. At the same time, he silently recited an incantation and radiated the light of boost spells. Countless elemental particles enveloped him, making him look like a transcendent legend. He's a legend powerhouse. A legend powerhouse. So young, and he's already a legend? No wonder he's Fengyi Kingdom's strongest hero candidate. The numerous beastmen in the spectator seats revealed shock in their eyes. To become a legend powerhouse in your 20s is simply heaven-defying. Most of the beastman legend powerhouses have reached the rank in their 40s. Legend powerhouses in their 20s are as rare as phoenix feathers. The judge said quickly, "Start the fight." Followed by an afterimage, Jiang Shi appeared in front of Yang Feng in an instant and thrust his sword towards Yang Feng lightning fast. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal striking metal echoed hundreds of times in the Colosseum. Dozen-plus cuts appeared on Yang Feng's body, and blood oozed out from them. At the same time, he was forced to step back again and again. That Jiang, he is awesome. No wonder he's the Fengyi Kingdom's #1 hero candidate. So strong. The two human braves are really formidable. The two human braves are freaks. No wonder the human hero can slay the Demon Lord, who is supposedly the strongest powerhouse. Seeing this scene, the surrounding beastman spectators inhaled a breath of cold air. Both Yang Feng and Jiang Shi's swords are extremely fast, appearing to have exceeded the speed of sound. Even though they are spectators, only some level 8 beastman experts and above are able to see the swords. Watching Jiang Shi in the ring, Mana took in a breath of cold air. That Jiang Shi is so strong. He's worthy of being a hero candidate of the Fengyi Kingdom. He's frighteningly strong. I'm afraid Rant isn't his opponent. Brigitte clenched her white teeth and looked at Yang Feng in the ring with worry in her beautiful eyes. Fate algorithm. Yang Feng stepped back repeatedly. His eyes flashed coldly, and he operated fate algorithm and stabbed with his sword. As if guided by fate, his sword strangely deflected Jiang Shi's sword and stabbed towards the opponent's heart. Dazzling white light shone. The phantom of a white dragon streaked past, and Yang Feng was sent flying by a dozen meters. Fate algorithm. You're a warlock of the Zhangji plane. However, you're not the only one who knows fate algorithm. Zhang Shi looked at the position of his heart and saw a sword cut on the pure white mirror before his heart, and killing intent shimmered in his eyes. He silently recited an incantation and activated fate algorithm, and the aura of fate shrouded him. He stubbed at Yang Feng with his sword. The two fate algorithms cancelled one another out, and Yang Feng was once again put at a disadvantage. I won't lose. Legend rank. Break. Yang Feng roared and was instantly promoted from a level 9 brave to a legend brave. Legend. Rant has also promoted to a legend. Incredible. Human braves are really incredible. To advance in rank in the middle of a fight. No wonder he's a human brave, a most powerful existence. Stunned. The Beastman audience shouted wildly. Legend powerhouses are top existences in the Eternal Continent. In the entire Beastman tribe, there are no more than 5 legend powerhouses. Despite being this young, Yang Feng and Zhang Shi have already broken through to the legend rank. This achievement is simply incredible in the Eternal Continent. Eyes shot with blood, Zhang Shi stared at Yang Feng like a violent beast. This bastard must have broken through to the legend rank beforehand. He deliberately waited until now to reveal his true strength. He wants to use me as a stepping stone. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. That Zhang Shi is astounding. With the both of us at the legend rank, it won't be easy to deal with him. Amazing, this guy called Rant is really amazing. No wonder he's a freak who can enter the Eternal Continent, explore the mysteries of Eternals, and have Warlock Emperor rank talent. After Yang Feng advanced to the legend rank, he became nearly on par with Zhang Shi in terms of strength. Countless sword rays intertwined. None of them is able to eliminate the enemy in a short time. Both sides are surprised by the strength of the other. freewebnovel.cm. Bring it on. Yang Feng's eyes flashed gravely. He roared, and his strength advanced from the junior legend rank to the intermediate legend rank in a flash. With the gap in strength, Zhang Shi was placed in a bind. A look of shock and anger in his eyes, Zhang Shi resisted desperately. Damn bastard. He's using a higher cultivation base to suppress me. Scoundrel. Great. The human brave Rant is really great. To continuously advance in rank during a fight. No wonder he has the potential of becoming the hero. The Beastman audience who doesn't know the truth praised. Only Zhang Shi and Yang Feng understand that human warlocks are different from other experts. No matter how angry a human warlock is, it is practically impossible to advance in realm during a fight. In a fight between human warlocks, the calm side has a much higher chance of winning than the angry side. Despite how hot-blooded Yang Feng pretends to be, in fact, his mind is as cool as ice. Bring it on, Yang Feng roared again, and his strength increased to the advanced legend rank from the intermediate legend rank. With a sword strike, he deflected Zhang Shi's sword and left a huge cut on his body. Damn it! Virtual Holy Sword. Soul Holy Sword. Come out! Zhang Shi bellowed, and countless wisps of soul poured out of him and formed a gray soul holy sword that slashed towards Yang Feng. Virtual Holy Sword. Soul Warlock. As soon as the soul holy sword appeared, a premonition of deadly danger welled up inside Yang Feng. Despite his advanced legend rank strength in front of the soul holy sword, as long as he made a slight mistake, he will die directly. Second chapter of Fate Algorithm. Yang Feng frantically chanted an incantation, extracted the power inside him, and formed an arrow of fate that slashed through the void toward Zhang Shi. Fuck! It's the power of fate. He got the second chapter of Fate Algorithm. Zhang Shi's face fell, and he silently recited an incantation. His soul left the body, and he controlled the soul holy sword to split open the void and reveal the astral boundary. The arrow of fate entered the void and stabbed Zhang Shi's soul, making his soul scream. When Zhang Shi's soul was about to die out, a strange storm suddenly kicked in, and Zhang Shi's soul disappeared without a trace. Chapter 646. Matchless. Chapter 646, Matchless. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng looked at the place where Jiang Shi disappeared with a dignified look in his eyes. Really amazing. If I hadn't gotten the second chapter of Fate algorithm, I'm afraid it would be a lose-lose situation. Virtual Holy Sword is the manifestation of the law that Jiang Shi studies. Soul Holy Sword means that Jiang Shi studies a most mysterious and abstruse law of soul and walk the soul warlock path. The most up-to-date novellas are published on freeubinovel.co. Even the 8 warlock emperors only managed to master part of the law of soul, unable to achieve immortality of the soul. To refine the body isn't too hard, but the same cannot be said about the soul. The 8 warlock emperors have refined their bodies until they gained the traits of eternity and immortality. Without external interference, even if it is after tens of millions of years, their bodies won't decay at all. The reason why warlock emperor rank powerhouses die is because their soul will age over time and eventually extinguish. Once the soul extinguishes, then even a warlock emperor rank powerhouse with an immortal body will die. If the soul holy sword had cut Yang Feng, it would have dealt a heavy blow to his soul. After that, even if he leaves the eternal continent, it will be very difficult to heal the injury. The heroes of the eternal continent are peerless geniuses who formed a true law path. Each of the 8 heroes could use the holy sword to easily slay Yang Feng with advanced legend rank cultivation base. Jiang Shi lost. The Fengyi kingdom's strongest brave Jiang Shi was actually defeated. So strong. This human brave rant is really strong. Advanced legend, how fearsome. I'm afraid there is no legend rank powerhouse in our Beastman tribe that is his match. The eyes of the Beastman spectators flickered with astonishment, and they discussed wildly. In the Beastman tribe, the only legend powerhouses are at the junior legend rank. Beastmen revere the strong, so it's normal for them to be filled with worship and respect for Yang Feng. Yang Feng waved the sword in his hand, looked around, and shouted loudly, "Who else wants to fight me?" A beautiful and adorable girl with black hair combed into a pair of ponytails, a slender figure, wheat-colored skin, and youthful spirit jumped onto the ring and shouted, tears flowing down her face, "I want! You scoundrel, you killed Jiang Shi. I will take revenge for him." A tall, burly warrior with black hair shouted sternly, "Zhao Qiqi, come down. You aren't his opponent. I will avenge Jiang Shi, go to hell." Eyes spurting proverbial flames, an endless power erupted inside Zhao Qiqi, and she broke through and advanced from a level 8 fighter to a level 9 fighter. Her figure fluttered, and she disappeared as if she entered stealth. Star of Fate? Fate algorithm. Yang Feng silently chanted an incantation, and a wisp of the power of fate appeared and enveloped Zhao Qiqi. Zhao Qiqi's rising power suddenly stagnated. A merciless and cruel sword ray hardly visible to the naked eye sped past Zhao Qiqi. No! The other 3 adventurers in the party formed by Jiang Shi issued a heartbreaking scream. A bloody line extended downward from between Zhao Qiqi's eyebrows. She lost all vitality in an instant, and then torrential flames enveloped her body. Beautifully done. Well, as expected of a brave. So decisive, so manly. The Beastman spectators burst into cheers. If Yang Feng was lenient during the fight, he would make the Beastmen look down on him. Instead, him mercilessly cutting down Zhao Qiqi earned him the respect of the Beastmen. Yang Feng pointed at the 3 remaining adventurers of Jiang Shi's party with his sword and said lightly, "Do you guys want to take revenge for them?" Although only one-on-one fights are permitted in the ring. However, I can make an exception and allow you to take revenge for them together. Rant, we will keep in mind what happened today. Let's go. Nearly spurting flames from his eyes, the warrior gritted his teeth, turned around, and took his companions outside. Yang Feng pointed at the surroundings with his sword and shouted, "Who else wants to fight me?" The Beastman powerhouses outside the ring lowered their heads. In the Beastman tribe, the top powerhouses are at the junior legend rank. The legend powerhouses who have become famous a long time ago are not Yang Feng's opponents. Rant! 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 A Beastman shouted, and then as if the atmosphere in the Colosseum ignited, Numerous beastmen roared with excitement and cheered the birth of the Lord of the Colosseum. A sweet smile on her face, the beautiful and sexy beastman grand princes sitting on the dais walked to the center of the ring, took Yang Feng's hand, and proclaimed loudly, "From today on, I, Willana, am Rant's woman. Willana, Rant, Willana, dot." Cheers erupted in the Colosseum. Excitement flickered in Mana's eyes. "That's Rant for you. Even the beastman grand princess fancies him. He's indeed the man who's going to become the hero." Brigitte looked at Yang Feng and Willana in the center of the ring receiving the cheers of countless beastmen, and a stinging pain welled up in her heart. Sensing that Brigitte is in low spirits, Mana quickly comforted. "Brigitte, I know you are uncomfortable with it, but after all, he is the future hero. It's normal for him to have more than one woman. Just like those aristocrats, they all have 3 wives and 4 concubines. You have to turn a blind eye. After all, he is an excellent man." Brigitte nodded slightly and mused, "I know. I will become stronger and make him need me more." Amidst the blessings of countless beastmen, Yang Feng and Willana entered the palace together, where they had a night of passion. Early next morning, Yang Feng, stroking Willana's skin that is smoother and tenderer than the best quality silk, said, "Willana, I want to see your father." Willana smiled sweetly. "Okay. It just so happens that my father also wants to meet you, the future hero." With Willana leading the way, Yang Feng came to a hall with a rugged and wild flair. In the hall, there is Lionman expert with blonde hair and an overbearing temperament sitting on a throne. "This is the Beastman Lord. You are Rant? Very good, you're worthy of my daughter. Haha, come, have a drink with me." The Beastman Lord scanned Yang Feng with his gaze, and then smiled boldly and clapped his hands. Several beautiful foxman servants immediately stepped forward and served jars of fine liquor. The alcohol tolerance of Beastman legends is measured in jars. With their powerful bodies that can easily digest alcohol, only some secret brews made from extraordinary plants can intoxicate them after a few cups. Without any trace of politeness, Yang Feng lifted a jar of liquor and downed it. The eyes of the Beastman Lord shone, and he praised loudly, "Good! The Beastmen respect men who are strong and drink boldly." Since Yang Feng has displayed both qualities, the Beastman Lord is more and more satisfied with Yang Feng. After 3 rounds, Yang Feng's face was a little flushed. He uttered with a light smile, "Sir Father-in-law, there is something I would like to discuss with you. Please dismiss everyone else." The Beastman Lord waved his hand, and everyone left. Only Yang Feng and the father and daughter duo are left in the hall. A flame of ambition flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he spoke with a smile. "Sir Father-in-law, I hope you can lend me 2,000 soldiers. I want to borrow the forces of the elves, dwarves, and beastmen to overthrow the rule of the 3 human kingdoms and establish a new kingdom." Hearing this remark, Willana was stunned, and shock shimmered in her beautiful eyes. All braves have taken upon themselves to fight the Demon Lord. None of them has ever attempted to overthrow the human kingdoms and build a new kingdom. Yang Feng's idea is extremely daring. Upon hearing this, the Demon Lord's mind cleared from the intoxication of the liquor, and he squinted and gazed at Yang Feng, a dignified look in his eyes. After a while, he asked calmly, "Why do you have such an idea?" Yang Feng answered righteously, "The humans have dominated the eternal continent for thousands of years, and their social class has already solidified. Most of the human aristocrats have fallen into depravity, while the people lead hard lives. As a brave, I naturally want to cleanse all the evil of the humans, so that the people can live prosperous lives." In the next moment, Yang Feng's eyes flashed gloomily, and his words filled with reality and cruelty. Besides, after vanquishing the Demon Lord, most braves led very miserable lives in their later years. Even the children of the braves were killed by the aristocracy. I don't want to be regarded as thrash and thrown into the garbage can of history after vanquishing the Demon Lord and coming back with a body full of injuries. Before fighting the Demon Lord, braves are favored by the power of fate. They will find treasures on the side of the road and break through during battle. No matter what difficulties they encounter, misfortune will turn into fortune again and again. But after slaying the demon lord, the power of fate will no longer care for them. By then, how will braves who only know how to fight be able to contend against greater aristocrats who grew up soaked in conspiracy? Many braves, other than those who came from the Zhangji plain, led miserable lives in their old age. The worst of them was a brave who was seriously injured and turned into an ordinary person. A greater aristocrat snatched away his wife, and then abused and slaughtered her. After the incident came to light, the greater aristocrat was only fined some money, because after the brave was stripped of all titles, he was just an ordinary civilian. Chapter 647 Marriage. Chapter 647 Marriage. Translator, Xuanhuan. The Beastman Lord sighed slightly. Interesting, your thinking is really interesting. It would be nice if the Janako was the same as you. That stupid thing actually believed in the law which serves to protect greater aristocrats. Even when his head was about to be cut off, he never thought of rebelling. Compared to you, he's really stupid. The hero Janako had his wife murdered by a greater aristocrat. However, since he believed in the law, he never rebelled. In the end, he was framed and sentenced to death. The Beastman Lord's eyes constricted slightly, and he bargained. I can help you, but what is in it for us beastmen? Yang Feng smiled faintly and responded. I will set up laws so that beastmen have equal rights to humans in our human kingdom, and no one will be allowed to enter the Beastman tribe to capture slaves. As long as I am alive, anyone violating these laws will be executed. In addition, 10 cities can be established to carry out fair trade with the beastmen. And if Walana and I have heirs, they will have the same rights as the children of my other wives, including the succession of the throne. If you give me more support, then I will give you more rewards respectively. The demon lord's eyes lit up, and he smiled boldly and said, Okay, as long as you sign a contract with us, then we beastmen will fully support you and help you become the sole king of humans. Trade, slave ban, and equality, these are the things that beastmen have dreamt of. The reason why beastmen are so backward is that apart from a few human cities on the border of the Green Forest, the remaining cities discriminate against beastmen. Outside the sphere of influence of the beastman tribe, beastmen are basically slaves. If they don't have a master, they will be captured by slave traders. Additionally, many slavers enter the Green Forest every year to capture beastmen to serve human greater aristocrats as slaves. This is the thing that beastmen hate the most. Every one of Yang Feng's conditions pulled the heartstrings of the Beastman Lord. Elated, the Beastman Lord agreed with Yang Feng's proposal at once. Of course, the fact that Yang Feng has advanced legend rank strength and his class is the strongest brave class are also crucial points. A flash of excitement in his eyes, the Beastman Lord uttered, Rant, you are the first brave in history who wants to overthrow the 3 human kingdoms. I will contact the Elven Lord and the Dwarf Lord for you. Together, our 3 races can support you to become the sole human king. Yang Feng then said as if thoughtlessly, Right, Sir Father-in-law, I hope to be able to look at the suspected fate tablet left by the first-generation Beastman Lord. The Beastman Lord waved his hand carelessly, and a hand-sized gray tablet flew towards Yang Feng. Take it! When Yang Feng received the gray fate tablet, he immediately exchanged it for another gray tablet secretly. After pretending to look at it for a while, he returned the fake fate tablet to the Beastman Lord. The Beastman Lord immediately went to a secret room, came before an ancient bronze mirror engraved with countless incantations, and inlaid several magic rubies into the sockets. The ancient bronze mirror blurred, and then the voice of the Elven Lord came from it. Old Lion, what can I do for you? Follow current novels on freewabove.com. The Beastman Lord uttered, I want to see you and Firecracker Dwarf in the usual place. I have important things to discuss with you guys. The Elven Lord responded, All right. The Beastman Lord stroked the bronze mirror, and the bronze mirror blurred again. A hoarse, grumpy voice came from the mirror. Old Lion, if you have anything to say, do it quickly. Don't waste my time. I am creating a legend-grade weapon. If I succeed, it will be the 37th legend-grade treasures in the world. I want to see you and Old Elf in the usual place. I have something to discuss with you guys. Okay. 2 days later, deep in the green forest, in a small valley surrounded by illusions, on a small mountain that ordinary people can't approach, the three bigwigs of the green forest, the Beastman Lord, the Elven Lord, and the Dwarf Lord gathered here together. The Dwarf Lord, who is only 1.4 meters tall and has white hair and beard, asked impatiently, "Old Lion, what do you want to discuss?" The Elven Lord looked at the Beastman Lord with a suspicious look on his face. The Beastman Lord answered, "My son-in-law is an advanced legend brave, a hero candidate. He intends to overthrow the three human kingdoms and establish a kingdom of his own." The Elven Lord uttered with a cold smile, "Establish a kingdom of his own? This hero candidate really has some ideas. He's much better than that fool Janako. I knew that after the Janako incident, it would be very difficult for selfless braves to appear. This hero candidate is really ambitious. However, what does this have to do with us? The Janako incident was extremely vile. As the previous hero, he went all out to fight the previous demon lord. But in return, his wife was abused and slayed, and then he himself was framed and sentenced to death. Since then, the probability that human braves would be selfless has decreased dramatically. The Beastman Lord said, "He hopes we can send troops to support him." The Dwarf Lord uttered impatiently, "He is your son-in-law, not ours. Why should we support him?" The Beastman Lord replied, "If he becomes the new human lord, he will crack down on slavery, kill all the human greater aristocrats who enslaved our people, and give us fair trade opportunities. And as long he is alive, he promises to live in peace with our three races. He will sign a written contract." The eyes of the Elven Lord and the Dwarf Lord lit up and revealed pensive looks. After they drove the three races into the green forest, humans still incite some skirmishes from time to time and hunt the beautiful girls of the three races. If a human lord who'll fight the slavers ascends the throne, then the elves and dwarfs are absolutely willing to support them. The Elven Lord frowned slightly. Slavery involves the benefits of many human aristocrats. Does he really have the courage to eradicate those greater aristocrats? After all, the tentacles of greater aristocrats are spread throughout the human kingdoms, and many braves and powerhouses are linked to them. By purging all those greater aristocrats, half of human elites will be purged as well. Let me answer this. Following laughter, Yang Feng stepped into the valley and said with a smile, "Your Majesty's Elven Lord and Dwarf Lord, I am Rant, the son-in-law of His Majesty the Beastman Lord, a legend brave." Surging with biting killing intent, Yang Feng carried on righteously. "These greater aristocrats are a malignant tumor that stagnates the progress of the humans. Those greater aristocrats who stand in my way, I will use my sword to eliminate them one by one. I will use my power as the future hero to crush all resistance. Even if I have to get rid of more than half of human elites, I won't hesitate. This time's demon lord is unprecedentedly powerful. Only when united can we humans contend with him. Those greater aristocrats are just a tumor weighing us down. They must be eradicated." The Elven Lord revealed a smile. "You're an interesting hero candidate. The hero candidates I saw in the past were all brave, but empty in the head. They knew nothing but slaying the demon lord. You are really special, Rant. You use grand-sounding words to cover up and justify your actions. You have the bearing of a politician." Yang Feng smiled and said, "The winner is king. As long as I win, I won't shy away from any means. In fact, with my strength, as long as I have the support of the beastmen, it is enough to sweep away the three human kingdoms. However, I like peace and need a pretext to conclude a peace treaty with the elves and dwarfs. I hope that the elves and dwarfs join hands with me to destroy the rotten human kingdoms and create a peaceful and beautiful new world." The Elven Lord smiled and said, "Interesting. I can help you. But I hope you marry my daughter as one of the princesses of the new kingdom." Yang Feng replied, "No problem. I promise that if she bears my children, they can enjoy the same succession rights as my other children." The Dwarf Lord spoke, "Then you must marry a dwarf girl as a princess as well. Although I don't have a daughter, but I have a niece who looks beautiful according to the aesthetics of you humans. If you marry her, we dwarves will support you. Yang Feng replied, "All right. By the way, your majesty's elven lord and dwarf lord, I am very interested in your suspected fate tablets. Can you please show them to me?" The dwarf lord and the elven lord agreed readily. No problem. A few days later, Yang Feng obtained the fate tablet of the dwarves and the fake fate tablet of the elves that he created before when he came to meet the elven lord in his capacity as the demon lord. From the fate tablet of the dwarfs, he got another chapter of the fate algorithm. Guaranese City is a large city at the border of the Green Forest, and it has a population of about 70,000. It is one of the large slave trading centers. A team of soldiers is patrolling the city walls of the Guaranese City. One of the soldiers routinely glanced into the distance, but then his face suddenly changed dramatically, and he roared wildly, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" A loud alarm sounded in the Guaranese City, and countless soldiers rushed to the city wall. Chapter 648, Taking 10 Cities. Chapter 648, Taking 10 Cities. Translator, Xuanhuan. Outside the Guaranese City, there are 1,000 wolf riders, 300 minotaur soldiers, 100 tigerman guards, 100 lionman guards, and 3,000 pigman slave soldiers. There are also 300 elven archers and 300 heavily armed dwarf soldiers. This is the force Yang Feng borrowed from the three races. The Eternal Continent cannot compare with the Feisua Plain in terms of population, much less with the Zhangji Plain. The number of elves in the Green Forest is less than 5,000 people. 300 elven archers is already a very powerful elven force. Looking nervous, a city guard officer shouted loudly, "Use the smoke signal to ask for help at once. Ask for help at once." In the Guaranese City, there are only 4,000 human soldiers who have very little training. In field warfare, they are not the opponents of the troops Yang Feng borrowed. Even in urban warfare, the city guard officer doesn't have the confidence to defeat the enemy. The city guard officer roared madly, a fierce look in his eyes. "Deploy all weapons. Fuck these damn other race bastards. Even if I die, we must kill as many of those bastards as we can." The adjutant pointed in the direction of the other race soldiers and shouted, "Sir, look, a few humans have come out of their ranks." The city guard officer saw Yang Feng and Brigina donning gold armor come out of the enemy ranks and head towards the city. "I am Rant, a peasant human brave, the future hero. The three human kingdoms have trampled the glory of the heroes by slaying the former hero Janako. I entered into an agreement with the beastmen, elves, and dwarves. Borrowing their troops, I shall eliminate the three kingdoms that have sunk into depravity and colluded with the demons. I give you a choice: surrender and serve me, or be nailed to the pillar of shame as conspirators who colluded with the demons." With one of the 36 legendary weapons, the Radiant Sword, in hand, Yang Feng released advanced legend rank fluctuations of power and slashed out. A fearsome, cross-shaped sword ray slashed the city gate. With a loud bang, the city gate made of steel exploded and spattered in all directions. The hero. This is the power of the hero. Damn it. Why would the hero fight us? The hero. How can we be a match for the hero? The hero, a being who can contend with the demon lord, a freak who is even stronger than a dragon. How can we resist him? Seeing this scene, the morality of the human soldiers plummeted, and fear flashed in their eyes. Rant! The hero Rant! Cheers came from the other race soldiers. The beastman and dwarf soldiers released beast-like cries of excitement. The eyes of the elven soldiers flashed with brilliant light as they gazed at Yang Feng with admiration. He is a being who stifled a city alone. Don't panic, everyone. No matter how strong he is only one person. If we work together, we'll definitely be able to defend the... While the city guard officer tried to boost the morale of his men, Yang Feng appeared on the city wall with blink. A sword ray flickered, and the city guard officer fell apart into countless pieces. I already slayed this heretic who colluded with the demons. According to law, all his family members will be put on the stake and burned to death. Do you surrender? Or do you want to be nailed to the pillar of shame for colluding with the demons? With the legendary Radiant Sword in hand, Yang Feng glanced at the dozen-plus human officers atop the city wall with a cold gaze and uttered frigidly. When Yang Feng glanced at him, the adjutant broke out in a cold sweat from his back. He knelt down on one knee and made a vow of loyalty to Yang Feng. "My name is Powell, and I wish to serve you and fight the three kingdoms who colluded with the demons, sir. Now that the city gate is broken, it is equivalent to the end of the fight. Next comes a feast of slaughter." Seeing at a glance that the Guaranese city is doomed, Powell chose to change sides. "My name is Gare, and I also wish to serve you, sir." Helpless, the rest of the human officers exchanged looks, and then also knelt on one knee and swore to serve Yang Feng. Yang Feng waved his hand, and the three-race coalition army immediately entered the Guaranese city. Once the three-race coalition army entered the Guaranese city, according to Yang Feng's orders, they began to capture slave traders and liberate the slaves of the three races. Next, they convened a trial and sentenced the greater aristocrats as well as the slave trades to death. Yang Feng asked Brigina to start the reorganization of the 4,000 human soldiers in the Guaranese city, and then divided them into two corps, the Dragon Corps and the Lion Corps. In addition, Yang Feng used warlock secret methods to infuse management knowledge into the children of some civilian families with good reputation and promoted them to city management personnel. In a short period of time, Yang Feng took control of the entire city by various means, and then led the Dragon Corps, the Lion Corps, and the three-race coalition army to continue the attack. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the human cities along the way were directly captured by him. Within a month, 10 cities fell into his hands. After going through fights and Yang Feng's training, the Dragon Corps and the Lion Corps have become rather capable armies. Actual combat is the fastest way to enhance the battle prowess of an army. Following repeated victories, the seed called honor begun to slowly germinate in the Dragon Corps and the Lion Corps. The Lunas City, the capital of the Angelos Kingdom. Within the royal palace, it is very chaotic at this time. Damn! Where did that smelly peasant called Rant come from? Brave! This damnable brave dares to defy the mighty Angelos Kingdom. Disobeying the aristocracy of our kingdom, that's treason and heresy. What do we do? He has already captured 10 cities. If this continues, our Angelos Kingdom will be conquered. That untouchable, that damn untouchable actually killed Duke Phanes just because he had 10 insignificant Foxman slaves. If he takes the Angelos Kingdom, we'll all be killed. We must immediately send troops to quell those rebels. Kill them all. Hang them all. Panicky and anxious cries sound in the royal palace. Looking like a woman in her 6th month of pregnancy, the king of the Angelos Kingdom with a large protruding belly watches the panicked greater aristocrats with disgust in his eyes. Follow current novels on fguyuyobinovel.com. Crafty at plots and machinations, these greater aristocrats have even framed the hero Janako and put him to death. But now that a brave has assembled a foreign army and, crushing everything in his way, is marching their way, they show their weak side. The fighting power of the greater aristocrats' private armies isn't weak, but before the advanced legend Yang Feng, they can't resist a single blow. All the private armies of greater aristocrats that stood in Yang Feng's way were flattened. A part of some aristocrats who have a good reputation, the rest were all killed mercilessly. Terror-stricken at the news, these greater aristocrats don't dare to go fight Yang Feng. They all fled to the Lunas City. The king of the Angelos Kingdom spoke coldly with a gloomy expression. "Shut up!" The greater aristocrats closed their mouths one by one. The king swept an old man with white hair standing aside with his gaze and asked kindly, "Poke, are those legend lords still not willing to come out to serve the kingdom?" Poke sighed slightly. "Your Majesty, those legend lords have secluded themselves completely. Although I contacted them through a secret method, but they expressed unanimously that they are no longer willing to fight for the kingdom due to the Janako incident." Upon hearing the name of the brave Janako, the faces of the greater aristocrats turned unsightly. The hero Janako was a man with a very strong sense of justice. Before he slayed the previous demon lord, he has offended many greater aristocrats in the Angelos Kingdom, and even killed the son of a greater aristocrat who committed heinous crimes. Before the demon lord was slayed, no one dared to show the hero Janako any disrespect. But after the demon lord was slayed, the greater aristocrats joined forces to plot against him. They abused his wife, and then framed and beheaded him. Of the companions who ventured with the hero Janako at that time, the only remaining 2 legend powerhouses were stopped by Merlin and her party of 3 legend powerhouses who cared about the general situation. Now, however, 2 of the legend powerhouses have died, and Merlin's whereabouts are unknown. The 2 legends of Janako's party don't want to serve the kingdom, leaving the kingdom in a predicament due to the lack of high-level combat power. The king gritted his teeth and said, "Poke, tell the 2 that the kingdom will hand over the person behind the tragedy that year, and ask them to kill that fake hero. As long as they kill the fake hero, I will confer them the titles of hereditary peer earl." Chapter 649, Capturing the Angelos Kingdom. Chapter 649, Capturing the Angelos Kingdom. Translator, Xuanhuan. Suddenly, a panic-stricken bodyguard rushed in from outside and shouted, "Your Majesty, it's bad. Rant is here. He and his men are 30 kilometers away from Luna City." "What, Rant is here? It's over. Who else can stop him? Let's run." Upon hearing the news, the faces of the greater aristocrats changed greatly, and they scattered like birds and beasts and disappeared from the royal palace hall. When he heard this, the king's face turned pale white, and he shouted, "What, he's already here?" 3 hours later, Yang Feng flew to the city wall by himself, unleashed a massacre, and opened the city gate with ease. The 4,000 elite soldiers of the Dragon Corps and the Lion Corps entered and captured the city. At night, Yang Feng is walking inside the royal palace with a light smile on his face. The fall of Luna City means that one of the 3 human kingdoms has been conquered. If he stops here, he can build a new kingdom belonging to him on the ruins of Angelos' kingdom. Suddenly, there was a look of alarm in Yang Feng's eyes, and he took out the radiant sword and uttered coldly, "Come out! Please stay calm. We come in peace." A warrior with white hair and beard and an archer came out from behind a rockery. Yang Feng saw at a glance that the 2 of them are junior legend powerhouses. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. The warrior saluted Yang Feng and said, "I am North and he is Sam. We used to be adventurers who formed a party with Janako. Thank you for taking revenge for him." Yang Feng smiled slightly and tried to recruit them. "You are welcome, seniors. I am now in the need of capable men. Would you like to join my camp and fight alongside me? Let's eradicate those degenerate aristocrats together and create a new kingdom that belongs to us." North's eyes narrowed a little and he spoke solemnly. "Rant, you already have taken Angelos' kingdom. You can build a new kingdom here. Are you still not satisfied?" Yang Feng smiled slightly. "As the future hero, now that I have such a powerful force, there are things I must do." Rotten to the core, those greater aristocrats have lost all virtue of their ancestors. I decided to use the power at my disposal to wash away the stain on our human race and create a beautiful world where everyone is happy. I invite you 2 seniors to help me." North smiled and stepped aside, revealing the figures of 2 young people. "Rant, we 2 are already old and do not want to participate in a war between humans. These 2 are Galeo and Med. They are disciples of Sam and I. They will assist you and help you create the beautiful world where everyone is happy you spoke off." Of the 2 young people standing behind North, one is a straightforward-looking shield warrior in a warrior's armor holding a huge shield, and the other is a handsome archer with a big bow. These 2 are also stars of fate. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, and his mind jolted and his eyes brightened slightly. He immediately understood that the 2 standing in front of him are stars of fate. Yang Feng spent a lot of effort to get Brigina, and now 2 other stars of fate have come to him of their own accord. This is the benefit of having strength. When the shield warrior Med and the archer Galeo joined Yang Feng's troops, he gained 2 capable men. Using Angelos' kingdom's remnant forces, he quickly formed the shield corps and the bow corps. As level 9 fighters, the 2 stars of fate Med and Galeo are appointed as corps commanders of the 2 corps. Displaying amazing internal affairs capability, Yang Feng deployed the Four Corps to clear private armies of the remaining Angelos Kingdom's aristocrats in order to temper the Four Corps. At the same time, he used warlock secret methods to quickly cultivate a large number of internal affairs officials, which he placed in Angelos' kingdom in order to maintain order in the kingdom. After the kingdom settled down a bit, Yang Feng commanded the Four Corps with a total of 10,000 elites and the three-race coalition army with 4,000 elites to attack Fengyi Kingdom. Although Fengyi Kingdom has taken precaution, but in front of Yang Feng and the three Stars of Fate commanding the human army and the three-race coalition army, its forces nearly collapsed at the first encounter and retreated in defeat. After a fierce quarrel, the Council of Garimo Kingdom finally dispatched 20,000 elites and spent a great sum to hire a hero candidate and his party to enter Fengyi Kingdom. Ninhua City is a large city that you have to go through in order to reach the capital of Fengyi Kingdom. At this time, a large army of 40,000 humans is garrisoned in the city. The army of 40,000 humans is composed of the elites of Fengyi Kingdom and Garimo Kingdom. Except for a few people, the rest of greater aristocrats of Angelos' kingdom were publicly executed, and their property was confiscated. Even those greater aristocrats who escaped the calamity had most of their assets seized using war bonds to serve as military expenses. Seeing the end of aristocracy in the neighboring kingdom, the greater aristocrats of Fengyi Kingdom and Garimo Kingdom united together. After a bout of heated discussion, they let their elite experts join the war. Ninhua City has become the last line of defense of the two kingdoms. Once the city falls, it will be difficult for the two kingdoms to organize a strong force to contend with Yang Feng. Above Ninhua City, there are several griffin knights riding griffins serving as scouts. Griffins are demonic beasts capable of flight, and they can release lightning spells. Each Griffin Knight can defeat a level 7 fighter. They are the best scouts. The face of a Griffin Knight patrolling in the sky fell suddenly, and he reaching for his waist. Flying over from far away like shooting stars, arrows accurately hit the heart of the Griffin Knights, shooting them down. Almost instantly, the 8 Griffin Knights scattered in different directions fell from the sky. Yang Feng smiled slightly and praised, "Good job, Galeo. They are but ordinary Griffin Knights. There is nothing to be proud about killing them." Galeo revealed a reserved smile and placed the bullseye bow, one of the 36 legendary weapons, back on his back. Yang Feng smiled slightly. To accurately hit 8 Griffin Knights flying 5 kilometers away, only you can do this in our army. Not even our elven archers can accomplish this. Galeo looked at the elven archers, saw that they are looking at him with admiration in their eyes, and smiled. The elven archers can hit a target within a scope of 1,000 meters, and even moving objects can't escape their arrows. Elven archers have played a huge role in many wars. They can suppress human archers completely. Now seeing Galeo's fantastic archery, it curbed their arrogance somewhat. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Alarms sounded in Ninhua City, and countless human soldiers poured out of the city and looked into the distance with fear. Outside Ninhua City stands the battle-hardened allied army assembled by Yang Feng. Under Yang Feng's command, the allied army is virtually undefeated, only experiencing a few minor setbacks. The repeated victories filled the army with a sense of pride. Yang Feng, dressed in a gold armor, is standing at the forefront of the army. He is surrounded by 15 human level 9 fighters and 3 Stars of Fate. At this time, Brigitte, Galeo, and Med have all already been promoted to junior legend powerhouses, becoming Yang Feng's capable assistants. That's Rant, a hero candidate. That's Rant, the most famous hero candidate. Damn it. A hero candidate has become our enemy. A most terrifying enemy. I heard that the previous hero met a tragic death. Unwilling to be slayed after he served his use, this hero candidate staged a rebellion. There are 40,000 troops in Ninhua City. But in the face of Yang Feng's 10,000-strong elite army, they withdrew into the city. Looking at Yang Feng from afar, most of the soldiers tremble in fear and comment in low voices. Although the matter of the hero Janako was suppressed by the 3 human kingdoms at the time, but with Yang Feng's propaganda, the humans of the 3 kingdoms learned what had happened. Now many of the powerhouses of civilian origin feel discouraged and are unwilling to fight for the 3 kingdoms, and even the lower strata soldiers are all discussing it. I am the human brave Rant. Today I came to fight the greater aristocrats who framed and murdered the previous hero and colluded with the demons. Open the gate. Otherwise, Ninua City shall be your burial place. Yang Feng spurred his mount until he reached the range of Ninua City's archers, and pointed at the city with the radiant sword in his hand and shouted loudly, Rant, as a human, you raised a rebellion at a time when we are fighting against the demons. You are a traitor of the human race, the greatest. A general with a greater aristocrat background popped his head out and yelled at Yang Feng. He has just scolded halfway, when a shooting star-like arrow streaked across the void and stabbed into his head, nailing him to the city wall. Chapter 650, Insta-killing Myth. Chapter 650, Insta-killing Myth. Translator, Xuanhuan. General Myron. General Myron was killed. Darn it. Seeing this, the countenances of human soldiers in Ninua City changed dramatically, and their morale became even lower. Myron was a level 8 fighter, and he was considered to be a powerful general among the Two Kingdom Coalition army. Yet such a powerhouse was shot dead by Galeo with a single arrow. The impact this has on the morale of the Two Kingdom Coalition army is obvious. When they saw how Myron died, the rest of the generals of the Two Kingdom Coalition army stepped back, not daring to protrude their heads. How scary! These damn peasants! To dare rebel against us greater aristocrats. They deserve to be killed. As I told you, those peasant braves and other fighters are criminals that should be sent to the gallows. In Ninua City, hiding in a secret room, some ashen-faced greater aristocrats cursed angrily. In their view, only talents who have an aristocratic background can be respected. Otherwise, even braves and heroes are just pawns in their eyes that can be used and discarded. At that time, when the hero Janako's family was slaughtered, the greater aristocrats joined forces behind the scenes to force the legend powerhouses who sympathized with the hero to be unable to take action. Now Yang Feng, commanding thousands of troops, has raised the flag of betrayal, easily defeated Angelo's kingdom, and slayed numerous greater aristocrats, which gave those greater aristocrats a taste of fear and despair for the first time in their life. Atop the city wall, a general barked, "Fire the arrows! Fire the arrows! Shoot him!" A rain of arrows poured down on Yang Feng from above the city wall. Standing still, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and an advanced warping force field appeared around him. When the countless arrows hit the advanced warping force field, they all shifted and, as if they had grown eyes, avoided Yang Feng, hitting the ground nearby. So fearsome. That's a brave, what a freak. That's just terrifying. Is this the power of the hero? Shouldn't the hero be the guardians of us humans? Why are we facing each other with swords drawn? Seeing this scene, the despair and fear surged inside the soldiers atop the city wall. The hero is the guardian of the eternal continent, and is the object of worship of countless humans. As a companion, the hero is the most reassuring individual, but now that the supposed future hero is an enemy, it fills these human soldiers with overwhelming despair. Die! Yang Feng waved the radiant sword, and light plumes flew out of the sword, traced an arc in the air, and blasted into the group of archers. A copious amount of blood splashed as more than 100 archers were run through by the light plumes, and then ignited with white flames. Issuing hair-raising scream, the archers burned to ashes. The rest of the archers scattered, no longer able to organize a formation. The morale of the soldiers atop the city wall declined once more. Yang Feng took a deep look at the city gate, smiled faintly, and returned to his coalition army. If it was an ordinary city, Yang Feng could cut through the city gate with a sword strike. But the city gate of Ninua City has been specially strengthened. Even as strong as he is, Yang Feng cannot cut it apart with one sword strike. Besides, the city is filled with experts. Yang Feng isn't careless, and so won't rush to open the city, and then be besieged. Compared to being ganged up by others, Yang Feng prefers to gang up on and eliminate the enemy with absolute advantage. After several rounds, the morale of the soldiers in Ninua City has fallen to the bottom. In this way, they can't even display 30% of their strength, which plays right into Yang Feng's hands. One person can suppress a kingdom. This is really amazing. Worthy of being my son-in-law. Haha! From amid the three-race allied army, the Beastman Lord looked at Yang Feng showing off in front of Ninhua City and spoke with a complacent smile. Walana standing beside the Beastman Lord showed a happy smile. Yes, he's a terrific fellow, and he fulfilled his promise with us elves. He's worthy of being my son-in-law. The Elven Lord showed a satisfied smile. Standing beside him is a pure and gorgeous elven girl with blonde hair, who looks like she's 15 or 16 years old. This elven girl is the elven princess Marina. Haha, incredible. This brave Rant is really powerful. I thought that he'd need at least a dozen+ years to defeat those kingdoms. Yet, unexpectedly, he got rid of Angelo's kingdom so quickly. The dwarf lord also smiled with satisfaction. Beside him, there is a beautiful dwarf girl 1.42 meters tall. Despite being fairly short, she has a full figure with somewhat slender limbs. She is Garlum, Yang Feng's bride that will link him with the dwarves. In this war that is related to the future of the three races and the future prospects of Yang Feng's army, the legend powerhouses of the three races all came to this battlefield, ready to fight at any time. After Yang Feng got rid of the Angelo's kingdom and showed his strength, the Beastman Lord, the Elven Lord, and the Dwarf Lord began to put all their chips on Yang Feng, ready to fight the remaining human forces to the death. A young man with short silver hair, tall build, and handsome appearance wearing a silver armor said loudly, "Rant, I am Mit, a hero candidate of Garimo Kingdom. Do you dare to have a fair, one-on-one fight with me?" That's Garimo Kingdom's hero candidate Mit. As expected of a hero candidate from Garimo Kingdom, he got guts. If it's him, he may be able to defeat Rant. After all, he's also a hero candidate. In Ninhua City, everyone looked at Mit with excitement in their eyes, pinning all hopes on him. freeobnovel.com. This chapter is updated by fruubavel.cm. At the same time, countless eyes also focused on Yang Feng. In Yang Feng's coalition army, there are now 3 other race legend powerhouses as well as 3 junior legend stars of fate. The number of legend powerhouses on Yang Feng's side exceeds that of the 2 kingdoms by far. Everyone is very curious about what choice Yang Feng will make. Yang Feng took a deep look at Mit and proclaimed heroically, "Okay, I will fight you. Everyone, retreat by 5 kilometers." Yang Feng's coalition army immediately retreated by 5 kilometers in accordance with his order. Yang Feng is the leader of the coalition army thanks to his almost invincible power. But his foundation is unstable. If he has everyone rush to get rid of Mit regardless of honor, it will have a big impact on his prestige, which will be detrimental regarding his later operations. Besides, if he slays Mit, it will cement his image as an invincible figure. This is the best method to deter the enemies hidden in the shadows. On the plain located between Ninhua City and Yang Feng's coalition army, Yang Feng and Mit stand opposite each other. "Rant, you'll be buried here today." Mit sneered, and intermediate legend rank fluctuations of power seeped out from him. With the legendary weapon Invisible Blade in hand, his figure suddenly fluttered, and he disappeared, and then reappeared in front of Yang Feng and slashed out. Ambushed by a legend assassin and locked on by a legend archer. This is what gave you the courage to challenge me? You're really naive. 3 chapters of Fate algorithm merge. Yang Feng smiled coldly and instantly merged the 3 chapters of Fate algorithm he got from the demons, beastmen, and elves. For a split second, he suppressed the fate of Mit and the other 2 stars of fate and took a step forward. An afterimage flashed, and Yang Feng appeared at Mit's original location. What's going on? I am the man who is going to become the Warlock Emperor. How can I die here? A look of despair in his eyes. Mit released an anguished scream, and then disintegrated. A dignified look in his eyes, the Beastman Lord spoke solemnly. "So strong. This is the strength of a hero candidate. What a monster!" A complicated gleam streaked past his eyes, and the Elven Lord sighed lightly. The gods really care for the humans, although they are weak on average, but they give birth to a monster known as the hero in every age. It's really frustrating. In the Eternal Continent, the average physique of beastmen and elves is far above that of humans, yet they were still driven into the green forest by the humans, and that is because the humans give birth to monsters like Braves and the hero in each generation. Even if the beastmen and elves can defeat the humans short-term, but once the Braves and the hero enter the stage, they will lose again and become minor characters. Without any sign, a legend assassin suddenly emerged from Yang Feng's shadow and stabbed with a dagger towards Yang Feng's heart. On the city wall, eyes filled with grief and indignation and tears rolling down her pretty face, a beautiful legend archer with black hair combed into a ponytail released the string of her bow. An arrow dazzling like the sun, with the power to burn everything shot towards Yang Feng. The coordination between the legend assassin and the legend archer is perfect, as if it has been polished thousands of times. A shadow assassin? Wishful thinking. After all, I have mastered the law of shadows. Yang Feng smiled faintly and waved the radiant sword, and a sword ray swept towards the legend assassin. The legend assassin burst apart. Chapter 651, Destruction of Two Kingdoms and Establishment of a New Kingdom. Chapter 651, Destruction of Two Kingdoms and Establishment of a New Kingdom. Translator, Xuanhuan. After insta-killing the legend assassin with a sword strike, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a black hexagram barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. The sun-like arrow blasted into the hexagram barrier, but the hexagram barrier easily withstood the blow. His eyes cold, Yang Feng disappeared with a blink. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Yang Feng appeared behind the legend archer. It's a pity, such a remarkable beauty. Along with a regretful voice, brilliant light burst out and swallowed the beautiful legend archer. When the dazzling light faded, it was revealed that the upper body of the beautiful legend archer has disappeared. Her legendary weapon, the sun bow, has disappeared without a trace. The eyes of the people present blurred slightly, and then they saw Yang Feng appear outside the city and slowly walk towards the direction of the coalition army, the sun bow on his back. That's too scary. This is the power of the hero. What a scary monster. Such a monster. How can we be his opponent? What a terrible monster. 3 legend powerhouses died at his hands just like that. How scary. The soldiers atop the city wall looked at Yang Feng's back with despair in their eyes. Mit and the other 2 legend powerhouses are the top experts in Ninhua City as well as the spiritual pillars of the soldiers inside the city. Seeing Yang Feng slay the 3 legend powerhouses like ants, the morale of the soldiers fell to a new bottom. Attack! When he returned to the coalition army, Yang Feng pointed at Ninhua City with radiant sword and uttered frigidly. The coalition army soldiers whose morale has reached the limit advanced towards Ninhua City with numerous siege weapons in tow. Arrows and spells emerged from both sides continuously. Displaying their terrifying combat power, the elven archers suppressed the human archers in Ninhua City completely. With his miraculous archery, Galeo killed 1 human mage in Ninhua City after another. The elven lord exhibited his fearsome archery and magic as he also eliminated 1 mage after another. After 20+ mages were killed, the remaining mages in Ninhua City no longer dared to show themselves on the city wall. Okay, let's go up. Let's destroy their resistance in one fell swoop. Seeing that the coalition army has already reached the base of the city wall and began to use the siege weapons, Yang Feng spoke gravely towards the Beastman Lord, the Dwarf Lord, and the other legend powerhouses in the coalition army. Except for the Elven Lord and Galeo who possess super long-range offensive capabilities, Yang Feng intends to gather all the other legend powerhouses to climb the wall and smash all of Ninhua City's resistance in one fell swoop. In the past battles, legend powerhouses such as Yang Feng were used as arrowheads that broke way into cities and opened city gates, allowing the coalition army to enter and capture the cities. Fierce fighting spirit flickering in his eyes, the Beastman Lord licked his lips excitedly. Let's go! I can't wait any longer. To create a new human kingdom. How fun! The Beastmen like to fight the most, which is why they established the largest Colosseum in all of Eternal Continent in Green Forest. Compared to fighting in the Colosseum, fighting on the battlefield is more to the Beastman Lord's liking. He likes the feeling of tearing a strong enemy to shreds. But since beastmen are far weaker than humans on the whole, the Beastman Lord was forced to hole up in the Beastman tribe and go to the Colosseum every day to watch the fights. Grasping the absolute piercing dragon spear in her hand, the eyes of Brigitte standing beside Yang Feng flickered with a scorching fighting spirit. "Let's go!" Smiling slightly, Yang Feng took the lead and strolled towards Ninua City. The 10-plus legend powerhouses followed Yang Feng towards Ninua City. Before long, Yang Feng reached the base of the city wall. With a blink, he appeared atop the city wall. He brandished Radiant Sword in his hand and released countless light plumes shooting in all directions. Within the range of the light plumes, the human soldiers were punched full of holes, suffering heavy casualties. After Yang Feng insta-killed 100-odd soldiers, Brigitte climbed onto the city wall by pulling herself up a rope and rushed towards the city gate. Accompanying Brigitte, Med holding the giant shield is blocking all attacks heading Brigitte's way. The Beastman Lord turned into a 3-meter-tall, lion-like monster, rushed into the crowd of humans, and brandished a huge wolf-tooth club. Wherever huge wolf-tooth club passed, the humans were smashed to pieces. Frio Ubinovel de Sio, the Dwarf Lord donning an armor and wielding the legendary weapon Dwarf Lord Battle Axe also went on a crazy killing spree. As if sharp daggers stabbing into tofu, the 10-plus legend powerhouses slaying human soldiers in their way headed for the city gate. In a place where human soldiers were concentrated, Yang Feng waved his sword, and countless light feathers killed the human soldiers. The scattered human soldiers were easily killed off by the remaining legend powerhouses. Pretty soon, the 10-plus legend powerhouses have reached the city gate. Virtual Holy Sword of Speed. Suddenly, amid the human soldiers, the eyes of a young man in ordinary soldier clothes shimmered coldly. He extended his right hand, and a virtual holy sword formed from the law of speed appeared in his hand. As if a shooting star, the young man shot out and stabbed the sword towards Yang Feng's heart. The virtual holy sword's holy sword of speed is the manifestations of the law that this warlock prodigy has studied all his life. It's a holy sword formed from his warlock path. Under the sneak attack, even as strong as Yang Feng is, he was still stabbed by this warlock prodigy, whose sword ran through the former's heart. For chapters of fate algorithm merge, a stabbing pain erupted from Yang Feng's heart, and a premonition of death welled up inside him. He gritted his teeth and operated fate algorithm frantically, and a mysterious aura of fate poured out from him and swept towards the warlock prodigy. The warlock prodigy who has condensed a virtual holy sword suddenly shuddered, and the figure of a woman whom he once deeply loved appeared in his mind, causing his heart to tremble. "Lena!" The warlock prodigy has a firm will, and he recovered in a flash. "Lena is dead. I killed her with my own hands. Shit, I was hit by a spell." In that instant, brilliant sword light shrouded the warlock prodigy and cut him into countless pieces. Rant was killed. Rant's heart was pierced through. The fiend Rant is dead. In Ninua City, some clever people shouted loudly, and the sound waves spread throughout the battlefield. As long as the brave Lord Yang Feng is dead, then the coalition army will fall apart, and the soldiers of the two human kingdom will be able to wrestle away the victory in this war. Hearing this, the morale of Ninua City's human soldiers rose, while the morale of the coalition army soldiers began to decline. Yang Feng flew up at once. Standing loftily in midair, he shouted loudly, "I, Rant, am invincible. I am an invincible brave lord, the future hero. Men, we have already forced them against the wall. Victory is ours for the taking. Break through the city wall." Creak, creak, creak. Yang Feng's words have just fallen, when the city gate weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms opened slowly and revealed the road leading to Ninua City. Long live Rant! Long live the brave lord! The city is breached! The city is breached! The four-race coalition army soldiers commanded by Yang Feng cheered wildly. Their morale skyrocketed, and they rushed into Ninua City. Follow current novels on freewebnovel.cm. Yang Feng flew down, landed atop the city gate, proudly overlooked the fight down below like an undefeated god of war. When the four-race coalition army powerhouses saw Yang Feng standing atop the city gate, their hearts filled with fanaticism and excitement, and their morale rose to the top. No one knows that Yang Feng, standing loftily atop the city gate, had his heart skewered. Blood is flowing into the gold armor and was absorbed by the gold armor. Yang Feng clenched his teeth tightly and forcibly withstood the pain coming from his heart, musing, as expected of a peerless prodigy from the Zhangji plain, every one of them has the strength to threaten my life. Fortunately, they are also fighting amongst themselves. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. If Jiang Shi joined forces with the warlock prodigy who condensed the holy sword of speed and might, then despite having comprehended 4 chapters of faith algorithm, Yang Feng is sure to die in a head-on fight. However, the 3 powerhouses must also compete for the title of hero among themselves and condense the perfect, soul holy sword. This why they were defeated and killed by Yang Feng one at a time. Now that Ninua City has been breached, Fengyi Kingdom and Garimo Kingdom stand no chance. Yang Feng, commanding the 4-race coalition army, easily conquered the 2 kingdoms one by one and organized 8 corps. At the same time, he used warlock secret methods to nurture countless peasant children into officials and established a new kingdom, Kingdom of the Sun. After he established the new kingdom, Yang Feng signed various peace treaties with the 3 races and formally married Brigina and the other 2 beauties of the 3 races. Yang Feng is now referred to by everyone as the new Brave Lord. Once the newly established kingdom stabilized a little, Yang Feng announced that all human powerhouses of the Brave class must serve the Kingdom of the Sun, or they will be viewed as rebels. With the power of the entire kingdom, more than 20 braves were recruited by Yang Feng and became his subordinates. Among the 20-plus braves, 3 are stars of fate. Chapter 652, Braves Fall into Line. Chapter 652, Braves Fall into Line. Translator, Xuanhuan. Naughty Kitten Tavern is an ordinary small tavern in Xuanhuan City. Since the ale here is cheap, many people with some money to spare like to come here to drink and chat. The door of Naughty Kitten Tavern was pushed open, and 3 adventurers with scarves covering their faces entered the tavern and sat at a table. Judging by their full figures, the adventurers are all female. The mighty Brave Lord is said to have promulgated a new policy, lowering agricultural taxes and raising commercial taxes again. freewebnovel.com. Great! Now our burden is lighter. Long live the Brave Lord. Last week, Earl Helio was sentenced to death by the Brave Lord and publicly executed. Earl Helio delighted in abusing and killing peasant adventurers. That beast was finally put down. The Brave Lord is really wise. Yeah, lowering taxes and slaying those greater aristocrats guilty of crimes. Only the Brave Lord will do that. In the past, no one dared to control those greater aristocrats. No matter what crimes they committed, they wouldn't be tried. The Brave Lord is really a heaven-sent treasure. There are people talking about the deeds of the Brave Lord everywhere in the tavern, and all of them are full of praise for the Brave Lord. A female adventurer couldn't help but ask, "How do you know so much?" A bald-headed adventurer showed a smug smile, took out a newspaper, and handed it to the female adventurer. "It's because of the newspaper. This is a newspaper run by the people of the Brave Lord, and it has all policies recorded inside. Although we uncouth fellows can't understand what it says. But the Naughty Kitten Tavern has newspaper readers every day read the various policies recorded in the newspaper to us." Newspaper. The female adventurer lowered her head, picked up the newspaper, and read it carefully. The newspaper speaks of various policies and decrees promulgated by Yang Feng, as well as praises and propaganda for the person himself. The female adventurer is from an extraordinary background. Ignoring the propaganda, she looked at the various decrees and policies and realized how extraordinary they are. After becoming the king of the Kingdom of the Sun, Yang Feng didn't indulge in pleasure, but supported agriculture, commerce, and industry vigorously and directly sold off most of the wealth he obtained from the 3 kingdoms and invested all into infrastructure. With the full support of Yang Feng, the 3 kingdoms gained tremendous vitality and are experiencing a prosperous economic development, improving the people's living standards continuously. Many farmers couldn't even eat their fill in the old days. But with Yang Feng's assistance, that is no longer the case, which netted him the support of many people from the lower strata. At the same time, Yang Feng used the newspaper as a propaganda tool to expose the evil actions of the greater aristocrats in the era of the Three Kingdoms, making the people full of disgust and anger towards that era, which in turn made them feel even more intimate with the Kingdom of the Sun. The female adventurer handed the newspaper to another female adventurer and asked, "Nina, what do you think? Are the things in the newspaper false?" Nina took a closer look at the newspaper. Her pretty face turned slightly ashen, and she sighed faintly. "They should be true. There was a rumor in the high society that Viscount Lazev likes to torture and kill boys. When I was young, my father told me that I should never approach that animal." The female adventurer, exuding a faint aura of a powerhouse, sighed slightly. "In that case, everything the brave Lord Rant did is justified. Everywhere we passed along the way, we only heard people praise the brave Lord Rant. He executed the brutal greater aristocrats, lowered the taxes for the peasants, eliminated slavers, punished corrupt officials, signed peace treaties with the outside world, and actively responded to the possible invasion of the demons. He is definitely a rare, virtuous lord." "Nina, I can't kill him." Face slightly ashen, Nina clasped her hands together and bit her lower lip. The female adventurer continued, "Nina, we should give up. The brave Lord Rant just deprived your family of your titles and confiscated your assets, which he converted into war bonds. I heard that the Kingdom of the Sun didn't renege on the war bonds, but started repaying them with a repayment period of 20 years. In this way, although you are no longer an aristocrat, but you can still become rich, and there is still hope of you rising to great heights in the future." Nina responded, "I know. However, Bridget, are you really going to heed the brave Lord's call? Isn't it your dream to become the hero? It is no secret that the brave Lord wants to become the hero. Aren't you afraid that he'll kill you?" Bridget is the name of the female adventurer. She is one of Garimo Kingdom's hero candidates, is a native to the Eternal Continent, and possesses tremendous strength. Since she didn't want to take part in the human civil war, Bridget didn't appear in Ninua City. Many human braves didn't participate in the civil war between Yang Feng and the human kingdoms. Bridget smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's written in the newspaper that so long as braves go to Radiant Capital and accept the title of the Kingdom of the Sun's title, there won't be any danger. A friend of mine who is also a brave has already arrived in Radiant Capital and confirmed the brave Lord's promise." Nina fell silent. A dozen days later, Bridget and her party arrived in Radiant Capital. "Bridget, it's me." Shortly after Bridget entered Radiant Capital, a handsome young man with short blonde hair, accompanied by a dozen soldiers, came to her with a smile. When Bridget saw the young man, she immediately showed a bright and beautiful smile. "Ryan, it's you. Are you an official?" Ryan smiled and uttered, "Yes. His Majesty the Brave Lord has asked me to be in charge of receiving the braves coming from different places. By the way, His Majesty the Brave Lord will hold a banquet tonight to entertain everyone of the brave class." A peculiar gleam flashed in her eyes, and Bridget asked, enunciating each syllable, "Ryan, why did His Majesty the Brave Lord call us here? Moreover, those who don't heed his call will be declared as rebels? Please tell me the truth behind this." Ryan replied frankly, "There is nothing to hide. The greatest wish of His Majesty the Brave Lord Rant is to become the hero, slay the demon lord, and get supreme honor. Therefore, he issued this order after he established the Kingdom of the Sun. As long as all braves promise not to compete with him for this honor, they will be conferred an aristocratic title and will receive a huge sum of money." Bridget asked, stupefied, "Just for this?" In Bridget's view, this compulsory summon of all braves smelled of a conspiracy. Yet she didn't expect that the conspiracy pertained just this. Ryan answered, "Yes, that's it. After I came to see him, His Majesty told me his purpose frankly. The banquet should be a pretext to tell you new arrivals about his aspirations and eliminate your concerns. This content is taken from freewebnovel.cm. Bridget hesitated for a moment, and then followed Ryan towards the royal palace. After going through numerous winding corridors, Bridget stepped into a palace, where she saw nearly 100 braves. These braves have different cultivation bases, ranging from level 7 to the legend rank. Each of these nearly 100 braves are famous in their respective lands. These braves famous throughout the Eternal Continent are gathered in Radiant Capital because of Yang Feng's order. This is the supreme power of the human lord. His Majesty the Brave Lord is here. Loud voices came from outside the hall. Accompanied by the four beauties Brigina, Walana, Marina, and Garlum and surrounded by guards, Yang Feng stepped into the hall. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The braves in the hall all knelt on one knee and saluted Yang Feng. "Please rise." Yang Feng walked to the throne, sat down, looked at the nearly 100 braves, and revealed a smile. As the human lord, Yang Feng can conscript all these braves with a single order. This showcases how great his power is. After seeing the nearly 100 braves get up, Yang Feng smiled gently and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, you must be very curious why I called you here. I will tell you now my purpose behind this. I am from a remote village, but the village was destroyed by the demon lord. Ever since I was little, I made up my mind to kill the demon lord and avenge everyone in the village. I must become the hero and slay the demon lord with my own hands. Only with this can I eliminate the shadow in my heart. Ladies and gentlemen, now that you have come to Radiant Capital, you can choose if you want to join the Kingdom of the Sun and serve the new human kingdom. As long as you join the Kingdom of the Sun, you will be conferred an aristocratic title. And every month, you will get a brave stipend, allowing you to live a quiet and well-off life. My only requirement is that you leave the demon lord to me. Of course, if I die at the demon lord's hands, then you can choose whether or not you want to become the new hero and fight the demon lord. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me fulfill my only wish." Yang Feng got up, bowed slightly in salute, and spoke with a sincere look on his face. "All right, Your Majesty. You can rest assured that everyone here will agree to your request. Your Majesty, I am willing to serve the Kingdom of the Sun." Many of the braves who have already sided with Yang Feng proclaimed loudly. Chapter 653 Holy Sword of Devour. Chapter 653 Holy Sword of Devour. Translator, Xuanhuan. When they heard Yang Feng's request, most of the human braves coming from different places agreed to his request at once. After thinking things through, some famous braves eager to be the hero could only choose to give up as well, helpless. Yang Feng is currently the human lord, and his influence spreads throughout the entire human race. With an order from him, these braves will be labeled as traitors and chased by the entire human race. Besides, on their journey here, these braves have witnessed that the humans under Yang Feng's governance are becoming more and more prosperous. The greater aristocrats who used to brutally kill peasants have been executed one by one, and the law and order in various places has improved greatly. The braves have formidable battle prowess, but their internal affairs capability is very low. However, as adventurers traveling around, they can see that many people are leading far better lives than during the Three Kingdoms era. Naturally, they won't act against Yang Feng, who is a wise lord. At the same time, Yang Feng doesn't dare to kill these braves. After all, with the interference of the power of fate, even if he killed dozens of braves, more braves would be born. Via fate algorithm, Yang Feng saw that Bridget and the other two braves are darlings favored by fate. If he sent people to chase them down, even with fate algorithm, they could kill one or two at most. The remaining would continue to grow and evolve and become his enemy. After appeasing the convened braves, Yang Feng went to Dragon Island and obtained a fate tablet with a chapter of fate algorithm recorded from the dragons. The three human kingdoms each kept a chapter of fate algorithm, and those three chapters have also fallen into the hands of Yang Feng. After obtaining all the chapters of fate algorithm, Yang Feng went to the Holy Sword Land by himself. Holy Sword Land is located to the north of the Three Kingdoms. There are countless demonic beasts and monsters along the way, and there are even legend monsters in Holy Sword Land. Yang Feng easily slayed the monsters blocking his path, and reached Holy Sword Land in under 10 days. Located in a small valley in Holy Sword Land is a strange city with a completely different style from that of Eternal Continent. Every building in the strange city is inscribed with queer runes that exceed even Yang Feng's scope of understanding. This is the center of the power of fate, the convergence node of the power of fate. I can't understand these runes. They were left by a powerhouse of the Holy Spirit Warlock rank or above. Yang Feng looked at the queer runes inscribed on the city's buildings, and amazement streaked past his eyes. After eating the apple of wisdom, Yang Feng's intelligence has reached the Infinity Warlock rank. Because of this, he can easily analyze, understand, and master countless runes. Only the runes engraved by Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses and above will make it impossible for Yang Feng to understand them. The standard of spells in Eternal Continent is extremely low, only at the level of Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng is justifiably surprised to encounter such runes here. Extraordinary memory. Yang Feng gazed at the queer runes, cast a spell, and sealed them in the abyss of his memory. Since he can't understand these immensely formidable runes at this time, Yang Feng can only use extraordinary memory to seal them in the deepest part of his mind. Once he is strong enough, he can unearth and study them. Strolling in Holy Sword Land, Yang Feng soon saw a huge altar appear in front of him. There is an ordinary stone sword inserted in the center of the huge altar. Countless runes are inscribed on the center of the altar as well as the stone sword. There are 99 steps made of white jade leading to the stone sword. The white jade steps are the hero steps, and the stone sword in the center of the altar is the legendary holy sword that belongs to the hero. It is the treasure that warlock prodigies who have entered this world fight over. Non-humans must not step on the hero steps, else die. This content is taken from fgaribnovel.com. In front of the white jade steps, there stands a stele inscribed with bloody words. The stele exudes a terrifying aura that seems to cross the river of time. This aura, could it be the aura of an eternal, a being that has surpassed the Warlock Emperor rank? Yang Feng looked at the stele, and an enigmatic gleam flashed in his eyes. He once felt the aura of a Warlock Emperor. Warlock Emperor rank aura is as deep and unmeasurable as the sea. As for eternal rank aura, it is like a small universe, exceeding the Warlock Emperor rank by far. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a peculiar glint, and he uttered slowly, "Eternal. There really are Eternals. I thought Eternals were just a myth." According to some secret legends, Sangji Plain has given birth to more than one Eternal. Since those Eternals have seen through the mysteries of the soul, neither their flesh nor their soul will decay with time. For some reason, those Eternals disappeared from Sangji Plain. Only a few relics proving their existence are left in the world. The relics of Eternals are all dangerous, and they are hidden in different spacetimes. According to legend, except for the Dawn Lord, the other 7 Warlock Emperors have all explored the relics of Eternals, and were consequently seriously wounded, which led to their deaths. Suddenly a doubt arose in Yang Feng's mind. Why would an Eternal protect humans? The history of Eternal precedes the Warlock Age. After the Archgod Age, there have been no more rumors of Eternals being born. Yang Feng hid the doubt deep in his mind, and then stepped onto the hero steps. The white jade hero steps burst out with mysterious light that swept towards Yang Feng, and a feeling of being pried into welled up inside him. Yang Feng gritted his teeth and encouraged himself secretly. The difference between humans and other races lies is the soul. Although this body is the body of the Devil Lord, but my soul is that of a human warlock. I can definitely step on the hero steps. The methods left by an Eternal are absolutely earth-shattering, not something that Yang Feng can contend with. He can only believe in the fact that he is a human in order to find a way out. After accessing Yang Feng's soul, the strange light scanned it carefully, and then disappeared. The hero steps recognized Yang Feng as a human. A breeze blew over, and the legendary weapon, the swift sword, appeared behind Yang Feng in a flash and pierced into his heart. Success! The eyes of Ren holding the swift sword flashed with ecstasy. He has been hiding here for a long time just to perform a stab. With the support of the karma weapon, the swift sword, Ren can even assassinate a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse with a sneak attack. At the same time, magic light flickered atop Ren. The magic light came from magic herbs the Mage Merlin collected for him to use for this sword strike. After Yang Feng unified the human race, he was hailed as the strongest brave lord, and became the most probable choice for the hero. Ren knows that he cannot compete with Yang Feng, so he chose to assassinate him. Junior legend, you are Ren. Your sword is fast. Unfortunately, I have seen a sword dozens of times faster than yours. Your sword is too slow. You haven't even condensed a virtual holy sword. What a letdown. Yang Feng's closed eyes opened slowly and burst out with a dazzling radiance, and he slashed out casually. As if drawn by the power of fate, Ren was strangely hit by Yang Feng's sword. His body was split in two, and his life force extinguished, a look of shock and despair on his face. Compared to Jiang Shi and that other warlock, you are far too lacking. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a ball of fire enveloped Ren and burned him to ashes. After killing Ren, Yang Feng continued to tread the hero steps, but then he felt a huge repulsive force from the hero steps. I am the one. It's my destiny. Yang Feng operated fate algorithm with a thought, and fate force enveloped him and reversed his fate, defeating the huge repulsive force coming from the hero steps. Yang Feng stepped onto the second step, and a trace of eternal aura streaked through his body, and a copious amount of knowledge poured into his sea of knowledge, nearly detonating his sea of knowledge. My path is the great Tao of Devour, to devour all power. I just need the law of Devour. The law of Devour seeped out from Yang Feng and formed a pitch-black virtual holy sword of Devour seemingly capable of devouring everything in his hand. With each step Yang Feng took on the hero steps, he absorbed a strand of eternal aura, and the virtual holy sword of Devour in his hand became more corporeal. When Yang Feng reached the center of the altar, the virtual holy sword of Devour was already filled with terrifying Devour force. My holy sword, come out! Yang Feng combined the virtual holy sword of Devour condensed from the law of Devour with the stone sword in the center of the altar. Radiating resplendent light, the two finally formed the holy sword of Devour. As soon as Yang Feng grasped the holy sword of Devour, countless mysteries of the law of Devour poured out from the holy sword of Devour, enabling him to quickly understand and master them. Chapter 654, Promotion to a Glorious Sun Warlock. Chapter 654, Promotion to a Glorious Sun Warlock. Translator, Xuanhuan. Yang Feng looked at the holy sword of Devour in his hand and raised the corners of his mouth. I finally reached this step. Originally, according to the trajectory of fate, more than 100 braves should have gathered in Holy Sword Land to fight for the ownership of the Holy Sword. Under the influence of fate, Yang Feng didn't stand out from among the more than 100 braves. But now nearly 100 braves have been recruited by him to hold a post in Radiant Capital, which is why he could so easily grasp the Holy Sword of Devour. This world can conclude as well. Yang Feng's figure fluttered slightly, and then he disappeared. 10 days later, in Anmo Kingdom's Demon Lord Hall, a Demon Lord exuding legend rank might is sitting on the throne. The Demon Lord looks the same as when Yang Feng came to this world. Yang Feng walked into Demon Lord Hall unhurriedly, his body spotless. Protect His Majesty. Kill him. Kill the brave Lord Rant. Numerous demons poured into Demon Lord Hall and cast countless spells barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng brandished the holy sword of Devour, and a black moon appeared suddenly and devoured the power of all the attacks heading his way like a black hole that could swallow everything, rendering the attacks useless. It's over, Your Majesty. Please die. Under the horrified gazes of the demons, Yang Feng appeared in front of the Demon Lord and stabbed him in the heart. The sword erupted with a terrifying power in a flash and devoured the Demon Lord. No one saw that at the moment when the Demon Lord was devoured, some strange mechanical parts exploded in his body. When the Demon Lord died, Yang Feng felt his body relax. The terrifying power of fate that bound him has collapsed and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the bottleneck of the pinnacle legend rank and stepped into the starry sky warlock realm. A fearsome, repulsive force enveloped Yang Feng. Enveloped by the fearsome, repulsive force, Yang Feng broke through the ceiling of Demon Lord Hall and flew towards the outside. 100,000 meters. 1 million meters. 100 million meters. Under the effect of the fearsome, repulsive force, Yang Feng flew out of Eternal Continent and came to an endless void. From the endless void, Yang Feng can see a purple ring envelope the Eternal Continent. Yang Feng looked at the purple ring, and his eyes lit up and flashed with excitement. Is this the legendary eternal purple gas? Eternal purple gas is mythical gas formed after the spilt blood and power of an eternal absorb a copious amount of energy. It can be used to refine secret treasures and have them birth a spirit. Legend has it that some holy grade secret treasures and Empyrean grade secret treasures possess a spirit. They choose their masters themselves and grow stronger with the passage of time. In the same grade, secret treasures with a spirit are much stronger than secret treasures without one. Yang Feng blurred into motion and flew into the purple ring, and then started absorbing the eternal purple gas. Countless wisps of eternal purple gas entered Yang Feng, and he instantly promoted to the quasi-glorious Sun Warlock rank. The seals placed on him unlocked one by one, and then he felt the existence of the small world. As soon as the small world inside him emerged, it started devouring the eternal purple gas. The devourers inside the small world devoured the eternal purple gas as well, and then evolved and grew stronger. After the small world devoured a lot of eternal purple gas, the plane origin became more powerful, and the small world expanded. A trace of enlightenment surged inside Yang Feng, and he operated the law of devour and turned into a giant black hole at once, swallowing the eternal purple gas around him. freewebnov.co. After a period of time, Yang Feng's soul core transformed once more and evolved into a glorious sun core radiating sunlight, and he himself advanced to a glorious sun warlock. When Yang Feng advanced to a glorious sun warlock, a strange black hole appeared behind him and engulfed him, and he disappeared. In the next moment, when he opened his eyes, Yang Feng found that he has already appeared in astral boundary, in a strange and unfamiliar star field. Yang Feng looked at the chaotic astral mist around him and showed a smile. I'm now a glorious sun warlock. Let's see what I can do in astral boundary. With a thought, Yang Feng began to run a special algorithm related to the astral mist, and his eyes changed into transcendent pupils and shone with countless runes. The chaotic astral mist immediately dissipated before his eyes and gave way to an empty, dark, and deathly still scene. Eyes radiating enigmatic light, Yang Feng analyzed calmly. With my present strength and the boost from transcendent pupils, I can only see in an area about 1,000 kilometers in radius in astral boundary. Every moment consumes power. If I don't use transcendent pupils, I can only see in an area 10 kilometers in diameter. That's astral boundary for you. When staying here for a long period of time, even an Infinity Warlock may be eroded by astral force and turned into an astral monster. Although Yang Feng has already promoted to a glorious Sun Warlock and wields many secret methods. But even so, he can only see in an area 1,000 kilometers in diameter in astral boundary at most. This is the terror of astral boundary. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and a Star Destroyer Battlestar appeared in front of him. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he entered the Star Destroyer Battlestar, operated the Super Warp Gate, and stepped inside, and then returned to Ligui Province. I'm back. As soon as Yang Feng returned to Ligui Province, the Bright World Warlocks who have a soul connection with him felt his presence. In Undying Mountain, in a palace, a black light shone, and Alexia appeared, gazed at Yang Feng sitting on the throne with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes, and parted her cherry lips, saying, "You've become stronger." Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "I'm really honored to receive your praise. Unfortunately, the current me is still not your opponent." Alexia flapped the wings on her back, turned into a black ray, and disappeared. Before long, the news that Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming returned spread throughout Ligui Province. Some forces hidden in dark that have just cropped up in Ligui Province chose to hide again. Yang Feng used the massive resources in Ligui Province to quickly stabilize his cultivation base in the Junior Glorious Sun Warlock realm, and then continued to practice cultivation. Ligui Province, in the Zhan family's headquarters, Dragon Cliff Mountain. A young man with short black hair and regular facial features dressed in black came to the bottom of Dragon Cliff Mountain. Behind the man is a servant with dry skin and a bitter expression on the face, looking like he could collapse by wind blowing at him. A boy of the Zhan family with an air of arrogance around him stepped forward and chided them. "Who are you? This is the Zhan family's headquarters. Please stop. Otherwise, we'll have to be rude. The young man in black answered lightly, I am Nangong Wumi from the Nangong family, a family from Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families. I seek an audience with the Zhan family's patriarch. Nangong Wumi. The Nangong Wumi of the glorious sun 7 stars? The number 1 genius of the Nangong family. Is that the Nangong Wumi who swept through the glorious sun warlocks of 36 lesser provinces without being defeated once? When the Zhan family's warlocks at the foot of Dragon Cliff Mountain heard the name, they inhaled a breath of cold air and gazed at Nangong Wumi with awe in their eyes. In Great Cloud Dynasty, the Moonlight 7 stars are Moonlight warlocks with the greatest potential, while the Glorious Sun 7 stars are the strongest Glorious Sun warlocks. They are fearsome existences who can compete with the older generation. Each one of the Glorious Sun 7 stars are able to contend with rogue Bright World Warlocks and even slay them. In Zhangji Plain, Infinity Warlocks generally stay guard in their respective bases. The strongest powerhouses walking the world are usually Bright World Warlocks. Update.dfrmfreewebnovel.com. As a Glorious Sun Warlock who can contend against Bright Warlocks, Nangong Wumi is an incredible individual. The boy from the Zhan family spoke respectfully at once. Please wait a moment. I will pass on your words. Shortly after, the boy from the Zhan family took Nangong Wumi and his servant to a palace on Dragon Cliff Mountain. Seeing the Zhan family's patriarch sitting on the throne, Nangong Wumi clasped his hand and said, Well met, patriarch. The Zhan family's patriarch asked indifferently, Brother Nangong, what brings you here? Nangong Wumi answered with a faint smile, I came here this time to swipe pointers with glorious sun warlocks of your province. And the first opponent I chose is you, patriarch. Please give my Nangong family face and have a spar with me. The Zhan family's patriarch frowned slightly. If it were someone else, he would have already attacked. But Nangong Wumi is a peerless genius of the Nangong family, a family from Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families. The Nangong family is a colossus that the Zhan family cannot contend against. Besides, the Zhan family has suffered severe losses at Yang Feng's hands recently. After much consideration, the Zhan family's patriarch agreed. Okay, I agree to your request. 3 days later, the news that the Zhan family's patriarch was defeated by Nangong Wumi spread throughout Ligui province. 5 days later, the Yi family's patriarch was defeated by Nangong Wumi. 7 days later, the Zhao family's patriarch lost to Nangong Wumi. Chapter 655, Nangong Wumi's Challenge. Chapter 655, Nangong Wumi's Challenge. Translator, Xuanhuan. Nangong Wumi swept trough almost the entire Ligui province and defeated one famous glorious sun warlock after another, including the glorious sun warlocks from the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres. A month later, a Bright World Warlock suddenly attacked Nangong Wumi. The old servant next to Nangong Wumi stepped in abruptly, emitted pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of power, and unleashed a strike, injuring the opposing Bright World Warlock severely. The entire Ligui province learned that there is a pinnacle Bright World Warlock guardian next to Nangong Wumi. The powerhouses who wanted to assassinate Nangong Wumi ceased their activity at once. In Ligui province, in addition to the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres who each had one pinnacle Bright World Warlock prior to the Undying Mountain incident, there are still some rogue junior Bright World Warlocks and intermediate Bright World Warlocks. These rogue warlocks cannot compete with a pinnacle Bright World Warlock. In Ligui province, only Yang Feng's Undying Mountain has the absolute power to kill Nangong Wumi and his guardian. After Nangong Wumi swept through the glorious sun warlocks of Ligui province, he finally came to the center of the province and arrived before Undying Mountain's headquarters. FREOWebnovel.com. At this time, there is a large number of female warlock groupies following Nangong Wumi, who in turn attracted male warlocks. The fights between Nangong Wumi and other glorious sun warlocks are held in arenas and are a spectacle to behold. There is no restriction that prohibits other warlocks from watching the fights. Therefore, he has attracted quite the following in Ligui province. Standing in front of Undying Mountain's headquarters, Nangong Wumi operated a secret method and spoke loudly. I, Nangong Wumi, Request an audience with Undying Mountain's young master. A tremendous voice echoed in Undying Mountain's headquarters. Will Undying Mountain let him in? What do you guys think? No way, right? Nangong Wumi swept the glorious Sun Warlocks in the entire Ligue province. Although there are many experts in Undying Mountain as well as the Blazing Angel Alexia. However, there are no powerful glorious Sun Warlocks. Yeah, I haven't heard of any powerful glorious Sun Warlocks coming from Undying Mountain. Undying Mountain is very mysterious, and they are said to possess formidable alchemy. But in terms of powerhouses, they don't seem to have many. They shouldn't let Nangong Wumi in. The young warlocks behind Nangong Wumi chatted among themselves. They don't think that Nangong Wumi can enter Undying Mountain. Ever since Yang Feng's Undying Mountain occupied Ligue province, the powerful forces of Ligue province and even the entire continent have conducted research on Undying Mountain. All forces unanimously come to the conclusion that Undying Mountain is a powerful force with a deep foundation, and what they showed in Ligue province is only the tip of the iceberg. At the same time, there are countless conjectures and rumors. One of the rumors is that there are no true experts in Undying Mountain, that there are only some bootleg Starry Sky Warlocks and Moonlight Warlocks who achieve their cultivation base by throwing piles of elixirs and other resources at it. And that is because no glorious Sun Warlocks, Bright World Warlocks, nor Infinity Warlocks have ever emerged from Undying Mountain. They only have a Blazing Angel standing guard. If it wasn't for the Blazing Angel Alexia who can compete with junior Infinity Warlock powerhouses and the fact that Ligue province is a restricted area, countless forces would have come forward to test the strength of Undying Mountain. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. Since no Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse is sure to win against Alexia, Nangong Wumi of the glorious Sun 7 Stars came to Ligue province to issue a challenge instead. Nangong Wumi, have you come to challenge glorious Sun Warlocks from my Undying Mountain? Yang Feng's indifferent yet majestic voice came from Undying Mountain. Nangong Wumi smiled faintly and said, as the number one force in Ligue province, Undying Mountain must have countless masters. I came this time to swap pointers with glorious Sun Warlocks of Undying Mountain. Okay, I will fight you on behalf of Undying Mountain. A gold ray emanated from Undying Mountain's headquarters and landed on the foot of mountain. Yang Feng and Alexia slowly emerged from the gold ray. Alexia, that is the strongest guardian of Undying Mountain. Blazing Angel Alexia, that's Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming. He actually advanced to a glorious Sun Warlock. Young Master Lei Ming, wasn't he an advanced Moonlight Warlock powerhouse? How did he get promoted to a glorious Sun Warlock? The young warlocks looked at Yang Feng and Alexia with worship, jealousy, incredulity, and other complicated feelings in their eyes. Blazing Angel Alexia is recognized as the number one expert in Ligue province, and is a terrifying being who can contend against junior Infinity Warlocks. She is the object of worship of many people in Ligue province. As the mysterious young master of Undying Mountain who can easily mobilize a 100 million strong warlock army, Yang Feng is the most powerful figure in Ligue province. Yang Feng is the most envied figure of Ligue province's younger generation. Free to use Ligue province's cultivation resources, he can make rapid progress, easily break through bottlenecks, and advance to a glorious Sun Warlock. When the old servant standing beside Nangong Wumi, who seems like he's at his last breath, saw Alexia, his eyes shone brightly, and, as if a ferocious beast that has awakened, he suddenly burst out with pinnacle Bright World Warlock rank fluctuations of power that rolled out towards Alexia. Humph! Alexia snorted, raised the 3 pairs of wings on her back, emitted fearsome dark force, and looked at the old servant with deep killing intent. The old servant's fluctuations of power were smashed by Alexia's fluctuations of power. His face paled a little and he took a few steps backwards. His fluctuations of power faded, and he lowered his head, looking like an ordinary old man. Humph! Alexia snorted coldly, dissatisfied. If it was in Abyss, if someone had tested her, she would have cut them in two. But she is in Sangji Plain. She understands that she should not antagonize a behemoth like the Nangong family. Nangong Wumi swept Yang Feng with a glance, An enigmatic glint streaked past his eyes, and he said with a smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, you only have the cultivation base of an intermediate glorious sun warlock, while I am already a quasi-bright world warlock, and I have also formed a virtual world. You are not my opponent. Have the strongest glorious sun warlock of Undying Mountain come fight me." Yang Feng clapped his hands. "I can handle you. Besides, I want to see how strong the glorious Sun 7 stars are." Alexia waved her hand, and a level 8 arena secret treasure flew out from her hand, landed on the ground, and formed a giant arena. The level 8 arena secret treasure can endure the fight between Bright World Warlocks. Yang Feng blurred into motion and turned into a stream of white light that entered the arena. Smiling confidently, Nangong Wumi turned into mist that entered the arena. In a breath, Yang Feng and Nangong Wumi appeared in the arena that has a width of more than 20 kilometers and a height of tens of kilometers, and is enchanted with spatial spells. With an arrogant expression on his face, Nangong Wumi smiled loftily and uttered, "Lei Ming, I'll give you the first shot. Let me take a look at your Undying Mountain's secret methods. Since this is the case, then I want stand-o ceremony. Life and Death Mirror." Yang Feng operated a secret method and pointed with a finger, and a gray mirror exuding traces of life and death force suddenly appeared in the space, turned slightly, and shot a gray ray barreling towards Nangong Wumi. The Life and Death Mirror is a unique secret methods the Death Lord has mastered. The Life Mirror can let people who died within a short time frame rise from death. The Death Mirror can suck away the souls of people and have them die directly. When Yang Feng collected all kinds of warlock books in Ligui province, he got his hands on 2 volumes of the life and death text written by the Death Lord. This is the strongest secret method recorded in the 2 volumes of the life and death text. Incredible! It's the Life and Death Mirror. The Life Mirror controls life and the Death Mirror controls death. According to legend, the Death Lord was an imperishable existence when he had the Life and Death Mirror unleashed. No matter how many times he died, he could be quickly reborn from the Life Mirror. It's really amazing that your Undying Mountain can master this secret method. It's a pity that it's incomplete. Nangong Wumi smiled slightly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a living Soul Beast suddenly flew out and blocked in front of him. When the gray death ray hit the Soul Beast suddenly lost its soul and fell to the ground. Nangong Wumi spoke flatly. The Death Lord's Life and Death Mirror locks on the target, penetrates all defenses, and directly affects the soul of the opponent. As for you Life and Death Mirror, it's too slow and can't penetrate the target's defenses. It is useless if your opponent is prepared. You're already quite strong, but not quite there yet to be my opponent. Nangong Wumi silently recited an incantation. In an instant, 7 stars in Sangji Plains outer space shone brightly. A copious amount of starlight dropped from the sky and formed 7 stars above Nangong Wumi. Every star contains fearsome star force, which can easily wreck a grade 9 plane. Stars descend. A secret method recorded in Star Lord's star text. This is a secret method recorded in the star text, and it has the power to destroying the sky and laying waste to earth. Stars descend. Astounding! He's able to trigger 7 stars. When the spectators saw the 7 stars, their eyes shimmered with astonishment. Stars descend is a powerful offensive secret method recorded in the star text. When cultivated to the pinnacle, it can directly channel the stars in the sky to attack enemies. Possesses world-destroying might. Chapter 656. Defeating Nangong Wumi. Chapter 656. Defeating Nangong Wumi. Translator, Zayamoch. Yang Feng looked at the 7 stars that circle around Nangong Wumi with admiration in his eyes. Stars descend. Incredible. When he swept away Ligui province's glorious sun warlocks, Nangong Wumi has always unleashed this unique secret method. Ordinary glorious sun warlocks can't resist even 1 star, while the strongest glorious sun warlocks only manage to resist 5 stars before being defeated by the 6th one. Nangong Wumi spoke with an elegant smile. Young Master Lei Ming, be careful. If you can't handle it, please say so, and I will stop. This is just a friendly match. After he entered Ligui province, Nangong Wumi has challenged and defeated many glorious Sun Warlocks, but he has never killed a single one of them. As long as he's not a fool, he should understand that he will die if he murders Undying Mountain's young master here. There was also a flash of excitement in Yang Feng's eyes, and the blood inside him boiled. Go ahead. Let me have a taste of Stars Descend's power. After returning from Eternal Continent, Yang Feng has advanced to a glorious Sun Warlock, and his strength has increased geometrically. Nangong Wumi pointed with a finger and uttered lightly, Holy Light Star, fall. A dazzling star dropped from the sky and pressed towards Yang Feng with world-destroying power. In the space where Yang Feng is located, countless silk threads condensed from star force appeared in a flash and sealed off the space, making it impossible for him to cast spatial spells to escape from the star pressing his way. As a virtual star condensed from a star's star force, Holy Light Star has the power of a star. Once hit by it, even a grade 9 plane will be wrecked. Even intermediate glorious Sun Warlocks can't resist the power of Holy Light Star. Young Master Lei Ming has just been promoted to a glorious Sun Warlock. I'm afraid that he can't even defend against Holy Light Star. Not necessarily. Undying Mountain is famous for their powerful secret treasures. Young Master Lei Ming may be able to draw the power of a secret treasure to resist the attack of Holy Light Star. The warlocks outside the arena discussed the situation inside the arena. Yang Feng's avatar Lei Ming has just promoted to a glorious Sun Warlock, and so few people have confidence in his strength. Besides, he used the power of his mechanical legion to unify Ligui province, and hasn't displayed his power yet. Interesting. Break. A flash of excitement in his eyes. Yang Feng operated primal chaos imperishable body. Vast power welled up inside him, and he punched Holy Light Star. Rumble. Along with a world-shaking blare, Holy Light Star condensed from a star's star force was blasted apart by Yang Feng's punch, and the resulting explosion engulfed him. Incredible. Such formidable physical strength. Is he a body-tempering warlock? To have such a powerful physical strength, is young Master Lei Ming treading the body-tempering warlock path? Body-tempering warlocks are very weak in the early days, far inferior to elemental warlocks and warlocks of other fields. But when you reach the pinnacle, you can destroy all powers with formidable physical strength. However, it is hard for body-tempering warlocks to practice cultivation, and so no one expected that Undying Mountain's young master would actually be a body-tempering warlock. Seeing this scene, the warlocks outside the arena inhaled a breath of cold air, and a dignified glint flashed in their eyes. As a virtual star containing a star's star force, Holy Light Star is as powerful as a real small celestial body. For Yang Feng's punch to blast Holy Light Star apart, it signifies that he can smash a celestial body with a punch. Of course, Yang Feng can only smash the weakest of celestial bodies in astral boundary. As for the grade 1 plane Zhangji plane, even Eternals can't accomplish this. A body-tempering warlock? Interesting. Wei Yao Star. Nangong Wumi smiled lightly and pointed with a finger, and the second star barreled towards Yang Feng instantly. Wei Yao Star is formed from twice as much star force as Holy Light Star. Also sealing off the space, it crushed towards Yang Feng with terrifying power. Eyes flashing with excitement, Yang Feng brandished his iron fist, slammed it into Wei Yao Star, and smashed the star. Without saying anything, Nangong Wumi sent the remaining stars blasting towards Yang Feng one after another. Each of the stars triggered by Stars Descend is stronger than the previous one. Astounding! He destroyed River Cloud Star. Awesome! He destroyed another star. What a monster! To be able to accomplish this much with physical strength alone. Truly amazing. The sixth star, he destroyed the sixth star. The Yi family's patriarch, known as the number 1 glorious Sun Warlock in Ligui province, was seriously injured by Thunder Roar Star. He actually destroyed Thunder Roar Star with his body alone. What a freak! Under the shocked gazes of the spectators, Yang Feng waved his iron fist and shattered one star after another. When he crushed the sixth star, a copious amount of blood burst out from his body and sprinkled on the ground. Nangong Wumi didn't urge the seventh star to fall down, but instead smiled elegantly and advised sincerely, "Young Master Lei Ming, you're really impressive. In terms of the physique alone, you're already comparable to a Bright World Warlock. You can be rated as the #1 Glorious Sun Warlock in Ligui Province. However, Thunder Roar Star is already your limit. You won't be able to take the 7-star Magic Light Star. It has as much power as the previous 6 stars combined. You won't be able to handle it. Please concede." Yang Feng smiled slightly. "Yes, Thunder Roar Star is already my limit. Next I will use spells to contend against Magic Light Star." Spells? Is he also proficient in spells? His physical strength is so formidable. Who knows how strong his spells are? The spectators were immediately taken aback, and then started discussing. Yang Feng's physical strength has exceeded their imagination by far. In Ligui Province, except for Bright World Warlocks, no one can contend with Yang Feng in terms of physical strength. Now Yang Feng even said that he still has powerful spells, which left the spectators excited at once. This chapter is updated by freebnovel.com. Spells are the most formidable power that warlocks grasp. Using spells, warlocks can move mountains, drain seas, pluck stars, and subjugate transcendence. Nangong Wumi's eyes narrowed faintly, and he uttered flatly, "Young Master Lei Ming, it turns out that you still have cards to play. Okay, be careful." Magic Light Star suddenly fell down and radiated a copious amount of magic light that formed into countless runes. The destructive star force contained within Magic Light Star can seriously wound or even kill a junior Bright World Warlock. Astonishing! This Magic Light Star is really powerful. Before I entered Eternal Continent, if I didn't use the power of the small world, I would have to operate Battle Demon's secret method to be barely able to contend with it. Glorious Sun's 7 stars are deserving of their reputation. An enigmatic gleam in his eyes, Yang Feng exclaimed in his heart, and then a black moon appeared behind him. As if a black hole that can devour everything, the black moon swept towards Magic Light Star. Magic Light Star disappeared into the huge black hole noiselessly. What happened? What's that? What's going on? What spell is that? The warlocks outside the arena are stunned. Looking at the black moon behind Yang Feng, they commented spiritedly. With its tremendous power, Nangong Wumi's Magic Light Star can even seriously wound Bright World Warlocks. Yet unexpectedly, such a powerful spell was actually broken by Yang Feng's spell, making the warlocks outside the arena unable to believe their eyes. The face of Nangong Wumi, who has been calm and collected until now, changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "This is law materialization. You have already found your path and achieved law materialization." The pinnacle Bright World Warlock servant standing outside the arena opened his eyes, and his eyes flickered with intense light and revealed shock. Once a warlock reached the Moonlight Warlock realm, their field of research will begin to shift towards laws and souls. After studying a law to a certain degree and finding your path, you'll achieve law materialization. Only powerhouses who have achieved law materialization are eligible to advance to Holy Step Holy Spirit Warlock rank and above. Law materialization. It's actually law materialization. Undying Mountain's young Master Lei Ming is actually a freakish prodigy? How fearsome! I didn't expect Undying Mountain's young Master Lei Ming to be this strong. I thought that he was just a scheming and cunning guy. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be such a monster. The spectators inhaled a breath of cold air and gazed at Yang Feng with awe in their eyes. A complicated look in his eyes, Nangong Wumi sighed lightly, dissolved his power, and said, "Law materialization. Young Master Lei Ming, I lost." Yang Feng frowned slightly. He can sense that there is a terrifying power hidden inside Nangong Wumi. "Nangong Wumi, you're stronger than this. Why do you admit defeat?" Nangong Wumi answered calmly, "Young Master Lei Ming, you have achieved law materialization. Unless I go all out, I am not your opponent. Besides, you also haven't used all your strength. I gather my chances at winning aren't that high if we continue." Chapter 657, Level 4 Stronghold. Chapter 657, Level 4 Stronghold. Translator, Zaemoj. Nangong Wumi has many powerful killing moves. But as soon as he saw Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon, he understood that unless he goes all out and uses the power of the virtual world inside him, he cannot break Yang Feng's Devour Black Moon. Astrologers who cultivate Star Force are generally very calm and grasp all kinds of deduction spells. They can somewhat infer the outcome of a fight. What Nangong Wumi cultivates is a part of star text left by the Star Lord, and he has also studied astrology. As such, his computing power exceeds that of ordinary people by far. After discovering that he cannot beat Yang Feng, he doesn't have any interest in continue fighting. After Nangong Wumi admitted defeat, he accepted Yang Feng's invitation and entered Undead Mountain, where he had a good time drinking and chatting with Yang Feng. The next day, Nangong Wumi left Undying Mountain and Ligui Province and traveled to another province of Great Cloud Dynasty to search for opportunities. It didn't take long for the news that Nangong Wumi of the glorious Sun 7 Stars was defeated by Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming to spread throughout Ligui Province. For the first time, Ligui Province's warlocks faced Yang Feng's avatar Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming squarely. Prior to this, they all believed that he was proficient in plots and conspiracies, and that he wasn't that strong personally. However, after Yang Feng defeated Nangong Wumi, these warlocks had to admit that Undying Mountain's young master Lei Ming is the strongest glorious sun warlock in Ligui Province, as well as the warlock with the greatest potential of the younger generation in Ligui Province. The forces that were originally full of evil designs on Undying Mountain also began to lie dormant, no longer daring to oppose Undying Mountain. Undying Mountain's rule over Ligui Province is growing firmer with each passing day. After Yang Feng defeated Nangong Wumi, he threw himself into the practice of cultivation head first in Undying Mountain's headquarters. With the help of the Wisdom Apple, the power of superior level 8 soul aptitude, and virtually infinite resources, Yang Feng's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Andrak Plain in a secret underground laboratory. The level 4 stronghold is finally completed. Yang Feng gazed at the level 4 matter and energy converter in the underground laboratory and showed a smile. With a thought, the level 4 optical computer transmitted a great amount of information. Type 2 Undying, when operated at full speed, can erupt with Mach 100 speed. Blazing Sun Battlestar. A strike from its main artillery can deal heavy damage to an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse. Mistwalker. A type of battle robot that can dissipate into mist and devour all kinds of power. Vajra Robot. A type of offensive battle robot with super defense and a large artillery. The large artillery has the power to seriously wound a Bright World Warlock rank powerhouse. Type 2 Void Assassin. Type 2 Skynet. A defensive system capable of suppressing Infinity Warlocks. This content is taken from fgeribnovel.com. Yang Feng looked at the information transmitted by the level 4 mobile fortified stronghold with excitement in his eyes. Infinity Warlocks are at present the strongest known powerhouses in Sangji Plain. Among his subordinates, only Blazing Angel Alexia can barely contend with junior Infinity Warlocks. The advanced version of Skynet can suppress Infinity Warlocks. This is simply heaven-defying. After the first excitement, Yang Feng took a closer look and then suddenly frowned slightly. Although the level 4 mobile fortified stronghold is able to manufacture a defense system that can suppresses Infinity Warlocks. But the resources the advanced version of Skynet requires are an astronomical amount. With his current resources, if he doesn't take Ligui Province's resources into account, it will take Yang Feng 30 years to build an advanced version of Skynet by slowly synthesizing the necessary materials with level 4 matter and energy converters. And in that period of 30 years, he can only manufacture level 4 matter and energy converters and mass-produce nuclear power plants and other energy power plants. If he takes Ligui Province's resources into account, Yang Feng can create only one advanced version of Skynet at the moment. Additionally, the expenditure on 4th-generation battle robots is much larger than the expenditure on 3rd-generation battle robots. The Type 2 Undyings need to consume 100 times as many resources as the Type 1 Undyings. In a year, Yang Feng can build more than 10 million 3rd-generation battle robots, or only 200,000 plus 4th-generation battle robots. Yang Feng mused, the stronger the existence, the harder it is to manufacture. This is a problem difficult to resolve. The best way is to occupy more places and obtain more resources. Only then can I build more battle robots. There is a variety of munitions factories in Andrak Plain. If there were sufficient resources, it would be possible to produce 1 million fourth-generation battle robots a month without a problem. However, Yang Feng cannot use all the resources to only build battle robots. As such, he can only slowly collect energy to manufacture the fourth-generation battle robots. A blazing sun battlestar can deal great damage to an Infinity Warlock with one shot. With his current resources, Yang Feng can only make one such battlestar in a year. Moreover, although the blazing sun battlestar's main artillery is capable dealing great damage to an Infinity Warlock. But with its poor defense, it is not a match for an Infinity Warlock. After the level 4 stronghold was finished, Yang Feng ordered for most of the munitions factories to adjust the production lines and begin to manufacture fourth-generation battle robots. After he made the necessary arrangements, Yang Feng returned to Undying Mountain and entered closed-door cultivation. With Ligui Province's resources at his disposal, Yang Feng doesn't need to worry about resources before he advances to a Bright World Warlock. This is the advantage of being the master of a province. Cloud Capital White Oak Villa District, in a villa. Yang Feng's avatar Zhao Fan slowly raised his head from a pile of books. A peculiar glint flickered in his eyes, and he revealed a smile. It's time for me to act. This Zhao Fan is a perfect flesh golem made from a part of Yang Feng's flesh and countless precious resources using Shizu technology, and it even has its own unique soul aura. With the exception of some extremely talented powerhouses, even if an Infinity Warlock used detection spells, they would not find anything wrong with Yang Feng's perfect flesh golem. Cloud Capital's Alchemist Guild. It is an institution that carries out the certification of alchemists. A warlock's strength is a function of cultivation base, secret methods, and secret treasures. Among them, secret treasures is the most important part of a warlock's combat power. The reason why the 7 warlock emperors were able to subjugate the world and suppress powerhouses of the same rank was because they possessed extremely precious Empyrean-grade secret treasures that matched them well. The research of human warlocks on secret methods has been continuously enhanced, reaching its culmination in the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty. After Magic Note Dynasty was destroyed, human warlock secret treasure technology dropped to the bottom and then started to recover its vitality slowly. Songji Plains human warlocks, no matter if it is Eastern World or Western World, they all attach great importance to alchemists. Therefore, Alchemist Guild is one of the most powerful institutions of Great Cloud Dynasty. Hello, my name is Li Wei. What can I do for you? As soon as Yang Feng stepped into Alchemist Guild, a pretty lady with level 1 warlock rank fluctuations of power, standing behind a reception desk smiled and said. Yang Feng said lightly, "The name is Zhao Fan, and I come here today for the alchemist certification." Li Wei's eyes brightened slightly, and she uttered, "Alchemist certification? What was your alchemist tier before?" Yang Feng responded, "I haven't been certified as an alchemist yet." Li Wei pointed to that room and said, "Then please enter the Tier 1 Alchemist Certification room. It's over there." Yang Feng glanced towards the room and saw more than 30 young men and women gathered in front of the room. He focused his gaze on one person. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he went over. A handsome young man dressed in white staring at a short-haired beautiful young woman with a scorching gaze said, "Chuxia, I will pass the Tier 1 Alchemist certification and become a true Tier 1 alchemist today. If I pass, then go out with me. I like you." Agree. Agree. The young men and women watching from the sidelines made noise. Such a confession scene is most well received by audiences. Lan Chuxia raised her eyebrows and responded rudely, "Lu Ming, how many times have I told you? There is someone else I like. Also, please call me by my full name. We are not familiar enough for you to call me by my first name." Lu Ming raised his voice, eyes shot with blood. "Chuxia, I am a student of South River Advanced Warlock Academy, and I am in the top 10 of the academy to boot. I am now a level 3 warlock. After 2 years, I will have full assurance to tackle the Great Warlock rank. Secret Treasure Division has already sent me an invitation to join the division after graduation. The one you like, is he as good as I am? Frowning slightly, Lu Chuxia was about to flip out when she saw Yang Feng, and then immediately showed a smile. She stepped forward, hugged one of Yang Feng's arms, and spoke proudly, "The one I like is him." The eyes of the young men and women gathered on Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled and said, "Hello, the name is Zhao Fan, and I am a Starry Sky Warlock." A Starry Sky Warlock. He's actually a Starry Sky Warlock. Although Lan Chuxia's boyfriend is a bit older, but he's a Starry Sky Warlock. She has a good eye. Damn. That lucky bitch actually got herself a Starry Sky Warlock boyfriend. Gazes full of envy and jealousy focused on Lan Chuxia and Yang Feng. Chapter 658, Alchemist Certification. Chapter 658, Alchemist Certification. Translator, Xuanhuan. Starry Sky Warlocks are nothing much in Great Cloud Dynasty as a whole. But advanced Warlock Academies only have the capacity to nurture students until the Great Warlock realm. Thus, Starry Sky Warlocks are first-rate powerhouses to students in advanced Warlock Academies. Only the most talented of students who join Great Cloud Dynasty's Imperial Court may become Starry Sky Warlocks. The majority of people graduate as Level 1 or Level 2 Warlocks, and then become part of Great Cloud Dynasty's ordinary Warlocks. For Lan Chuxia to have a powerhouse with Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base such as Yang Feng as boyfriend, it naturally aroused the envy of these young men and women. The corners of Lan Chuxia's mouth rose slightly. Lu Ming said coldly, "Uncle Zhao, have you come for the Tier 1 Alchemist certification?" Detecting the thick malice pervading Lu Ming's words, the surrounding young warlocks exchanged looks and went silent. Although Lu Ming is arrogant, but he is indeed a prodigy from South River Advanced Warlock Academy. He is already a Level 3 Warlock despite his young age. Besides, he is their friend. It's normal for them not to come to the defense of the stranger Yang Feng. Yang Feng responded flatly, "Yes, I am here for the Alchemist certification." Lu Ming mocked, "For a Starry Sky Warlock to take the Tier 1 Alchemist certification examination, you're something else." Generally speaking, Level 1 Warlocks are eligible to apply for the Tier 1 Alchemist certification. Starry Sky Warlocks generally have at least a Tier 3 Alchemist certification. Lu Ming is implying here that Yang Feng is a waste when it comes to alchemy. In fact, there are many warlocks in Great Cloud Dynasty not good at alchemy. Because the Zhangji Plains warlock civilization is extremely developed, warlocks specializing in combat, research, or alchemy have appeared. Even among alchemists, there are many different research directions. There are some who study military-use secret treasures, and others who specialize in civilian-use secret treasures. Generally speaking, only Bright World Warlock or Infinity Warlocks whose advancement in terms of cultivation base has ground to a halt will start study alchemy from the beginning. Otherwise, most warlocks will just use already refined secret treasures. Lu Ming is quite talented in alchemy. In fact, he's already at the Tier 2 Alchemist level. He attacked Yang Feng from his most expert field. Yang Feng smiled faintly. "I have done some research on alchemy." At this moment, the door of the room opened, and more than 30 warlocks went out, some elated and others downcast. "Next batch, come in." An indifferent voice came from the room. Lu Ming showed a smile of provocation aimed at Yang Feng and strode into the room. Lan Chuxia showed a sweet smile. "Brother Zhao, no need to lower yourself to his level. He's just a brat. Let's work hard." Yang Feng smiled slightly, stroked Lan Chuxia's little nose, and entered the room. In the room, there stand more than 30 tables, and a pile of materials is placed on each table. Additionally, there are 3 great Warlock rank alchemists, each of which has a Tier 4 Alchemist badge on the chest. A Tier 4 Alchemist said coldly, "Using the materials on the table, forge 5 level 1 secret treasures within 5 hours. If you succeed, you will pass the Tier 1 Alchemist certification. Begin." When Yang Feng has just arrived at Tyrannid subcontinent, Level 1 secret treasures were invaluable in many places. But in Great Cloud Dynasty, it is only the subject of an examination. The huge gap between the warlock civilizations of Tyrannid subcontinent and Great Cloud Dynasty can be seen from this. As soon as the examiner's words fell, Lu Ming's hands turned into afterimages. Following the nimble movements of his hands, the various materials were processed rapidly into components, and then a level 1 secret treasure fire blade took form quickly. Compared with Lu Ming, the rest of the examinees are very clumsy, slowly refining the materials one by one and making them into components. Many of the candidates were still processing the materials when Lu Ming's flame blade was manufactured. A concentrated look on her face, Lan Chuxia processed the materials, engraved them with runes, and made them into components one by one. This batch of examinees is really bad, but those two are good seedlings. Let me see. They are Lu Ming and Luo Xiuxiu. An examiner glanced at the information in his hand and smiled. Among the examinees, a beautiful girl's hands are also provoking afterimages, as she deftly processed the materials into components that then became one level, one secret treasure after another. She is a bit faster than Lu Ming. The examiner frowned slightly, and his eyes focused on Yang Feng. He should be the one with the worst performance. Yang Feng is watching the performance of the young warlocks with great interest at this time. It looks like he's a warlock who broke into the examination room without understand anything. The three examiners looked at Yang Feng with disgust in their eyes. Every year there are some warlocks who don't understand alchemy participating in the alchemy certification. They have different goals. Some come to poach young alchemists while others come to pick up girls. In the eyes of the three examiners, Yang Feng is just a scoundrel who came to pick up girls. But Yang Feng is a starry sky warlock. Even though they don't like him, they won't reprimand him for no reason. Lu Ming glanced at Yang Feng and revealed a smile of provocation. You still haven't started? Humph, after I finish the Tier 1 Alchemist certification, I will go take the Tier 2 Alchemist certification next. This way, Lan Chuxia will definitely change her mind and become my girlfriend. Lan Chuxia is the prettiest girl in Quiet Moon Advanced Warlock Academy. She is the target of adoration of many boys. It is because Lu Ming is smitten by her that he provoked Yang Feng. Yang Feng smiled slightly, silently recited an incantation, and pointed with a finger, and gray golem force enveloped the materials. The materials flew up one by one into the air, weird runes appeared on them, and they grew human-like arms and legs and became small golems. As soon as the small golems appeared, they quickly began to process the various materials on the table. The numerous materials were quickly processed into components. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and light enveloped the components. Strange runes were carved on the components. Those small golems quickly assembled the components into level 1 secret treasures. Just 5 minutes later, there lay 8 level 1 secret treasures on the table before Yang Feng. What sort of alchemy is this? Arad Lattice T Chapter S at freeobnovel.com only. Incredible! What alchemy is this? Seeing this scene, the three great warlocks were stunned at once. They have never seen such miraculous alchemy. As they gazed at Yang Feng, their eyes burst out with excitement and admiration. Yang Feng said, "I'm done. Please inspect them." What, he finished already? Shocked, Lu Ming turned his head, looked at the 8 exquisite level 1 secret treasures in front of Yang Feng, and became dazed at once. How is this possible? How did he finish so quickly? Are starry sky warlocks this powerful? Amazing alchemy. So fast. It seems that he is a formidable alchemist who came to authenticate his true ability. The young warlocks in the examination site were also shocked. Seeing the 8 level 1 secret treasures in front of Yang Feng, their eyes flashed with excitement. A warlock with a little understanding of alchemy will know that even Tier 4 alchemists will take at least 2 hours to forge 5 level 1 secret treasures. Yet Yang Feng refined 8 level 1 secret treasures in less than 10 minutes. His attainments in alchemy have surpassed those of a Tier 4 alchemist. The 3 examiners stepped forward, picked up the secret treasures made by Yang Feng, and poured life force into them. And the level 1 secret treasures immediately released formidable fluctuations of power. An examiner smiled and said, "Not bad. The 8 level 1 secret treasures are of superior quality. Congratulations, you have passed the Tier 1 Alchemist certification. Do you want to continue the certification? Yang Feng answered, I do. The examiner said, what is your approximate level of alchemy? We can give you a higher level alchemist certification directly so as not to waste your time. The level of alchemy displayed by Yang Feng has exceeded that of the examiners by far, which is why they are so accommodating towards him. This is the privilege of the strong. Lu Ming and them could only pass the test 1 level at a time. Yang Feng said lightly, then let's go with the Tier 5 Alchemist certification first. A Tier 5 Alchemist. A Tier 5 Alchemist. That's only 1 step away from a Grandmaster Alchemist. Chu Xia lucked out. When the young warlocks taking the test heard this, they inhaled a breath of cold air. In advanced warlock academies, the professor who teach alchemy are just Tier 4 alchemists. A Tier 5 alchemist is already in existence that many forces will fight to recruit. No force will refuse a Tier 5 alchemist joining them. In a warlock group, the status of a Tier 5 alchemist is second only to that of a Moonlight Warlock, and some Tier 5 alchemists even have a much higher status than Moonlight Warlocks. Chapter 659, Tier 5 Alchemist. Chapter 659, Tier 5 Alchemist. Translator, Xuanhuan. Lu Ming's hands trembled and his eyes shimmered with despair. He turned out to be a Tier 5 alchemist. Although Lu Ming is a genius of South River Advanced Warlock Academy, but he is well aware that it will take him decades if not 100 years of hard work to just become a Tier 4 alchemist. As for Tier 5 alchemist, it's virtually unattainable for him. A Tier 5 alchemist can open an Advanced Warlock Academy and become the dean if they wish so. There will be countless young warlocks joining an Advanced Warlock Academy with a Tier 5 alchemist. However, most of the Tier 5 alchemists are recruited by powerful forces. And those who aren't, they will immerse themselves in experiments and the refinement of secret treasures. There's basically no Tier 5 alchemist interested in becoming the dean of an Advanced Warlock Academy. An examiner spoke respectfully. We are not qualified to be your examiners. Please come with me. Please wait a moment, and a true Grandmaster Alchemist will come and test you. Yang Feng nodded and left the examination room along with the examiner. In an elegant room of Alchemist Guild, there are 2 people sitting. One is a handsome young man who looks to be 21 or 22 years old. The other is a mesmerizing girl with a noble and cold temperament. The mesmerizing girl is the peerless genius Bai Yuxian of the Bai family. The young man looked at Bai Yuxian, a flash of admiration in his eyes. He smiled gracefully and asked, Yuxian, how about we have dinner together tonight? Bai Yuxian said lightly, I'm busy tonight. I will take a rain check. Grandmaster Zhao, a Starry Sky Warlock wishes to apply for the Tier 5 Alchemist certification. Please preside over his certification examination. A parrot in the room radiated light, and a human voice came out of its beak. Zhao Tai responded indifferently, I got it. Bai Yuxian's eyes lit up. Tier 5 Alchemist certification. Although a Tier 5 alchemist cannot compare to a Moonlight Warlock in terms of battle prowess, but they have a much greater range of use than a Moonlight Warlock. In the Tier 5 Alchemist certification room, Yang Feng is sitting in a chair with closed eyes, waiting. Zhao Tai, Bai Yuxian, and 4 Tier 4 alchemists entered the room. A Tier 4 alchemist said, Zhao Fan, this is Grandmaster Zhao Tai, a Tier 6 alchemist. He will be your examiner for the Tier 5 alchemist certification. Yang Feng spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. Hello, Grandmaster Zhao Tai. I am Zhao Fan. Pleased to meet you. Zhao Tai frowned slightly and said indifferently, with these components, forge a level 5 secret treasure within 72 hours. A ray of light shone and a lot of components appeared in front of Yang Feng. The higher the level of secret treasures, the harder it gets to refine them. It may only take 5 minutes for a Grandmaster Alchemist to refine a level 1 secret treasure, but it'll take at least 24 hours to refine a level 5 secret treasure. Moreover, they use process components instead of pure materials to refine secret treasures. If you start with processing the pure materials, then even a Grandmaster Alchemist will take close to a year to forge a level 5 secret treasure. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and green light poured into the pile of components. Moving on their own, the components flew into the air and flickered with strange runes. Sitting in the chair carelessly, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and the components radiated queer light and combined together. Great! What a great technique! Follow current TNOVLS on freewebvel.com. To manipulate the components without using his hands. Amazing. This is a technique that only Grandmaster alchemists can perform. The 4 Tier 4 alchemists exclaimed in admiration at this scene. In general, alchemists need to use their hands to process components and materials. Only Grandmaster alchemists can use spells to manipulate components and materials to forge secret treasures. Bai Yuxian's eyes glimmered brightly, and she smiled sweetly and said, "That's really impressive." Zhao Tai snorted coldly and transmitted his voice to Bai Yuxian. "There's nothing remarkable. His technique is far worse than mine." Bai Yuxian smiled and kept silent. 2 hours later, a huge sword secret treasure appeared on the table. Yang Feng placed a mid-grade magic crystal into a socket on the huge sword secret treasure. The runes atop the sword body lit up, and formidable fluctuations of power emerged from the huge sword secret treasure. "I'm done." Yang Feng grabbed the huge sword and waved it, and raging flames rose atop the huge sword. Zhao Tai said indifferently, "Zhao Fan, you have passed the Tier 5 Alchemist certification." Yang Feng smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Grandmaster Zhao Tai." As a glorious Sun Warlock, the level of alchemy of Yang Feng's true body has already reached the level of a Tier 7 alchemist, which puts him 1 tier above Zhao Tai. It is a piece of cake for him to pass the Tier 5 alchemist certification. With a fragrance wafting out from her, Bai Yuxian stepped forward and uttered with a beaming smile, "Hello, Zhao Fan. I am Bai Yuxian. Could you please tell me where you are employed?" Yang Feng smiled bashfully and answered, "I have been studying alchemy alone at home until now. Most of the warlocks are shut-ins who seclude themselves in their dwelling for decades, centuries, or even 1,000 years." When Bai Yuxian heard that, she guessed that Yang Feng is an alchemist who has been practicing cultivation in seclusion. But then he realized that he has not enough resources, and so he went out to look for resources. Alchemist Guild grants allowances to warlocks who register with it. The allowance of a Tier 5 alchemist is 100 low-grade magic crystals per month. For ordinary affluent people like Lan Chuxia, 100 low-grade magic crystals is already a huge sum of money. After all, people like that use magic stone as a unit to calculate their wealth. Bai Yuxian spoke with a sweet smile. "Might you be interested in joining our White Daffodil group and becoming our exclusive alchemist? Our group will pay you 3,000 low-grade magic crystals per month and provide sufficient funds for the projects you research on." White Daffodil Group is a commerce group established by Bai Yuxian that has developed various civilian-use secret treasures and earned various cultivation resources. As one of the most remarkable prodigies of the Bai family, Bai Yuxian can obtain a tremendous amount of cultivation resources every month. But the family's cultivation resources must be provided to the entire family after all. As such, Bai Yuxian must forge her private channels to earn resources. Yang Feng smiled apologetically and uttered decisively, "I am very sorry, beautiful Miss Bai Yuxian, but I have decided to join Secret Treasure Division." Secret Treasure Division is recognized as the #1 force in alchemy. Secret Treasure Division is a place of confluence for the beast alchemists, and countless precious information regarding refining secret treasures converge in Great Cloud Dynasty. The goal of Yang Feng's Flesh Golem avatar is to infiltrate Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division and collect information regarding the forging of top secret treasures. Legend has it that many of the top alchemy techniques of the 7th Warlock Dynasty Magic Note Dynasty have been obtained by Great Cloud Dynasty's Secret Treasure Division, and these secret techniques weren't shared with the 10 great sects and 8 great families. Attracted by Magic Note Dynasty's top alchemy techniques Great Cloud Dynasty grasps, many Grandmaster alchemists were roped in by Great Cloud Dynasty and joined Secret Treasure Division. Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes turned slightly, and she said with a smile, "Secret Treasure Division? I have a few friends in Secret Treasure Division. I can ask my friends to let you join Secret Treasure Division directly. Secret Treasure Division is the point of confluence of the top alchemists in Great Cloud Dynasty. In it, a random staff member is a Tier 1 alchemist or above. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to join Secret Treasure Division. However, Yang Feng is a Tier 5 alchemist. Secret Treasure Division is happy to recruit such a talent. Yang Feng responded with a smile. Thank you very much. With Bai Yuxian's recommendation, Yang Feng joined Secret Treasure Division after a series of tests. As soon as he entered Secret Treasure Division, Yang Feng used the Level 4 optical computer to collect all kinds of secret treasure refining methods while quietly displaying his talents in alchemy and upgrading his status in the division. Time passed, and soon it was a year later. A first-rate white magic chariot stopped in front of White Oak Villa District, and an enchanting lady alighted. The enchanting lady is Morong Yuling. FreeObnul.com. Soon after the white magic chariot stopped, another yellow magic chariot also stopped close by. From the yellow magic chariot alighted a handsome man in a white shirt with a magnetic temperament. The handsome man glanced at a villa, frowned slightly, and uttered, Yuling, what's fun about a birthday party of thrown by a mere manager of Secret Treasure Division? Let's go to Brilliant Light Banquet instead. There, we'll see celebrities such as Moonlight 7 Stars, Glorious Sun 7 Stars, and other transcendent rank powerhouses. That is the place where you should go. Mixing with these ordinary folk will only cramp your style. Shintu Feng, the manager of Secret Treasure Division you speak of, is my friend. I want to go to his birthday party. Please go to Brilliant Light Banquet by yourself. Morong Yuling's beautiful eyes flickered with disgust, but she still smiled politely and strode into the villa. Shintu Feng's face sank. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes, and he followed behind her. Little slut, to dare to go against my wishes, how reckless. After I get my hands on you, I will show you a nice spectacle. Chapter 660, I am a Moonlight Warlock. Chapter 660, I am a Moonlight Warlock. Translator, Xuanhuan. On the spacious lawn of the villa, there are tables with various delicacies on top of them set up. Enchanted by magic, the food and beverages here are all delicious. In contrast, the food and beverages made by Earth's best chefs seem unpalatable. In the villa, there are dressed-up students from advanced warlock academies everywhere. They are Lan Chusha's friends who like to attend parties. During the past year, Yang Feng not only showcased his talent in alchemy in Secret Treasure Division, but also met a lot of advanced Warlock Academy students thanks to Lan Chusha. This is why he invited so many people to his fabricated birthday party. Morong Yuling. That's the superstar Morong Yuling. Oh my god. Am I seeing things? That is Morong Yuling. I'm her fan. Visit freowebnovel.com for the Estenvel reading experience. As soon as Morong Yuling stepped into the villa, the eyes of the students brightened, and they screamed with excitement and rushed towards Morong Yuling. For these students, the Moonlight 7 Stars and Glorious Sun 7 Stars are figures too far removed from their world. Many people have never heard of these figures. But Morong Yuling, a popular singer in Cloud Province, is a celebrity that all young people know of. Morong Yuling smiled slightly and touched the secret treasure ring on her hand, and white light spread out in all directions. Under the white light, the students felt a slight cooling of their minds, and they recovered from the enthusiasm. At the same time, a cold power nourished their bodies, making them feel rather comfortable. The calming ring Zhao Fan gave me is really great. Morong Yuling smiled sweetly. Hello, everyone. I am Morong Yuling, a friend of Zhao Fan's. It turns out that Big Sister Yuling is friends with Uncle Zhao Fan. Uncle Zhao Fan is really lucky. Big Sister Yuling, can you give me an autograph? Big Sister Yuling, I don't have a clipboard, so please sign my clothes. Despite the effect of the calming ring, the students are still rather excited. Morong Yuling is a superstar popular in Cloud Province, and her influence has begun to spread to other provinces as well. Being able to get her signature is enough for these students to show off in front of others. Okay, come one at a time. Morong Yuling smiled, took out a pen, and started a signing session. Everyone, please make way for the birthday boy. I have to steal your big sister Yuling. Smiling heartily, Yang Feng strode this way and radiated light, and an invisible force gently pushed the students aside. He came to Murong Yuling's side, took her hand, and walked away with her. Amazing! He not only picked up our school beauty, but also picked up our Cloud Province's star. What an incredible guy! Awesome! A true master. I must learn from him. You want to learn alchemy? No, I want to learn the art of picking up girls. When the students saw Yang Feng pull Murong Yuling away, they showed expressions of excitement, worship, and envy. To them, a star like Murong Yuling is a mountain even more unapproachable than the moonlight's 7 stars and glorious sun's 7 stars. A goddess among goddesses. Such a goddess was actually taken away by Yang Feng, which naturally made the students envious. Murong Yuling's pretty face blushed. Such an intimate interaction with a man in a public setting will have not a small impact on her career, but she didn't struggle away from Yang Feng's hand. Release your hand, commoner, or you will lose it. Along with a cold voice, Xuanhuan walked in with an ashen face. His eyes pierced straight into Yang Feng's hand, holding Murong Yuling's hands like knives and flickered with killing intent. Yang Feng frowned slightly, pointed with a finger, and said coldly, "Who are you? I don't seem to have invited you. You aren't welcome here. Please leave." The students focused their gazes on Xuanhuan and chuckled. Xuanhuan sneered, "I am Xuanhuan from the Xuanhu family of the 8 great families." The Xuanhu family? Is it that Xuanhu family? The Xuanhu family of the 8 great families? When they heard this, the countenances of the students changed dramatically at once, and they looked at Xuanhuan with apprehension in their eyes. In Great Cloud Dynasty, the 10 great sects and 8 great families are the most powerful warlock groups. As long as you're a warlock from Great Cloud Dynasty, you would have heard the names of the 18 terrifying forces. The most talented warlocks are basically all recruited by the 10 great sects and 8 great families. Compared to the gems that the 10 great sects and 8 great families cultivate, these students are pebbles on the ground. Lu Ming is already a remarkable talent of South River Advanced Warlock Academy, but he's not even at the level of Battle Demon Sect's outer sect disciples. This illustrates the gap between the two worlds. Even though Xuanhuan himself is just a good-for-nothing, but with his identity as a son of the Xuanhu family, ordinary Starry Sky Warlocks are no match for him. You are a small-time manager in Secret Treasures Division, a Tier 5 alchemist. But in front of our Xuanhu family, you are nothing. Kneel and lick my shoes. Lick the dust off them and I will let you off. Otherwise, I will make you an armless cripple today. Xuanhuan showed a cruel smile and clapped his hands. There was a twist in space and 2 Starry Sky Warlocks in black clothes walked out. They are Xuanhu Feng's bodyguards. The 2 Starry Sky Warlocks locked their tremendous spirit force on Yang Feng and showed tyrannical smiles. The laws of Great Cloud Dynasty are very strict, to the point that even the Xuanhu family doesn't dare to kill people at will. However, if Xuanhuan disposes of Yang Feng, then as long as he pays a certain price coupled with the help of the Xuanhu family's prestige, he can escape punishment. So long as there is no commotion, then it's okay to take a life. After seeing the 2 Starry Sky Warlocks in black clothes, the expressions on the students' faces changed greatly, and they retreated quickly. Once a fight between Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses breaks out, Level 1 Warlocks will be wounded gravely just from the shock waves. Soon, only Lan Chuxia and Murong Yuling were left at Yang Feng's side. Her face ashen, Murong Yuling clenched her pearl-white teeth, hesitated for a while, and then spoke in a trembling voice. "You win! Xuanhuan, I will go with you." There was gleam of happiness in Xuanhuan's eyes, and he showed a tyrannical smile. "No, don't go with him." Yang Feng took a step forward, blocked in front of Murong Yuling, and looking at Xuanhuan and his 2 bodyguards with a cold gaze. He then took out a communications device, pressed it several times, and uttered, "Is this the police? I'm calling from White Oak Villa District number 3 to 409. Some people broke into my villa. I suspect that they are robbers. Please send someone to deal with them. There are a Great Warlock and 2 Starry Sky Warlocks." Furious, Xuanhuan snapped. To call the police, what a reckless fool. Cripple his arms. A flash of killing intent in their eyes. The aura of the two starry sky warlocks in black erupted at once, and they blurred into motion, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and extended a hand towards him. The two starry sky warlocks are too fast. Before Lan Chuxia and Murong Yuling could react, the two starry sky warlocks have already appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the next moment, fearsome moonlight warlock rank aura emanated from Yang Feng, and a modified 6-meter-tall Vajra robot looking like a gorilla suddenly appeared, grabbed the two starry sky warlocks, and squeezed hard. Along with brittle sounds, the life force shields of the two starry sky warlocks shuddered, and they were instantly crushed into mincemeat by the Vajra robot. Xuanhuan's complexion turned pale, despair filled his face, and he cried out in a trembling voice, "A moonlight warlock! You're actually a moonlight warlock!" Moonlight Warlock are transcendent rank powerhouse. Except for Starry Sky Warlocks who formed a virtual world, the rest of Starry Sky Warlocks are no match for a Moonlight Warlock no matter how talented they are. Any Moonlight Warlock has a very high status in Great Cloud Dynasty, and a Tier 5 Alchemist rank Moonlight Warlock has an even higher status. Moonlight Warlock. He turned out to be a Moonlight Warlock. This Uncle Zhao fan is actually a Moonlight Warlock. How can this be? Stupefied, the students watched Yang Feng with disbelieving eyes. In Great Cloud Dynasty, Moonlight Warlocks are important talents. Once they join the army, they are assigned to the position of general right off the bat. These ordinary students have no chance of getting in touch with Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.